Section 76 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the management of the sewers and the late commissions. The Corporation of the City of London may be regarded as the first Commission of Sewers in the exercise of authority over such places as regards the removal of the filth of towns. In time, but at what time there is no account, the business was consigned to the management of a committee, as are now the markets of the city, Markets Committee, and even what may be called the management of the Thames, Navigation Committee. It is not at all necessary that the members of these committees should understand anything about the matters upon which they have to determine. A staff of officers, clerks, secretaries, solicitors, and surveyors save the members the trouble of thought or inquiry. They have merely to vote and determine. It was stated in evidence before a select committee of the House of Commons on the subject of the Thames steamers that at that period the chairman of the Navigation Committee was a bread and biscuit baker, but a very firm-minded man. In time, but again I can find no note of the precise date, the committee became a Court of Sewers, and so it remains to the present time. Commissions of sewers have been issued by the Crown since the 25th year of the reign of Henry VIII, except during the era of the Commonwealth, when there seems to have been no attention paid to the matter. As the metropolis increased rapidly in size since the close of the last century, the public sewers of course increased in proportion, and so did commissions of sewers in the newly built districts. Up to 1847 these commissions or Court of Sewers were 8 in number, the metropolis being divided into that number of districts. The districts were as follows: 1. The City, 2. The Tower Hamlets, 3. St. Catherine, 4. Poplar and Blackwall, 5. Holborn and Finsbury, 6. Westminster and part of Middlesex, 7. Surrey and Kent, 8. Greenwich. Each of these 8 commissions had its own Act of Parliament, its own distinct, often irregular and generally uncontrolled plan of management. Each had its own officers, and each had its own patronage. Each district court, with almost unlimited powers of taxation, pursued its own plans of sewerage, little regardful of the plans of its neighbour commission. This wretched system, the great recommendation of which to its promoters and supporters seems to have been patronage, has given us a sewerage unconnected and varying to the present day in almost every district, varying in the dimensions, form, and inclination of the structures. The 8 commission districts, I may observe, had each their sub-districts, though the general control was in the hands of the particular court or board of commissioners for the entire locality. These subdivisions were chiefly for the facilities of rate collecting, and were usually western, eastern, and central. The consequence of this immethodical system has been that until the surveys and works now in progress are completed, the precise character and even the precise length of the sewers must be unknown, though a sufficient approximation may be deduced in the interim. To show the conflicting character of the sewerage, I may here observe that in some of the old sewers have been found walls and arches crumbling to pieces. Some old sewers were found to be not only of ample proportions, but to contain subterranean chambers, not to say halls, filled with filth, into which no man could venture. While in a sewer in the newly built district of St. John's Wood, Mr. Morton, the Clerk of Works, could only advance stooping half double, could not turn round when he had completed his examination, but had most painfully, for a long time feeling the effects, to back out along the sewer, stooping or doubled up as he entered it. Why the sewer was constructed in this manner is not stated, but the work appears, inferentially, to have been scamped, which, had there been a proper supervision, could hardly have been done with a modern public sewer down a thoroughfare of some length, the Vorontsov road. But the conflicting and disjointed system of sewerage was not the sole evil of the various commissions. The mismanagement and jobbery, not to say peculation, of the public moneys appears to have been enormous. For instance, in the Accountant's Report, February 1848, prepared by Mr. W. H. Gray, 48 Lincoln's Inn Fields, I find the following statements relative to the bookkeeping of the several commissions. Quote, "The Westminster plan is full of unnecessary repetition. It is deficient in those real general accounts which concentrate the information most needed by the Commissioners, and it contains fictions which are very inconsistent with any sound system of bookkeeping. The ledger of the Westminster Commission does not give a true account of the actual receipt and expenditure of each district. The Holborn and Finsbury books are still more defective than those of the Westminster Commission. There are the same kind of fictions, but the extraordinary defect in these books consists in the utter want of system throughout them, by keeping one-sided accounts only in the ledger with respect to the different sewers in each district, showing only the amount expended on each. The Tower Hamlets books have been kept on a regular system, though by no means one conveying much general information. With respect to the Surrey and Kent accounts, says Mr. Gray, the books produced are the most incomplete and unsatisfactory that ever came under my observation. The ledger is always thought to be a sine qua non in bookkeeping, but here it has been dispensed with altogether, for that which is so marked is no ledger at all." Under these circumstances, the report continues, "It cannot be wondered at that debts should have been incurred, or that they should have swollen to the amount of £54,000, carrying a yearly interest of £2,360, besides annuities granted to the amount of £1,125 a year. The Poplar and Greenwich accounts," I quote the official report, "confined as they are to mere cash books, offer no subjects for remark. No books of account have been produced with respect to the St. Catherine's Commission." End quote. On the 16th December 1847, the new Commissioners ordered all the books to be sent to the office in Greek Street, but it was not until the 21st of February 1848 that all the minute books were produced. There were no indexes for many years even to the proceedings of the courts, and the account books of one of the local courts, if they might be so called, were in such a state that the book called Ledger had for several years been cast up in pencil only. This refers to what may be characterized, with more or less propriety, as mismanagement or neglect, though in such mismanagement it is hardly possible to escape one inference. I now come to what are direct imputations of jobbery, and where that is flourishing or easy, no system can be other than vicious. In a paper printed for use of Commissioners, September 7, 1848, entitled Draft Report on the Surrey Accounts, emanating from a General Purposes Committee, I find the following concerning the parliamentary expenses of obtaining an Act which it was found necessary to repeal. The cost was altogether upwards of £1,800, which of course had to be defrayed out of the taxes. "This Act," says the report, "authorised an almost unlimited borrowing of money, and immediately upon its passing, in July 1847, notices were issued for works estimated to amount to £100,000, and others, we understand, were projected for early execution to the amount of £300,000. Considering the general character of the works executed, and from them judging of those projected, it may confidently be averred that the whole sum of £300,000, the progressive expenditure of which was stayed by the supersedeas of the old Commission, would have been expended in waste." The report continues, "It is to be observed that each of the district surveyors would have participated in the sum of £15,000 percentage on the expenditure for the extension of the Surrey works. Thus the surveyors, with their percentages on the works executed, and the clerk by the fees on contracts and so on, had a direct interest in a large expenditure." Instances of the same dishonest kind might be multiplied to almost any extent. After the above evidences of the incompetency and dishonesty of the several district commissions, and the reports from which they are copied contain many more examples of a similar and even worse description, it is not to be wondered at that in the year 1847 the district courts were, with the exception of the city, superseded by the authority of the Crown, and formed into one body, the present Metropolitan Commission of Sewers. of the constitution and powers of which I shall now proceed to speak. Of the powers and authority of the present Commissions of Sewers. In 1847 the 8 separate Commissions of Sewers were abolished, and the whole condensed by the Government into one Commission, with the exception of the City, which seems to supply an exception in most public matters. The Act does not fix the number of the Commissioners. To the Metropolitan Commissioners 5 City Commissioners are added, the Lord Mayor for the year being one ex officio. These have a right to act as members of the Metropolitan Board, but their powers in this capacity are loosely defined by the Act, and they rarely attend, or perhaps never attend, unless the business in some way or other affects their distinct jurisdiction. The Commissioners, of whom 12 form a quorum, are unpaid, with the exception of the Chairman, Mr. E. Laws, a barrister, who has £1,000 a year. They are appointed for the term of 2 years, revocable at pleasure. The authority of the City Commission, as distinct from the Metropolitan, for there are 2 separate Acts, seems to be more strongly defined than that of the others, but the principle is the same throughout. The Metropolitan Act bears date September 4th, 1848, and the City Act September 5th, 1848. The Metropolitan Commissioners have the control over the sewers, drains, watercourses, weirs, dams, banks, defences, gratings, pipes, conduits, culverts, sinks, vaults, cesspools, rivers, reservoirs, engines, sluices, penstocks, and other works and apparatus for the collection and discharge of rainwater, surplus land or spring water, waste water, or filth, or fluid or semi-fluid refuse of all descriptions, and for the protection of land from floods or inundation within the limits of the Commission. Ample as these powers seem to be, the Commissioners' authority does not extend over the Thames, which is in the jurisdiction of the Lord Mayor and Corporation of the City of London. And it appears childish to give men control over rivers, and to empower them to take measures for the protection of land from floods or inundation, while over the great metropolitan stream itself, the Yantlet Creek, below Gravesend, to Oxford, they have no power whatever. The Commissioners, City as well as Metropolitan, are empowered to enforce proper house drainage wherever needed, to regulate the building of new houses in respect of water closets, cesspools, and so on, to order any street, staircase, or passage not effectually cleansed to be effectually cleansed, to remedy all nuisances having insanitary tendencies, to erect public water closets and urinals, free from any charge to the public, to order houses and rooms to be whitewashed, to erect places for depositing the bodies of poor persons deceased, until interment, and to regulate the cleanliness, ventilation, and even accommodation of low lodging houses. The jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Commissioners of Sewers extends over all such places or parts in the counties of Middlesex, Surrey, Essex, and Kent, or any of them not more than 12 miles distant in a straight line from St. Paul's Cathedral in the City of London, but not being within the City of London or the liberties thereof. This, it must be confessed, is an exceedingly broad definition of the extent of the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Commission, giving the Commissioners an extraordinary amount of latitude. In our days there are many Londons. There is the London, or the metropolitan apportionment of the capital, as defined by the Registrar General. This, as we have seen, has an area of 115 square miles, and therefore may be said to comprise as nearly as possible all those places which are rather more than 5 miles distant from the post office. There is the metropolis as defined by the post office functionaries, or the limits assigned to what is termed the London District Post. This London District Post seems, however, to have 3 different metropolises. First, there is the central metropolis, throughout which there is an hourly delivery of letters after midday, and which deliveries are said to be confined to London. Then there is the 6 delivery metropolis, or that throughout which the letters are dispatched and received 6 times per day. This is said to extend to such of the environs as are included within a circle of 3 miles from the General Post Office. Then there is the 6-mile metropolis with special privileges. and lastly the 12-mile metropolis, which, being the extreme range of the London District Post, may be said to constitute the metropolis of the General Post Office. There is again the metropolis of the Metropolitan Commissioners of Police, before the region of rural police and country and parish constables is attained, a jurisdiction which covers 96 square miles, as I have shown at pages 163 to 166 of the present volume, and reaches, generally speaking, to such places as are included within a circle of 5 miles and a half from the General Post Office. There is, moreover, the metropolis as defined by the Hackney Carriage Act, which comprises all such places as are within 5 miles of the General Post Office. And further, there is the metropolis of the London City Mission, which extends to 8 miles from the Post Office, and the metropolis again of the London Ragged Schools, which reaches to about 3 miles from the Post Office. This, however, is not all, for there are diverse districts for the registration and exercise of votes, parliamentary or municipal. There are ecclesiastical and educational districts. There is a thorough complication of parochial, extra-parochial, and chartered districts. There is a world of subdivisions and of sub-subdivisions, so ramified here, and so closely blended there, and often with such preposterous and arbitrary distinctions, that to describe them would occupy more than a whole number. My present business, however, is the extent of the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Commissioners of Sewers, or rather to ascertain the boundaries of that metropolis over which the Metropolitan Commissioners are allowed to have sway. The many discrepancies and differences I have explained make it difficult to define any district for the London sewerage, and in the reports and so on which are presented to Parliament or prepared by public bodies, little or no care seems to be taken to observe any distinctiveness in this respect. For instance, the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Commission of Sewers, which is said to extend to all such places as are not more than 12 miles distant in a straight line from St. Paul's Cathedral in the City of London, comprises an area of 452 square miles. The metropolis, that of the Registrar General, presenting a radius of 6 miles, with a fractional addition, contains 115 square miles. Yet in official documents 58 square miles, or a circle of about 4.5 miles radius, are given as the extent of the metropolis sewered by the Metropolitan Commission. By what calculations this 58 miles are arrived at, whether it has been the arbitrium of the authorities to consider the sewers and so on as occupying the half of the area of the Registrar General's metropolis, or what other reason has induced the computation, I am unable to say. The boundaries of the several metropolises may be indicated as follows. The 3-mile circle includes Camberwell, skirts Peckham, seems to divide Deptford irregularly, touches the West India Dock, includes portions of Limehouse, Stepney, Bromley, Stratford-le-Bow, and about the half of Victoria Park, Hackney. It likewise comprises a part of Lower Clapton, Dalston, and a portion of Stoke Newington, and closely touching upon or containing small portions of Lower Holloway and Kentish Town, sweeps through the Regent's and Hyde Parks, includes a moiety of Chelsea, and, crossing the river at the Red House, Battersea, completes the circle. This is the 6 delivery district of the General Post Office. In this 3-mile district are chiefly condensed the population, commerce, and wealth of the greatest and richest city in the world. The 6-mile circuit runs from Streatham on the south, just excludes Sydenham, contains within its exterior line Lewisham, Greenwich, and a part of Woolwich, also wholly or partially East Ham, Leytonstone, Walthamstow, Tottenham, Hornsey, Highgate, Hampstead, Kensal Green, Hammersmith, Fulham, Wandsworth, and Upper Tooting. The portion without the 3-mile circle and within the 6 is the suburban portion or the immediate environs of the metropolis, and still presents rural and woodland beauties in different localities. This may be termed the metropolis of the Registrar General and Commissioners of Metropolitan Police. The 12-mile circle, or the extent of the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Commissioners of Sewers, as well as the London District Post, includes Croydon, Wickham, Paul's Cray, Foots Cray, North Cray, and Bexley, crosses the river at the Erith Reach, proceeds across the Rainham Marshes, comprises Dagenham, skirts Romford, includes Henholt Forest and the greater portion of Epping Forest, touches Waltham Abbey and Cheshunt, comprehends Enfield and Chipping Barnet, runs through Elstre and Stanmore, comprehends Harrow on the Hill, Norwood and Hounslow, embraces Twickenham and Teddington, seems to divide somewhat equally the domains of Bushy Park and of Hampton Court Palace, then crossing the river about midway between Thames Ditton and Kingston, the boundary line passes between Cheam and Ewell and completes the circuit. Over this large district, then, the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Commissioners of Sewers is said to extend, and one of the outlets of the London sewers has already been spoken of as being situate at Hampton. The district yielding the amount of sewage which is assumed as being the gross wet house refuse of the metropolis is, as we have seen, taken at 58 square miles, and is comprised within a circle of about 4.5 miles radius. This reaches only to Brixton, Dulwich, Greenwich, East India Docks, Leighton, Highgate, Hampstead, Bayswater, Kensington, Brompton and Battersea. The actual jurisdiction of the Commissioners is then nearly 8 times larger than the portion to which the estimated amount of the sewage of the metropolis refers. The Metropolitan District is still distinguished by the old divisions of the Tower Hamlets, Poplar and Blackwall, Holborn and Finsbury, Westminster and so on, but many of these divisions are now incorporated into one district, of which there would appear to be but 4 at present, or 5 inclusive of the city. These are as follows: 1. Fulham and Hammersmith, Counters Creek and Ranelagh districts. 2. Westminster, Eastern and Western, Regent Street and Holborn. 3. Finsbury, Tower Hamlets, Poplar and Blackwall. 4. Districts south of the Thames, Eastern and Western. 5. City. The practical part or working of the Commission of Sewers is much less complicated at present than it was in the times of the independent districts and independent commissions. The orders for all work to be done emanate from the court in Greek Street, but the several surveyors and so on, whose salaries, numbers and so on are given below, can and do order on their responsibility any repair of a temporary character which is evidently pressing, and report it at the next court day. The court meets weekly and monthly, and what may be styled the heavier portion of the business as regards expenditure on great works is more usually transacted at the monthly meetings, when the attendance is generally fuller, but the court can, and sometimes does, meet much more frequently, and sometimes has adjourned from day to day. Any private individual or any public body may make a communication or suggestion to the Court of Sewers, which, if it be in accordance with their functions, is taken into consideration at the next accruing court day, or as soon after as convenient. The court in these cases either comes to a decision of adoption or rejection of any proposition, or refers it to one of their engineers or surveyors for a report, or to a committee of the commissioners appointed by the court. If the proposition be professional as to defects or alleged and recommended improvements in the local sewers and so on, it is referred to a professional gentleman for his opinion. If it be more general as to the extension of sewerage to some new undertaking or meditated undertaking, in the way of building new markets, streets, or any places large and public, or in applications for the use and appropriation by enterprising men of sewage manure, it is referred to a committee. On receiving such reports, the court makes an order according to its discretion. If the work to be done be extensive, it is entrusted to the chief engineer, and perhaps to a principal surveyor acting in accordance with him. If the work be more local, it is consigned to a surveyor. One or other of these officers provides or causes to be prepared a plan and a description of the work to be done, and instructs the clerk of the works to procure estimates of the cost at which a contractor will undertake to execute this work, or, as it is often called by the labouring class, to complete the job, a word at one time singularly applicable. The estimates are sent by the competing builders, architects, general speculators, or by anyone wishing to contract, to the court-house, without the intervention of any person, officially or otherwise, and they are submitted to the board by their clerk. The lowest contract, as the sum total of the work, is most generally adopted, and when a contract has been accepted, the matter seems settled and done with as regards the management of the commissioners, for the contractor at once becomes responsible for the fulfilment of his contract, and may and does employ whom he pleases and at what rates he pleases, without fear of any control or interference from the court. The work, however, is superintended by the surveyors, to ensure its execution according to the provisions of the agreement. The contractor is paid by direct order of the court. The surveyors and clerks of works are mostly limited as to their labours to the several districts, but the superior officers are employed in all parts, and so, if necessary, are the subordinate officers when the work requires an extra staff. According to the returns, the following functionaries appear to be connected with the under-mentioned districts: Fulham, Hammersmith, Counters Creek and Ranelagh. 1 surveyor, 3 clerks of the works, 1 inspector of flushing. Eastern and Western divisions of Westminster and Regent Street, 1 surveyor, who has also the Holborn district to attend to, 2 clerks of the works, 6 flap and sluice keepers. Holborn, 2 clerks of the works, 1 inspector of flushing. Finsbury, 1 clerk of the works, 1 inspector of flushing. Tower Hamlets and Poplar and Blackwell, 1 surveyor, who has also the Finsbury district included in his district, 2 clerks of the works, 2 inspectors of flushing. South of the Thames, Western districts, 1 surveyor, 2 clerks of the works, 2 inspectors of flushing. Eastern districts, 1 surveyor, 2 clerks of the works, 2 inspectors of flushing. What may be called the working staff of the Metropolitan Commissioners consists of the following functionaries, receiving the following salaries: Chairman, with a yearly salary of £1,000. Secretary, with a yearly salary of £800, besides an allowance of £100 in lieu of apartments. Clerk of Minutes, £350. 2 clerks of minutes, each with a salary of £150, £300. 1 clerk of minutes with a salary of £120. 1 clerk of minutes with a salary of £105. 1 clerk of minutes with a salary of £95. 1 clerk of minutes with a salary of £90. Accountant with a salary of £350. Accountant's clerk with a salary of £150. Accountant's clerk with a salary of £80. Clerk of Surveyors and Contractors' Accounts, £200. Ditto with a salary of £125. Ditto with a salary of £110. Clerk of Rates, £250. Another Clerk of Rates, £180. Another Clerk of Rates, £110. Another Clerk of Rates, £90. Engineer, £1,000. For travelling expenses, £200. Surveyor for Fulham and Hammersmith, Counters Clerk and Ranelagh districts, £350. Clerk of Works Hammersmith, £150. Clerk of Works Counters Creek, £150. Clerk of Works Ranelagh, £150. Inspector of Flushing, £80. Surveyor of Eastern and Western divisions of Westminster and of Regent Street and Holborn divisions, £300. 2 clerks of works, Eastern and Western and Regent Street, with a salary of £300 each, £600. 2 clerks of works, Holborn, with a salary of £150 each, £300. Inspector of Flushing, £80. Surveyor of Finsbury, Tower Hamlets and Poplar and Blackwall, £300. Clerk of Works Finsbury, £150. Inspector of Flushing, £80. 2 clerks of works, Tower Hamlets and Poplar and Blackwall, with a salary of £150 each, £300. 2 inspectors of flushing with a salary of £80 each, £160. 1 marsh bailiff, £65. Surveyor of the Western Districts south of the Thames, £300. Ditto Eastern ditto, £250. Clerk of Works Eastern portion, £164. 2 inspectors of flushing, £80 each, £160. 1 wall reeve, £22 8s. Clerk of Works Western portion, £164. Ditto ditto, £150. 2 inspectors of flushing with a salary of £80 each, £160. 2 engineers' clerks with a salary of £150 each, £300. 1 ditto, £150. 1 ditto, £100. 1 ditto, £80. 1 by-law clerk, £150. 22 flap and sluice keepers, £892 12s. Surveyor of the surveying and drawing staff, £250. Drawing clerk, £150. 2 ditto with a salary of £130 each, £260. 5 ditto with a salary of £105 each, £525. 1 ditto, £50. 6 surveyors with a salary of £100 each, £600. 6 chairmen, 18 shillings a week each, £280. Office keeper and crier, general service, £120. Bailiff and so on, £100. Strong room keeper, £80. 1 messenger, £70. 2 ditto, £40 each, £80. 3 errand boys, £32 each, £96. Housekeeper, £150. Yearly total, £13,874. This is called a reduced staff, and the reduction of salaries is certainly very considerable. If we consider the yearly emoluments of tradesmen in businesses requiring no great extent of education or general intelligence, the salaries of the surveyors, clerk of the works, and so on, must appear very far from extravagant, and when we consider their responsibility and what may be called their removability, some of the salaries may be pronounced mean, for I think it must be generally admitted by all, except the narrow-minded, who look merely at the immediate outlay as the be-all and the end-all of every expenditure, that if the surveyors, clerk of works, inspectors of flushing, and so on, be the best men who could be procured, as they ought to be, or at any rate be thorough masters of their craft, they are rather underpaid than overpaid. The above statement may be analysed in the following manner. Chairman, £1,000. Subtotal of £3,505 from Secretary and 7 clerks, £1,860, Accountant and 5 clerks, £1,015, Clerk of Rates and 3 clerks, £630. Subtotal of £9,533 from Engineer and 5 clerks, £1,830. 7 surveyors of surveying and drawing staff, with 6 chairmen and 9 drawing clerks, £2,125. 5 district surveyors, £1,500. 12 clerks of works, £2,278. 9 inspectors of flushing, £720. 22 flap and sluice keepers, £892 12s. Bailiff, marsh bailiff, and wall reeve, £187 8s. A subtotal of £596 from office keeper, strong room keeper, and housekeeper, £350. 3 messengers and 3 errand boys, £246. Grand total, £14,634. The cost of rent, taxes, stationery, and office incidentals is now £4,440, which makes the total yearly outlay amount to upwards of £19,000. The annual cost of the staff in the Secretary's Department is said to have been reduced from £3,962 4s to £3,605. In the Engineers Department, from £16,437 3s to £8,973 16s. In the general service there has been an increase from £606 16s to £696. A deputation who waited lately upon Lord John Russell is said to have declared the expenses of the Commissioner's office to be at the rate of from 25 to 30% on the amount of rate collected. The sum collected in the year 1850 averaged £89,341. The cost of management in that year was £23,465. This, it will be seen, is 26% of the gross income. The annual statement of the receipts and expenditure under the Commission for the year 1851 has just been published, but not officially. From this it appears that in February 1851, the balance of cash in hand was £5,750 9s 11d. The total receipts during the year have amounted to £129,000 and 9d, making together £134,750 10s 8d. The expenditure, as returned under the general head, is for work £95,539 19s 3d. This item includes the cost of supervision and compensation for damages. The cost of surveys has been £6,332 19s 9d. Management £16,430 9s 2d. Loans £10,442 10s 2d. Contingencies £2,749 1s and a penny. Total payments £131,494 19s and 5d. Balance in hand £3,355 11s 8d. As an instance of the mismanagement of the sewers work of the metropolis, it is but right that the subjoined document should be published. I need not offer any comment on the following Return to an Address of the Honourable the House of Commons dated 28th July 1851, except that I was told early in January, on good authority, that the matter was now worse than it was when reported, as follows. Quote, Privy Gardens, Whitehall Yard, Scotland Yard, and so on, public sewer. With reference to the 2 orders of the Commissioners of Her Majesty's Woods and so on, I have the honour to state that since the 15th of November, when I last sent in a memorandum, I have frequently visited the several Crown buildings affected by the building of the main public sewer for draining Westminster, namely the Earl of Malmesbury, the Exchequer Bill Office, the United Service Museum, Lord Liverpool's, Mr. Virtue's, Mr. Alderman Thompson's, and Messrs. Dalglish's. All these buildings have been more or less damaged by the construction of the sewer, the Exchequer Bill Office, the United Service Museum, and Mr. Virtue's in a manner that, in my opinion, can never be effectually repaired. At Lord Malmesbury's, the party wall next to the Exchequer Bill Office has moved, as shown by some cracks in the staircase, but for this house it may not be necessary to require more to be done than stopping and painting. At the Exchequer Bill Office, the old Gothic groins have been cracked in several places, and several settlements have taken place in the walls over and near to where the sewer passes under the building. The shores are still standing against this building, but it would now be better to remove them. The cracks in the groins and walls can never be repaired to render the building so substantial as it was before. The cracks in the basement still from month to month show a very slight movement. Those in the staircase and roof also appear to increase. As respects this building, I would submit to the Commissioners of Woods that it would not be advisable to permit the surveyors of the Commissioners of Sewers to enter and make only a surface repair of plaster and paint, but I would suggest that a careful survey be made by surveyors appointed respectively by the Board of Woods and the Commissioners of Sewers, and that a thorough repair of the building be made, so far as it is susceptible of repair, under the Board of Woods. the Commissioners of Sewers paying such proportion of the cost thereof as may fairly be deemed to have been occasioned by their proceedings. At the United Service Museum, the settlements on the side next the sewer appear to me very serious. The house occupied by Lord Liverpool, as also Mr. Virtue's house, of which his lordship is crown lessee, were both affected, the former to some extent, but not seriously. Of the latter, the west front sunk, and pulled over the whole house with it. But as respects these two houses, the interference of the Board is, I believe, unnecessary, Mr. Hardwicke, one of the Sewer Commissioners, having, as architect for Lord Liverpool, caused both to be repaired. A like repair has also been made in the kitchen offices of Mr. Alderman Thompson's house, where alone any cracks appeared. At Messrs. Dalgleish and Taylor's, very serious injury has been done to both their buildings and their trade. The Commissioners of Sewers have a steam engine still at work on those premises, and have not yet concluded their operations there. Some of the sheds which entirely fell down they have rebuilt, and others, which appear in a very defective, if not dangerous state, it is understood they propose to repair or rebuild. But as eventually Messrs. Dalgleish and Taylor will have a very heavy claim against them for interference with business, and as the extent of damage to the buildings which has been done or may hereafter arise cannot at present be fully ascertained, it would probably be advisable to postpone this part of the subject, giving notice, however, to the Commissioners of Sewers that it must hereafter come under consideration. Signed, James Pennethorne, 10th of May, 1851. Sewer, Whitehall Yard, and so on. Under the order of the Commissioners of Her Majesty's Woods, and so on, of yesterday's date, endorsed on a letter from Mr. Tons, I have inspected the United Service Institution in Whitehall Yard, and find most of the cracks have moved. The movement, though slight, and not showing immediate danger, is more than I had anticipated would occur within so short a period when I reported on the 10th instant. It tends to confirm the opinion therein given, and shows the necessity for immediate precaution and for a thorough repair. Signed, James Pennethorne, 16th May, 1851. Seymour, Charles Gore, Commissioners of Her Majesty's Woods, Forests, Land Revenues, Works and Buildings, Office of Woods and so on, 5th August 1851. End quote. End of section 76. Section 77 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the Sewers Rate. Having shown the expenditure of the Commission of Sewers, we now come to consider its income. The funds available for the sewerage and drainage of the several towns throughout the kingdom are raised by means of a particular property tax termed the Sewers Rate. This forms part of what are designated the local taxes of England and Wales. Local taxes are of two classes. 1. Rates raised upon property in defined districts, as parishes, jurisdictions, counties, and so on. 2. Tolls, dues, and fees charged for particular services on particular occasions, as turnpike tolls, harbour dues, and so on and so on. The rates or sums raised upon the property lying within a certain circumscribed locality admit of being subdivided into two orders. 1. The rates of independent districts, or those which, being required for a particular district, as the parish or some equivalent territorial limit, are not only levied within the bounds of that district, but expended for the purposes of it alone, as is the case with the poor rate. 2. The rates of aggregate districts, or those which, though required to be expended for the purposes of a given district, such as the county, are raised in detail in the several inferior districts, such as the various parishes, which compose the larger one, and which contribute the sums thus levied to one common fund. Such is the case with the county rate. But the rates of independent districts may be further distinguished into two orders, namely, 1. Those which are levied on the same classes of persons, the same kinds of property, and the same principles of valuation as the poor rate. Such are the highway rate, the lighting and watching, and the militia rate among the independent rates, and the police, borough, and county rates among the aggregate rates. 2. Those which are not levied on the same basis as the poor rate. The church and sewers rates are familiar instances of this peculiarity. The sewers rate, then, is a local tax required for an independent rather than an aggregate district, and is not levied upon the basis of the poor law. The assessment of the poor rate, for instance, includes tithes of every kind. That of the sewers rate extends to such tithes only as are in the hands of laymen. Again, the sewers rate embraces some incorporeal hereditaments, to which the poor rate does not extend. But stock in trade, which of late years has been specially exempted from the poor rate, was never subject to the sewers rate. A sewers rate, however, was known as early as the 6th year of Henry VI, 1427, though commissions were not instituted till the time of Henry VIII. The Act which now regulates the collection of the funds required for the cleansing, building, repairs, and improvements of the sewers is 4 and 5 Victoria, 1841. This statute gives the courts, or commissions of sewers, power to tax in the gross, in each parish and so on, all lands and so on, within the jurisdiction of such courts, for the requirements of the public sewerage. This impost is not periodically levied, nor at any stated or even regularly recurring term, but as occasion requires, perhaps once in 2 or 3 years. It is, with some exceptions, which require no notice, what is commonly called a landlord's tax in the metropolis. That is, the sewers rate collector must be paid by the occupier of the premises, who, on the production of the collector's receipt, can deduct the amount from his rent. If this arrangement were meant to convey a notion to the public that the sewers tax was a tax on property, on the capitalist who owns, and not on the tenant who merely occupies, it is a shallow device, for every one must know that the more sewers rate a tenant pays for his landlord, the more rent he must pay to him. The sewers rate is levied according to the rateable value put upon property by the surveyors and assessors appointed by the commissioners, who may make the rate by such ways and means, and in such manner and form, as to them may seem most convenient. It seems a question yet to be determined whether or not there is a right of appeal against the sewers rate, but the general opinion is that there is no appeal. The rate can be mortgaged by the commissioners if an advance of money is considered desirable. The maximum of 1 shilling in the pound on the net annual value of the property was fixed by the Act. The commissioners have also the power to levy a special rate on any district not connected with the general system of sewerage, but which it has been resolved should be so connected. Also an improvement rate at a maximum of 10% on the rack rent, in respect of works they may judge to be of private benefit, a provision which has called forth some comments. The metropolitan sewers rate is now collected in 9 districts. There are at present 42 commissions or courts of sewers throughout England and Wales. The only return which has yet been prepared of the annual amount assessed and collected under the authority of the Metropolitan Commission of Sewers is one presented to the House of Commons in 1843. It includes the sum assessed in 4 of the 8 districts within the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Commissioners from 1831 to 1840 inclusive. Westminster. Total in the 10 years, £235,397. Annual average, £23,539.7. Holborn and Finsbury. Total in the 10 years, £123,317. Annual average, £12,331.7. Tower Hamlets. Total in the 10 years, £82,468. Annual average, £8,246.8. From East Molesey in Surrey to Ravensbourne in Kent. Total in the 10 years, £175,137. Annual average, £17,513.7. Grand total in the 10 years, £616,319. Total annual average, £61,631.9. The following amounts were returned to Parliament as that expended in 2 other of the metropolitan districts in the year 1833. In the City, £17,718 and 2/10. Poplar District, £2,746 and 9/10. Total, £20,465 and 1/10. Annual average of the 4 above-mentioned districts, £61,631 and 9/10. Yearly total, £82,097. The 2 districts excluded from the above total are the minor ones of St. Catherine and Greenwich, so that altogether the gross sum levied within the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Commissioners must have been between £85,000 and £90,000. The annual amount of the local rates in England and Wales is, according to a work on the subject, the Local Taxes of the United Kingdom, published under the direction of the Poor Law Commissioners in 1846, £8,801,838. Note, the following statement may, according to the work above alluded to, be presented as an approximate return of the present annual amount of the local rates in England and Wales. 1. Rates. A. Rates of independent districts. 1. On the basis of the poor rate. The poor rate, including the purposes of the workhouse building rate, the survey and valuation rate, relief of the poor, £4,976,093. Other objects, £567,567. Contributions to county and borough rates, see below. Jail fees rate, unknown. Constable's rate, unknown. Highway rates, £1,312,812. Lighting and watching rate, unknown. Militia rate, not needed. 2. Not on the basis of the poor rate. Church rates, £506,812. Sewers rate, general sewers tax in the metropolis, £82,097. In the rest of the country, unknown. Drainage and enclosure rates, enclosure rate and regulated pasture rate, unknown. B. Rates of aggregate districts. County rates, hundred rate, borough rates, all contributed from the poor rate, £1,356,457. Total rates of England and Wales, £8,801,838. The amount of the taxation in the shape of tolls, dues and fees is as follows. 2. Tolls, dues and fees. Turnpike tolls, £1,348,085. Borough tolls and dues, £172,911. City of London, £205,100, making £378,011. Light dues, £257,776. Port dues, £554,645. Church dues and fees, marriage fees, registration fees, unknown. Justiciary fees, clerks of the peace, £11,057. Justices' clerks, £57,668, making £68,725. Total tolls, dues and fees of England and Wales, £2,607,241. The subjoined then adds the same work, founded on the preceding details, may be regarded as exhibiting an approximate estimate of the present amount of the local taxes in England and Wales, being however obviously below the actual total. Rates £8,801,838, tolls, dues and fees £2,607,241, total £11,409,079. The annual amount of the local taxation of England and Wales may at the present time be stated in round numbers at not less than £12,000,000, or we may say that the local taxation of the country is 1/4 of the amount of the general taxation. End note. In this large sum, only the average annual outlay on the 6 districts of the sewers of the metropolis is included, £82,097, and it is stated that not even an approximate average could be arrived at as regards the expenditure on sewers in the country districts. Such absence of statistical knowledge, and it is a want continually observable, is little creditable to the legislative, executive, and administrative powers of the state. I shall now proceed to show, from the best data at my command, the present outlay on the metropolitan sewers. According to the present law, the Commissioners are required to submit to Parliament yearly returns of the money collected on account of and expended in the sewerage of the metropolis. I need only state that in the latest, and indeed the sole returns upon the subject, the rates in 1845, 1846, and 1847, under the former separate commissions, were 1d. and 2d. in the pound on land, and from 3d. Ranelagh and Westminster to 1s. 10d. Greenwich on houses. The rates made under the combined and consolidated commissions from the 30th of November 1847 to the 8th of October 1849 were all 6d, excepting the western division of Westminster sewers, which were 3d, and a part of the Surrey and Kent district 8d. The rates under the present Metropolitan Commission from the 8th of October 1849 to the 31st of July 1851 are all 6d, with a similar exception in Surrey and Kent. The following are the only further returns bearing immediately on the subject. Return of the percentage on the total rateable annual value of the property assessed, to which the rates collected under the separate commissions between January 1845 and November 1847 amounted. Similar return as to the combined and consolidated commissions from November 1847 to October 1849, and as to the present commission from October 1849 to July 31st, 1851. Under the old separate commissions of sewers between January 1845 and November 30th, 1847, total rateable annual value on the districts on November 30th, 1847 and October 8th, 1849 and July 31st, 1851 respectively, £6,683,896. Average amount collected for 1 year, £81,738 11s. Amount of the percentage of the rates collected on the rateable annual value, £1 4s. and 5d, or 2d. and 3 farthings, 0.72 in the pound per annum. Under the combined and consolidated commissions from November 30th, 1847 to October the 8th, 1849, including First Metropolitan Commission, total rateable annual value £7,128,111. Average amount collected for 1 year £67,707 16s. and 3d. Amount of the percentage of the rates collected on the rateable annual value 18s. 11d. and 3 farthings, or 2d. and a farthing, 0.11 in the pound per annum. Under the present Metropolitan Commission of Sewers, from October 8th, 1849 to July 21st, 1851, total rateable annual value, rental of the districts now rated £8,135,090, rental of the districts within the active jurisdiction in which expenses have been incurred and which are about to be rated, £8,820,325. Average amount collected for 1 year, £89,341 16s. amount of the percentage of the rates collected on the rateable annual value, rental of the districts now rated, £1, 1 shilling and 11pence, or 2 halfpenny, 0.52 in the pound per annum. Rental of the districts within the active jurisdiction in which expenses have been incurred and which are about to be rated, £1 and 3pence, or 2 and a farthing, 0.72 in the pound per annum. August 1851, Thomas Coggan, Clerk of Rates and Collections. Return of the cost of management per annum on the total rateable annual value of the districts. 1845, total rateable annual value of the districts, £6,320,331. Cost of management per annum, £18,591 4 shillings and 3pence. Rate per cent per annum of cost of management on the rateable annual value of the districts, 5 shillings 10pence halfpenny. 1846, total rateable annual value of the districts, £6,423,909. Cost of management per annum, £18,097 5 shillings and a penny. Rate per cent per annum of cost of management, 5 shillings 7pence halfpenny. 1847, total rateable annual value of the districts, £6,683,896. Cost of management per annum, £24,371 16 shillings and 9pence. Rate per cent per annum of cost of management, 7 shillings 8pence halfpenny. 1848, total rateable annual value of the districts, £6,783,111. Cost of management per annum, £20,008 7 shillings and 10pence. Rate per cent per annum of cost of management, 5 shillings 10pence and 3 farthings. 1849, total rateable annual value of the districts, £8,077,591. Cost of management per annum, £20,005 7 shillings and 6pence. Rate per cent per annum of cost of management, 4 shillings 11pence and a farthing. 1850, total rateable annual value of the districts, £8,791,967. Cost of management per annum, £23,465 18 shillings and 7pence. Rate per cent per annum of cost of management, 5 shillings and 4pence. August 7th, 1851, G. S. Hatton, Accountant. End of section 77. Section 78 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the cleansing of the sewers. Ventilation. There are two modes of purifying the sewers. The one consists in removing the foul air, the other in removing the solid deposits. I shall deal first with that mode of purification which consists in the mechanical removal or chemical decomposition of the noxious gases engendered within the sewers. This is what is termed the ventilation of the sewers, and forms a very important branch of the inquiry into the character and working of the underground refuse channels, for it relates to the risk of explosions and the consequent risk of destruction to men's lives, while if the sewer be ill ventilated, the surrounding atmosphere is often prejudicially affected by the escape of impure air from the subterranean channels. A survey as to the ventilation and so on of the sewers was made by Mr. Hawkins, Assistant Surveyor, and Mr. Jenkins, Clerk of the Works. 4 examinations took place of sewers. Of those in Bloomsbury, those from Tottenham Court Road to Norfolk Street, Strand, from the Guard Room in Buckingham Palace to the Horseferry Road, Millbank, and in Grosvenor Square and the streets adjacent. There were difficulties attending the experiment. From Castle Street to Museum Street there was a drop of 4 feet in the levels, so that the examiners had to advance on their hands and knees, and it was difficult to make observations. In some places in Westminster also the water and silt were knee-deep, and the lamps, 3 were used, splashed all over. In Bloomsbury the sewers gave no token of the presence of any gas, but in the other places its presence was very perceptible, especially in a sewer on the west side of Grosvenor Square, a very low one in which the gas was ignited within the wire shade of one of the lamps, but without producing any effect beyond that of immediately extinguishing the light. There was also during the route, in the neighbourhood of Sir Henry Mew's brewery and of an adjoining distillery in Vine Street, a considerable quantity of steam in the sewer, but it had no material effect upon the light. The examiners came to the conclusion that where there was any liability to an explosion from the presence of carburetted hydrogen or other causes, the improved Davy lamp afforded an almost certain protection. The attention of the Commissioners seems to have been chiefly given of late, as regards ventilation and indeed general improvement, to the sewers on the Surrey side of the metropolis. Among these a new sewer along Friar Street, running from the Blackfriars to the Southwark Bridge Road, is one of the most noticeable. Friar Street is one of the smaller of thoroughfares, the character of which is perhaps little suspected by those who pass along the open Blackfriars Road. As you turn out of that road to the left hand, advancing from the bridge, almost opposite the Magdalen Hospital, is Friar Street. On its left hand, as you proceed along it, are gas-works, and the factories or workplaces of tradesmen in the soap-boiling, tallow-melting, cat and other gut manufacturing, bone-boiling, and other noisome callings. On the right hand are a series of short and often neatly built streets, but the majority of them have the look of unmistakable squalor or poverty, though not of the poverty of the industrious. Across Flint Street, Green Street, and other ways, few of them horse thoroughfares, hang on a fair day lines of washed clothes to dry. Yellow-looking chemises and petticoats are affixed alongside men's trousers and waistcoats. Coarse-featured and brazen-looking women, with necks and faces reddened, as if with brick-dust, from exposure to the weather, stand at their doors and beckon to the passers-by. Perhaps in no part of the metropolis is there a more marked manifestation of moral obsceneness on the one hand and physical obsceneness on the other. With the low prostitution of this locality is mixed the low and the bold crime of the metropolis. Some of the offshoots from Friar Street communicate with places of as nefarious a character. Hackett, whom his newspaper admirers seem to wish to elevate into the fame of a second Jack Sheppard, resided in this quarter. The gang who were last winter repulsed in their burglarious attack on Mr. Halford's villa in the Regent's Park favoured the same locality, and were arrested in their old haunts. Public houses may be seen here and there, houses perhaps not generally discouraged by the police, which are at once the rendezvous and the trap of offenders, for to and from such resorts they can be readily traced. And all over this place of moral degradation extends the stench of offensive manufactures and ill-ventilated sewers. Certainly there is now an improvement, but it is still bad enough. A report of the 21st of September 1848 shows that a new sewer, 1,500 feet in length, had been, quote, put in along Friar Street, with a fall of 15 inches from the level of the sewer in Blackfriars Road to Suffolk Street. The sewer, states the report, with which it communicates at its upper end in the Blackfriars Road, contains nearly 2 feet in depth of soil. It in consequence has silted up to that level with semi-fluid black filth, principally from the factories, of the most poisonous and sickening description, forming an elongated cesspool 1,500 feet in length, the filth at its lower end being upwards of 3 feet in depth. Since the building of this sewer, the foul matter so discharged into it has been in a state of decomposition, constantly giving off pestilential and poisonous gases, which have spread into and filled the adjoining sewers. Thence they are being drawn into the houses by the house drains, and into the streets by the street drains, to such a fearful extent as to infect the whole atmosphere of the neighbourhood, and so to cause the very offensive odour so generally complained of there. Sulphuretted hydrogen is present in these sewers in large quantities, as metals, silver and copper are attacked and blackened by it, and the smell from it is so sickening as to be almost unbearable." On the question of how best to deal with sewers such as the Friar Street, Messrs. John Roe and John Phillips, surveyors, and Mr. Henry Austin, consulting engineer, have agreed in the following opinion: "The most simple and convenient method would be by placing large strong fires in shafts directly over the crown of the sewers. The expense of each furnace, with the enclosure around it, will be about £20. The fires would be fed almost constantly, by which little smoke would be generated. The heat to be produced from these fires would rarefy the air so much as to create rapidly ascending currents in the shafts, and strong draughts through the sewers, the foul air in which would then be drawn to the fires and there consumed; and as it was being destroyed, fresh air would be drawn in at all the existing inlets of house and street drains, pushing forward and supplying the place of the foul air." Concerning the explosions of, or deaths in, the sewers from the impure gases, there is, I believe, no statistical account. The most remarkable catastrophe of this kind was the death of 5 persons in a sewer in Pimlico in October 1849. Of these, 3 were regular sewermen, and the others were a policeman and Mr. Wells, a surgeon, who went into the sewer in the hopes of giving assistance. Mr. Phillips, the then chief surveyor of the Commission of Sewers, stated that the cause of these deaths in the sewers was entirely an exceptional case, and the gas which had caused the accident inquired into was not a sewer gas. "There is often," he said, "a great escape of gas from the mains, which found its way into the sewers. The gas, however, which has done the mischief in the present instance would not explode." Dr. Ure's opinion was that the deceased men died from asphyxia, caused by inhaling sulphuretted hydrogen and carbonic acid gas in mixture with prussic vapour, and that these noxious emanations were derived from the refuse lime of gasworks thrown in with other rubbish to make up the road above the sewer. Other scientific gentlemen attributed the 5 deaths to the action of sulphuretted hydrogen gas, or, according to Dr. Lyon Playfair, to be chemically correct, hydrosulphate of ammonia. The coroner, Mr. Bedford, in summing up, said that Mr. Phillips wished it to be supposed that gas lime was the cause of the foul gas, and Dr. Ure said that gas lime had to do with the calamity. But Dr. Miller, Mr. Richard Phillips, Mr. Campbell, and Dr. Playfair, more especially the latter, were perfectly sure that lime had nothing to do with it. The verdict was the following: "We find that Daniel Pert, Thomas G., and John Atwood died from the inhalation of noxious gas generated in a neglected and unventilated sewer in Kenilworth Street, and we find that Henry Wells and John Walsh met their deaths from the same cause, in their laudable endeavours to save the lives of the first 3 sufferers. The jury unanimously consider the commissioners and officers of the metropolitan sewers are much to blame for having neglected to avail themselves of the unusual advantages offered from the local situation of the Grosvenor Canal for the purpose of flushing the sewers in this district." Of flushing and plunging, and other modes of washing the sewers. The next step in our inquiry, and that which at present concerns us more than any other, is the mode of removing the solid deposits from the sewers, as well as the condition of the workmen connected with that particular branch of labour. The sewers are the means by which a larger proportion of the wet refuse of the metropolis is removed from our houses, and we have now to consider the means by which the more solid part of this refuse is removed from the sewers themselves. The latter operation is quite as essential to health and cleanliness as the former, for to allow the filth to collect in the channels which are intended to remove it, and there to remain decomposing and vitiating the atmosphere of the metropolis, is manifestly as bad as not to remove it at all. And since the more solid portions of the sewage will collect and form hard deposits at the bottom of each duct, it becomes necessary that some means should be devised for the periodical purgation of the sewers themselves. There have been two modes of effecting this object. The one has been the carting away of the more solid refuse, and the other the washing of it away, or, as it is termed, flushing, in the case of the covered sewers, and plunging, in the case of the open ones. Under both systems, whether the refuse be carted or flushed away, the hard deposit has to be first loosened by manual labourers, the difference consisting principally in the means of after removal. The first of these systems, namely the cartage method, was that which prevailed in the metropolis till the year 1847. I shall therefore give a brief description of this mode of cleansing the sewers before proceeding to treat of the now more general mode of flushing. Under the old system, the clearing away of the deposit was a nightman's work, differing little except in being more toilsome, offensive to the public, and difficult. A hole was made from the street down into the sewer where the deposit was thickest, and the deposit was raised by means of a tub filled below, drawn up to the street, and emptied into a cart, or spread in mounds in the road to be shovelled into some vehicle. A nightman told me that this mode of work was sometimes a great injury to his trade, because, when it was begun on a night, many of the householders sleeping in the neighbourhood used to say to themselves, or to their missuses, as they turned in their beds, "It's them here cussed cesspools again. I wish they was done away with." And all the time, sir, the cesspools was as innocent and as sweet as a hangel. This clumsy and filthy process is now but occasionally resorted to. A man who had superintended a labour of this kind in a narrow but busy thoroughfare in Southwark told me that these sewer labourers were the worst abused men in London. No one had a good word for them. But there have been other modes of removing the indurated sewage besides that of cartage, and which, though not exactly flushing, certainly consisted in allowing the deposit to be washed away. Some of these contrivances were curious enough. I learn from a report printed in 1849 that the King's Scholars' Pond sewer in the city of Westminster, running near the Abbey, contained a continuous bed of deposit of soil, sand, and filth, from 10 to 30 inches in depth, and this for a mile and a half next the river, the first mile yielding more than 6,000 loads of matter. This sewer was to be cleansed. "We first used a machine," says Mr. J. Lysander Hale, "in the form of a plough and harrow combined. A horse dragged it through the deposit in the sewer. One man attended the horse and another guided the plough. The work done by this machine, in cutting a channel through the soil and causing the water to move through it quickly, was effectual to remove the deposit. But as the sewer is a tidal sewer, and its sole entrance for a horse being its outlet, the machine could only be used for a small part of any day. Sometimes with a strong breeze up the river the tide would not recede sufficiently to permit the horse to get in at all, and it did not appear advisable to incur the expense of £50 to build a sideway entrance for the animal, so that under these circumstances we were obliged to discontinue the use of the horse and plough, which under other circumstances would have been very effective." From this time, I understand, the sewers of London have remained unploughed by means of horse labour. But the plough was not altogether abandoned, and as horse power was not found very easily applicable, water power was resorted to. The plough and harrow were attached to a barge, which was introduced into the sewer. The sluice gates were kept shut until the ebb of the tide made the difference of level between the contents of the sewer and the surface of the Thames equal to some 8 feet. The gates were then suddenly opened, and the rapid and deep current of water following was then sufficient to bring the barge and plough down the sewer with a force equal to 5 or 6 horse-power. This last mentioned method was also soon abandoned. We now come to the more approved plan of flushing. The term flushing sewers implies, says Mr. Heywood in his report, cleansing by the application of bodies of water in the sewers. This is periodically effected, varying in intervals according to the necessities of the sewerage or other circumstances. The flushing system has a twofold object, namely to remove old deposits and prevent the accumulation of new. When the deposit is not allowed to accumulate and harden, flushing consists, says Mr. Heywood, simply in heading back and letting off flush at once. Note, hence the origin of the term. End note. That which has been delivered into the sewers in a certain number of hours by the various houses draining into them, diluted with large quantities of water specially employed for the purpose. Though the operation of flushing is one of modern introduction as regards the metropolis, one indeed which may be said to have originated in the modern demand for improved sanitary regulations, it has been practised in some country parts since the days of Henry VIII. Flushing was practised also by those able engineers, the ancient Romans. One of the grand architectural remains of that people, the best showing their system of flushing, is in the amphitheatre at Nimes, in France. The site of the ruined amphitheatre presents a large elliptical area, 114,251 superficial feet comprising its extent. Around the arena ran a large sewer 3 feet 6 inches in width and 4 feet 9 inches in height. With this sewer, elliptical in shape, 348 pipes communicated, carrying into it the rainfall and the refuse caused by the resort of 23,000 persons, for the seats alone contained that number. The system of flushing practised here, says Mr. Creasy, with such advantage, deserves to be noticed, there being means of driving through this elliptical sewer a volume of water at pleasure, with such force that no solid matter could by any possibility remain within any of the drains or sewers. An aqueduct 2 feet 8 inches in width and 6 feet in height brought this water from the reservoirs of Nimes, not only to fill, but to purge the whole of these sewers. After traversing the arena, it deviated a little to the southwest, where it was carried out at the 6th arcade, east of the southern entrance. Manholes and steps to descend into this capacious vaulted aqueduct were introduced in several places, and there can be no doubt that by directing for some hours such a stream of water through it, the greatest cleanliness was preserved throughout all the sewers of the building. The flushing of the sewers appears to have been introduced into the metropolis by Mr. John Roe in the year 1847, but did not come into general use till some years later. There used to be a partial flushing of the London sewers 12 years ago. The mode of flushing as at present practised is as follows. In the first instance, the inspector examines and reports the condition of the sewer and receives and issues his orders accordingly. When the sewer is ordered to be flushed, and there is no periodical or regular observance of time in the operation, the men enter the sewers and rake up the deposit, loosening it everywhere, so as to render the whole easy to be swept along by the power of the volume of water. The sewers generally are in their widest parts provided with grooves, or, as the men style them, framings. Into these framings are fitted, or permanently attached, what I heard described as penstocks, but which are spoken of in some of the reports as traps, gates, or sluice gates. They are made both of wood and iron. By a series of bolts and adjustments, the penstocks can be fixed ready for use when the tide is highest in the sewer, and the volume of water the greatest. They then, of course, are in the nature of dams, the water having accumulated in consequence of the stoppage. The deposit having been loosened, the bolts are withdrawn, when the gates suddenly fly back, and the accumulated water and stirred up sewage sweeps along impetuously, while the men retreat into some side recesses adapted for the purpose. The same is done with each penstock until the matter is swept through the outlet. The men always follow the course of this sewage current when the sewer is of sufficient capacity to enable them to do so, throwing or pushing forward any more solid matter with their shovels.
To flush, we generally go and draw a slide up and let a flush of water down, said one man to me, and then we have iron rakers to loosen the stuff. We have got another way that we do it as well. One man stands here, when the flush of water is coming down, with a large board. Then he lets the water rise to the top of this board, and then there's 2 or 3 of us on ahead, with shovels, loosening the stuff. Then he ups with this board and lets a good heavy flush of water come down. Precious hard work it is, I can assure you. I've had many a wet shirt. We stand up to our fork in the water, right to the top of our jackboots, and sometimes over them. Ah, I should think you often get over the top of yours, for you come home with your stockings wet enough, goodness knows, exclaimed his wife, who was present. When there's a good flush of water coming down, he resumed, we're obligated to put our heads fast up against the crown of the sewer, and bear upon our shovels, so that we may not be carried away, and taken bang into the Thames. You see, there's nothing for us to lay hold on. Why, there was one chap went and lifted a slide right up, when he ought to have had it up only 9 or 10 inches at the furthest, and he nearly swamped 3 of us. If we should be taken off our legs, there's a heavy fall, about 3 feet, just before you comes to the mouth of the sewer, and if we was to get there, the water is so rapid, nothing could save us. When we goes to work, we nails our lanterns up to the crown of the sewer. When the slide is lifted up, the rush is very great and takes all before it. It roars away like a wild beast. We're always obliged to work according to tide, both above and below ground. When we have got no water in the sewer, we shovels the dirt up into a bank on both sides, so that when the flush of water comes down, the loosened dirt is all carried away by it. After flushing, the bottom of the sewer is as clean as this floor, but in a couple of months the soil is a foot to 15 inches deep and middling hard. Flushing gates, an engineer has reported, are chiefly of use in sewers badly constructed and without falls, but containing plenty of water, and they are of very little use where the gate has to be shut 24 hours and longer before a head of water has accumulated. But where intermittent flushing is practised, strong smells are often caused solely by the stagnation of the water or sewage while accumulating behind the gate. The most general mode of flushing at present adopted is not to keep in the water and so on, which has flowed into the sewer from the streets and houses, as well as the tide of the river, but to convey the flushing water from the plugs of the water companies into the kennels and so into the sewers. I find in one of the reports acknowledgments of the liberal supplies granted for flushing by the several companies. The water of the Surrey Canal has been placed, for the same object, at the disposal of the sewer commissioners. It is impossible to flush at all where a sewer has a dead end, that is, where there is a block, as in the case of the Kenilworth Street sewer, Pimlico, in which 5 persons lost their lives in 1848. There is no difference in the system of flushing in the metropolitan and city jurisdictions, except that for the greater facilities of the process, the city provides water tanks in Newgate Market, where the heads of 3 sewers meet, and where the accumulation of animal garbage and the fierceness and numbers of the rats attracted thereby were at one time frightful. At Leadenhall Market and elsewhere, such tanks were also provided to the number of 10, the largest being the Newgate Market tank, which is a brick cistern of 8,000 gallons capacity. Of these tanks, however, only 4 are now kept filled, for this collection of water is found unnecessary, the regular system of flushing answering the purpose without them, and I understand that in a little time there will be no tanks at all. The tank is filled, when required, by a water company, and the penstocks being opened, the water rushes into the sewers with great force. There is also another point peculiar to the city. In it all the sewers are flushed regularly twice a week. In the metropolitan sewers only when the inspector pronounces flushing to be required. The city plan appears the best to prevent the accumulation of deposit. There still remains to be described the system of plunging, or mode of cleansing the open sewers, as contradistinguished from flushing, or the cleansing of the covered sewers. "When we go plunging," one man said, "we has long poles with a piece of wood at the end of them, and we stirs up the mud at the bottom of the ditches while the tides are going down. We has got slides at the end of the ditches, and we pulls these up and lets out the water, mud and all, into the Thames." "Yes, for the people to drink," said a companion dryly. "We're in the water a great deal," continued the man. "We can't walk along the sides of all of them." The difference of cost between the old method of removal and the new, that is to say, between carting and flushing, is very extraordinary. This cartage work was done chiefly by contract, and according to a report of the surveyors to the Commissioners, August 31st, 1848, the usual cost for such work, almost always done during the night, was 7s. the cubic yard, that is, 7s. for the removal of a cubic yard of sewage by manual labour and horse and cart. In February 1849, the date of another report on the subject, the cost of removing a cubic yard by the operation of flushing was but 8d. This gives the following result, but in what particular time, instance, or locality is not mentioned: 79,483 cubic yards of deposit removed by the contract flushing system at 8d. per cubic yard, £2,649. Same quantity by the old system of casting and cartage, 7s. per cubic yard, £27,819. Difference, £25,170. "It appears, therefore," says Mr. Lovick, "that by the adoption of the contract flushing system, a saving has been effected within the comparatively short period of its operation over the filthy and clumsy system formerly practised, of £25,170, showing the cost of this system to be 10½ times greater than the cost of flushing by contract." An official report states, quote, "When the accumulations of years had to be removed from the sewers, the rate of cost per lineal mile has varied from about £40 to £58, or from 6d. to 8d. per lineal yard. The works in these cases, excepting those in the city, have not exceeded 9 lineal miles." End quote. "On an average of weeks," says Mr. Lovick, in his report on flushing operations, a few months after the introduction of the contract system in September 1848, "under present arrangements about 62 miles of sewers are passed through each week, and deposit prevented from accumulating in them by periodic (weekly) flushing. The average cost per lineal mile per week is about £2 10s. The nature of the agreements with the contractors or gangers are now for the prevention of accumulations of deposit in a district. For this purpose the large districts are subdivided, each subdivision being let to one man. In the Westminster district there are 4, in the Holborn and Finsbury 2, in the Surrey and Kent 7 subdivisions. The Tower Hamlets and Poplar districts are each let to one man. In the Tower Hamlets it will be perceived that a reduction of £8 has been effected for the performance of precisely the same work as that heretofore performed, the rates of charge standing thus: under the day work system £23 per week, under the contract system £15 per week. In these portions specially contracted for, the work has been let by the lineal measure of the sewer, in preference to the amount of deposit removed. In the Surrey and Kent districts, the open ditches have been cleansed thrice as often as formerly. A large proportion of the deposit removed is from the open ditches. In these the accumulations are rapid and continuous, caused chiefly by their being the receptacles for the ashes and refuse of the houses, the refuse of manufactories, and the sweepings of the roads. In the covered sewers, one of the chief sources of accumulation is the detritus and mud from the streets swept into the sewers. The accumulations from these sources will not, I think, be overestimated at 2/3 of the whole amount of deposit removed. The contracts in operation February 1849 with the districts which they embrace are as follows. Table number 1. Sewers let for prevention of accumulations of deposit. Westminster, 485,795 lineal feet. Holborn and Finsbury, 355,085 lineal feet. Tower Hamlets, 223,738 lineal feet. Surrey and Kent, 440,642 lineal feet. Poplar, 26,000 lineal feet. Total, 1,531,260 lineal feet. Average rate of works performed in sewers passed through each week. Westminster, 150,615 lineal feet. Holborn and Finsbury, 118,000 lineal feet. Tower Hamlets, 30,000 lineal feet. Surrey and Kent, 40,000 lineal feet. Poplar, 2,000 lineal feet. Total, 340,615 lineal feet. Contract charge per week. Westminster, £40. Holborn and Finsbury, £23. Tower Hamlets, £15. Surrey and Kent, £75. Poplar, £6 16 shillings. Total, £159 16 shillings. Westminster attendance on flaps and so on. Contract charge per week, £4. Final total, £163 16 shillings. The weekly cost prior to the contract system was in the several districts as follows. Table number 2. In the Westminster district, £78 10 shillings. In the Holborn and Finsbury district, £24 17 shillings. In the Tower Hamlets district, £23. In the Surrey and Kent district, £56 8 shillings. In the Poplar district, £6 13 shillings. Total, £189 8 shillings. Hence there would appear to have been a saving of £25 12 shillings effected. But by what means was this brought about? It is the old story, I regret to say, a reduction of the wages of the labouring men. But this indeed is the invariable effect of the contract system. The wages of the flusher men, previous to September 1848, were 24 shillings to 27 shillings a week. Under the present system, they are 21 shillings to 22 shillings. Here is a reduction of 4 shillings per week per man at the least, and as there were about 150 hands employed at this period, it follows that the gross weekly saving must have been equal to £30, so that, according to the above account, there would have been about £5 left for the contractors or middlemen. It is unworthy of gentlemen to make a parade of economy obtained by such ignoble means. The engineers, however, speak of flushing as what is popularly understood as but a makeshift, as a system imperfect in itself, but advantageously resorted to because obviating the evils of a worse system still. With respect to these operations, says Mr. Lovick, in a report on the subject in February 1849, I may be permitted to state that although I do not approve of the flushing as an ultimate system, or as a system to be adopted in the future permanent works of sewerage, or that its use should be contemplated with regulated sizes of sewers, regulated supplies of water, and proper falls, it appears to be the most efficacious and economical for the purpose to which it is adapted of any yet introduced. A gentleman who was at one time connected professionally with the management of the public sewerage said to me, quote, "Mr. John Roe commenced the general system of flushing sewers in London in 1847. It is, however, but a clumsy expedient, and quite incompatible with a perfect system of sewerage. It has nevertheless been usefully applied as an auxiliary to the existing system, though the cost is frightful." End of section 78.
Section 79 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the working flusherman. When the system of sewer cleansing first became general, as I have detailed, the number of flushermen employed, I am assured, on good authority, was about 500.
The sewers were, when this process was first resorted to, full of deposit, often what might be called coagulated deposit, which could not be affected except by constantly repeated efforts. There are now only about 100 flushermen, for the more regularly flushing is repeated, the easier becomes the operation. Until about 18 months ago, the flushermen were employed directly by the Court of Sewers, and were paid, in Mr. Roe's time, one man said with a sigh, from 24s to 27s a week. Now the work is all done by contract. There are some 6 or 7 contractors, all builders, who undertake or are responsible for the whole work of flushing in the metropolitan districts. I do not speak of the city. And they pay the working flushermen 21s a week and the gangers 22s. This wage is always paid in money, without drawbacks and without the intervention of any other middleman than the contractor middleman. The flushermen have no perquisites except what they may chance to find in a sewer. Their time of labour is 6½ hours daily. The state of the tide, however, sometimes, as a matter of course, compels the flushermen to work at every hour of the day and night. At all times they carry lights, common oil lamps, with cotton wicks. Only the inspectors carry Davy's safety lamp. I met no man who could assign any reason for this distinction, except that the Davy gave such a bad light. The flushermen wear, when at work, strong blue overcoats, waterproofed, but not so much as used to be the case, the men then complaining of the perspiration induced by them, buttoned close over the chest, and descending almost to the knees, where it is met by huge leather boots, covering a part of the thigh, such as are worn by the fishermen on many of our coasts. Their hats are fan-tailed, like the dustmen's. The flushermen are well-conducted men generally, and for the most part fine, stalwart, good-looking specimens of the English labourer. Were they not known or believed to be temperate, they would not be employed. They have, as a body, no benefit or sick clubs, but a third of them, I was told, or perhaps nearly a third, were members of general benefit societies. I found several intelligent men among them. They are engaged by the contractors upon whom they call to solicit work. Since Mr. Roe's time, and Mr. Roe is evidently the popular man among the flushermen, or somewhat less than 4 years ago, the flushermen have had to provide their own dresses, and even their own shovels, to stir up the deposit. To contractors, the comforts or health of the labouring men must necessarily be a secondary consideration to the realisation of a profit. New men can always be found. Safe investments cannot. The wages of the flushermen therefore have been not only decreased, but their expenses increased. A pair of flushing boots, covering a part of the thigh, similar to those worn by seaside fishermen, costs 30s as a low price, and a flusherman wears out 3 pairs in 2 years. Boot stockings cost 2s 6d. The jacket worn by the men at their work in the sewers, in the shape of a pilot jacket, but fitting less loosely, is 7s 6d. A blue smock, of coarse common cloth generally, worn over the dress, costs 2s 6d. A shovel is 2s 6d. "Aye, sir," said one man, who was greatly dissatisfied with this change, "they'll make soldiers find their own regimentals next, and maybe their own guns, acause they can always get rucks of men for soldiers or labourers. I know there's plenty would work for less than we get, but what of that? There always is. There's hundreds would do the work for half what the surveyors and inspectors gets, but it's all right among the nobs." Nor is the labour of the flushermen at all times so easy or of such circumscribed hours as I have stated it to be in the regular way of flushing. When small branch sewers have to be flushed, the deposit must first be loosened, or the water, instead of sweeping it away, would flow over it, and in many of these sewers, most frequent in the Tower hamlets, the height is not more than 3 feet. Some of the flushermen are tall, bulky, strong fellows, and cannot stand upright in less than from 5 feet 8 inches to 6 feet, and in loosening the deposit in low narrow sewers, "We go to work," said one of them, "on our bellies like frogs, with a rake between our legs. I've been blinded by steam in such sewers near Whitechapel Church from the brewhouses. I couldn't see for steam. It was a regular London fog. You must get out again into the main sewer on your belly. That's what makes it harder about the togs. They get worn so." The division of labour among the flushermen appears to be as follows: the inspector, whose duty it is to go round the several sewers and see which require to be flushed; the ganger, or head of the working gang, who receives his orders from the inspector and directs the men accordingly; the lock-keeper, or man who goes round to the sewers which are about to be flushed and fixes the penstocks for retaining the water; the gang, which consists of from 3 to 4 men who loosen the deposit from the bottom of the sewer. Among these there is generally a forward man, whose duty it is to remove the penstocks. The ganger gets 1s. a week over and above the wages of the men. Table showing the districts under the management of the Commissioners of Sewers, also the number and salaries of the clerks of the works, assistant clerks of the works, and inspectors of flushing, paid by the Commissioners, and the number and wages paid to the flushermen by the general contractors. Fulham and Hammersmith, Counters Creek and Ranelagh districts. Paid by the Commissioners of Sewers. Clerks of Works 3. Annual salary of the whole £450. Assistant Clerks of Works, note, these officers are paid only during the period of service and are chiefly engaged on special works. The corresponding officers for London are under the City Commissioners. End note. Assistant Clerks of Works 4. Rate of annual salary £400. Inspectors of Flushings 1. Annual salary of the whole £120. Flap and sluice keepers none. Aggregate total £970. Paid by contractors. Gangers 2. Weekly wage of each 22s. Flushers 13. Weekly wage of each 21s. Aggregate total £824 4s. Westminster Sewers, Western Division, Eastern Division, Regent Street District, Holborn Division. Paid by the Commissioners of Sewers. Clerks of Works 4. Annual salary of the whole £600. Assistant Clerks of Works 3. Rate of annual salary £300. Inspectors of Flushings 1. Annual salary of the whole £80. Flap and sluice keepers 6. Yearly wages of the whole £390. Aggregate total £1,370. Paid by contractors. Gangers 3. Weekly wage of each 22s. Flushers 30. Weekly wage of each 21s. Aggregate total £1,809 and 12s. Finsbury Division, Tower Hamlets Levels and Poplar and Blackwall districts. Paid by the Commissioners of Sewers. Clerks of Works 3. Annual salary of the whole £450. Assistant Clerks of Works 2. Rate of annual salary £200. Inspectors of Flushings 3. Annual salary of the whole £280. Flap and sluice keepers 1. Yearly wages of the whole £70. Aggregate total £1,000. Paid by contractors. Gangers 3. Weekly wage of each 22s. Flushers 27. Weekly wage of each 21s. Aggregate total £1,645 16s. Districts south of the Thames. Paid by the Commissioners of Sewers. Clerks of Works 3. Annual salary of the whole £450. Assistant Clerks of Works 6. Rate of annual salary £600. Inspectors of Flushings 4. Annual salary of the whole £320. Flap and sluice keepers 12. Yearly wages of the whole £374. Aggregate total £1,744. Paid by contractors. Gangers 2. Weekly wage of each 22s. Flushers 22. Weekly wage of each 21s. Aggregate total £1,315.12. Total paid by the Commissioners of Sewers. Clerks of Works 13. Annual salary of the whole £1,950. Assistant Clerks of Works 15. Rate of annual salary £1,500. Inspectors of Flushings 9. Annual salary of the whole £800. Flap and Sluice Keepers 19. Yearly wages of the whole £834. Aggregate total £5,084. Paid by contractors, gangers 10, flushers 22. Aggregate total £5,595.04. City, paid by the Commissioners of Sewers. Inspectors of Flushings 1. Annual salary of the whole £80. Flap and Sluice Keepers 3. Yearly wages of the whole £148. Aggregate total £228. Paid by contractors, gangers 1. Weekly wage of each 22 shillings. Flushers 9. Weekly wage of each 21 shillings. Aggregate total £548, 12 shillings. The above division of districts is the one adopted by the Commissioners of Sewers, but the districts of the flushermen are more numerous than those above given, being as follows: Fulham and Hammersmith employing 1 ganger and 6 flushermen. Counters Creek and Ranelagh districts employing 1 ganger and 7 flushermen. This is the 1st District of Commissioners. Westminster Western Division employing 1 ganger and 10 flushermen. Westminster Eastern Division employing 1 ganger and 12 flushermen, and Holborn Division employing 1 ganger and 8 flushermen. This is the 2nd District of Commissioners. Finsbury Division employing 1 ganger and 9 flushermen. Tower Hamlets Levels employing 1 ganger and 10 flushermen, and Poplar and Blackwall employing 1 ganger and 8 flushermen. This is the 3rd District of Commissioners. Districts south of the Thames employing 2 gangers and 22 flushermen. This is the 4th District of Commissioners. City employing 1 ganger and 9 flushermen. Holborn and Finsbury districts are under 1 contractor, and so are the 2 divisions of Westminster. The same men who flush Holborn flush the Finsbury district also, 17 being the average number employed. But the Finsbury district requires rather more men than the Holborn, and the same men who work on the Western division of Westminster flush also the Eastern, the number of flushers in the Western district being more on account of its being the larger division. The inspector receives £80 per annum. The table just given shows the number of clerks of the works, inspectors of flushing, flap and sluice keepers, gangers and flushermen employed in the several districts throughout the metropolis, as well as the salaries and wages of each and the whole. None of the flushermen can be said to have been brought up to the business, for boys are never employed in the sewers. Neither had the labourers been confined in their youth to any branch of trade in particular, which would appear to be consonant to such employment. There are now among the flushermen men who have been accustomed to all sorts of groundwork: tailors, potboys, painters, 1 jeweller (some time ago there was also 1 gentleman), and shoemakers. "You see, sir," said one informant, "many of such, like mechanics, can't live above ground, so they tries to get their bread underneath it. There used to be a great many pensioners flushermen, which weren't right," said one man, "when so many honest working men haven't a penny, and don't know which way to turn theirselves. But pensioners have often good friends and good interest. I don't hear any complaints that way now." Among the flushermen are some 10 or 12 men who have been engaged in sewer work of one kind or another between 20 and 30 years. The cholera, I heard from several quarters, did not, in 1848, attack any of the flushermen. The answer to an inquiry on the subject generally was, "Not one that I know of." It is a somewhat singular circumstance, says Mr. Haywood, the city surveyor, in his report dated February 1850, that none of the men employed in the city sewers in flushing and cleansing have been attacked with, or have died of, cholera during the past year, This was also the case in 1832 to 1833. I do not state this to prove that the atmosphere of the sewers is not unhealthy. I by no means believe an impure atmosphere is healthy, but I state the naked fact as it appears to me a somewhat singular circumstance, and leave it to pathologists to argue upon. "I don't think flushing work disagrees with my husband," said a flusherman's wife to me, "for he eats about as much again at that work as he did at the other." "The smell underground is sometimes very bad," said the man, "but then we generally take a drop of rum first, and something to eat. It wouldn't do to go into it on an empty stomach, 'cause it would get into our inside, but in some sewers there's scarcely any smell at all. Most of the men are healthy who are engaged in it, and when the cholera was about, many used to ask us how it was we escaped." The following statement contains the history of an individual flusherman. "I was brought up to the sea," he said, "and served on board a man-of-war, the Racer, a 16-gun brig, laying off Cuba in the West Indies, and thereaway, watching the slavers. I served 7 years. We were paid off in 43 at Portsmouth, and a friend got me into the shores. It was a great change from the open sea to a closed shore. Great. And I didn't like it at all at first. But it suits a married man, as I am now, with a family, much better than being a seaman, for a man aboard a ship can hardly do his children justice in their schooling and such like. Well, I didn't much admire going down the manhole at first. The manhole is a sort of iron trapdoor that you unlock and pull up. It leads to a lot of steps, and so you get into the shore. But one soon gets accustomed to anything. I've been at flushing and shore work now since 43, all but 11 weeks, which was before I got engaged. We work in gangs from 3 to 5 men. Note, here I had an account of the process of flushing, such as I have given. End note. I've been carried off my feet sometimes in the flush of a shore. Why, today, note, a very rainy and windy day, February the 4th, end note. It came down Baker Street when we flushed it, 4 foot plumb. It would have done for a mill dam. One couldn't smoke or do anything. Oh yes, we can have a pipe and a chat now and then in the shore. The tobacco checks the smell. No, I can't say I felt the smell very bad when I first was in ashore. I've felt it worse since. I've been made innocent drunk like in ashore by a drain from a distiller's. That happened to me first in Vine Street shore, St. Giles, from Mr. Ricketts' distillery. It came into the shore like steam. No, I can't say it tasted like gin when you breathed it, only intoxicating like. It was the same in Whitechapel from Smith's distillery. One night I was forced to leave off there, the steam had such an effect. I was falling on my back when a mate caught me. The breweries have something of the same effect, but nothing like so strong as the distilleries. It comes into the shore from the brewers' places in steam. I've known such a steam followed by bushels of grains. Aye, sir, cartloads washed into the shore. Well, I never found anything in a shore worth picking up but once a half-crown. That was in the Buckingham Palace sewer. Another time I found 16 shillings 6pence, and thought that was a haul. But every bit of it, every coin, shillings and sixpences and joys, was bad, all smashers. Yes, of course it was a disappointment, naturally so. That happened in Brick Lane shore, Whitechapel. Oh, somebody or other had got frightened, I suppose, and had shied the coins down into the drains. I found them just by the chapel there. A second man gave me the following account of his experience in flushing. You remember, sir, that great storm on the 1st of August 1848. I was in 3 shores that fell in, Conduit Street and Faubert's Passage, Regent Street. There was then a risk of being drowned in the shores, but no lives were lost. All the house drains were blocked about Carnaby Market, that's the Faubert's Passage shore, and the poor people was what you might call houseless. We got in up to the neck in water in some places, 'cause we had to stoop, and knocked about the rubbish as well as we could, to give a way to the water. The police put up barriers to prevent any carts or carriages going that way along the streets. No, there was no lives lost in the shores. One man was so overcome that he was falling off into a sort of sleep in Milford Lane shore, but was pulled out. I helped to pull him. He was as heavy as lead with one thing or another, wet and all that. Another time, 6 or 7 years ago, Whitechapel High Street shore was almost choked with butcher's offal, and we had a great deal of trouble with it.
End of section 79.
Section 80 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the rats in the sewers. I will now state what I have learned from long-experienced men as to the characteristics of the rats in the sewers. To arrive even at a conjecture as to the numbers of these creatures, now as it were the population of the sewers, I found impossible, for no statistical observations have been made on the subject, but all my informants agreed that the number of the animals had been greatly diminished within these 4 or 5 years. In the better constructed sewers there are no rats. In the old sewers they abound. The sewer rat is the ordinary house or brown rat, excepting at the outlets near the river, and here the water rat is seen. The sewer rat is the common brown or Hanoverian rat, said by the Jacobites to have come in with the first George, and established itself after the fashion of his royal family, and undoubtedly such was about the era of their appearance. One man who had worked 12 years in the sewers before flushing was general, told me he had never seen but 2 black, or Old English, rats. Another man of 10 years' experience had seen but 1. Others had noted no difference in the rats. I may observe that in my inquiries as to the sale of rats, as a part of the live animals dealt in by a class in the metropolis, I ascertained that in the older granaries, where there were series of floors, there were black as well as brown rats. "Great black fellows," said one man who managed a Bermondsey granary, "as would frighten a lady into asterisks to see of a sudden." The rat is the only animal found in the sewers. I met with no flusherman or other sewer worker who had ever seen a lizard, toad, or frog there, although the existence of these creatures in such circumstances has been presumed. A few live cats find their way into the subterranean channels when a house drain is being built, or is opened for repairs, or for any purpose, and have been seen by the flushermen and so on wandering about, looking lost, mewing as if in misery, and avoiding any contact with the sewage. The rats also, for they are not of the water rat breed, are exceedingly averse to wetting their feet, and take to the sewage, as it was worded to me, only in prospect of danger. That is, they then swim across or along the current to escape with their lives. It is said that when a luckless cat has ventured into the sewers, she is sometimes literally worried by the rats. I could not hear of such an attack having been witnessed by anyone, but one intelligent and trustworthy man said that a few years back, he believed about 8 years, he had in 1 week found the skeletons of 2 cats, in a particular part of an old sewer 21 feet wide, and in the drains opening into it were perfect colonies of rats, raging with hunger, he had no doubt, because a system of trapping, newly resorted to, had prevented their usual ingress into the houses up the drains. A portion of their fur adhered to the 2 cats, but the flesh had been eaten from their bones. About that time a troop of rats flew at the feet of another of my informants, and would no doubt have maimed him seriously. "But my boots," said he, "stop the devils." "The sewers generally swarms with rats," said another man. "I runs away from them. I don't like 'em. They in general gets away from us, but in case we comes to a stunt end where there's a wall and no place for 'em to get away, and we goes to touch 'em, they fly at us. There's some of 'em as big as good-sized kittens. One of our men caught hold of one the other day by the tail, and he found it trying to release itself, and the tail slipping through his fingers, so he put up his left hand to stop it, and the rat caught hold of his finger, and the man's got an arm now as big as his thigh." I heard from several that there had been occasionally battles among the rats, one with another. "Why, sir," said one flusherman, "as to the number of rats, it ain't possible to say. There hasn't been a census (laughing) taken of them, but I can tell you this, I was one of the first flushermen when flushing came in general. I think it was before Christmas 1847, under Mr. Roe. and there was cartloads and cartloads of drowned rats carried into the Thames. It was in a West Strand shore that I saw the most. I don't exactly remember which, but I think Northumberland Street. By a block or a hitch of some sort there was, I should say, just a bushel of drowned rats stopped at the corner of one of the gates, which I swept into the next stream. I see far fewer drowned rats now than before the shores was flushed. They're not so plenty, that's one thing. Perhaps, too, they may have got to understand about flushing. They're that cute, and manage to keep out of the way. About Newgate Market was at one time the worst for rats. Men couldn't venture into the sewers then, on account of the varmint. It's bad enough still, I hear, but I haven't worked in the city for a few years. The rats, from the best information at my command, do not derive much of their sustenance from the matter in the sewers, or only in particular localities. These localities are the sewers neighbouring a connected series of slaughterhouses, as in Newgate Market, Whitechapel, Clare Market, parts adjoining Smithfield Market, and so on. There, animal offal being, and having been to a much greater extent 5 or 6 years ago, swept into the drains and sewers, the rats find their food. In the sewers generally there is little food for them, and none at all in the best constructed sewers, where there is a regular and sometimes rapid flow, and little or no deposit. The sewers are these animals' breeding grounds. In them the broods are usually safe from the molestation of men, dogs, or cats. These breeding grounds are sometimes in the holes, excavated by the industry of the rats into caves, which have been formed in the old sewers by a crumbled brick having fallen out. Their nests, however, are in some parts even more frequent in places where old rotting large house drains or smaller sewers empty themselves into a first-class sewer. Here then the rats breed, and in spite of precautions find their way up the drains or pipes, even through the openings into water closets, into the houses for their food, and almost always at night. Of this fact builders, and those best informed, are confident, and it is proved indirectly by what I have stated as to the deficiency of food for a voracious creature in all the sewers except a few. One man, long in the service of the Commissioners of Sewers, and in different capacities, gave me the following account of what may be called a rat settlement. The statement I found confirmed by other working men and by superior officers under the same employment. "Why, sir, in the Milford Lane sewer, a goodish bit before you get to the river, or to the Strand, I can't say how far, a few 100 yards perhaps, I've seen and reported what was a regular chamber of rats. If a brick didn't fall out from being rotted, the rats would get it out, and send it among other rubbish into the sewer, for this place was just the corner of a big drain. I couldn't get into the rat hole, of course not, but I've brought my lamp to the opening, and as well as others, have seen it plain. It was an open place like a lot of tunnels one over another, like a lot of rabbit burrows in the country, as I've known to be, or like the partitions in the pigeon houses, one here and another there. The rat holes, as far as I could tell, were worked one after another. I should say in moderation that it was the size of a small room, well, say about 6 yards by 4. I can't say about the height from the lowest tunnel to the highest. I don't see that anyone could. Bless you, sir, I've sometimes heard the rats fighting and squeaking there, like a parcel of drunken Irishmen. I have indeed. Some of them were rare big fellows. If you threw the light of your lamp on them sudden, they'd be off like a shot. Well, I should say there was 100 pair of rats there. There might be more, besides all their young uns. If a poor cat strayed into that sewer, she'd durst tackle the rats, not she. There's lots of such places, sir, here and there, and everywhere." "I believe rats," says a late enthusiastic writer on the subject, under the cognomen of Uncle James, "to be one of the most fertile causes of national and universal distress, and their attendants, misery and starvation." From the author's inquiries among practical men, and from his own study of the natural history of the rat, he shows that these animals will have 6, 7, or 8 nests of young in the year, from 3 or 4 years together; that they have from 12 to 23 at a litter, and breed at 3 months old, and that there are more female than male rats by 10 to 6. The author seems somewhat of an enthusiast about rats, and as the sewerage is often the headquarters of these animals, their breeding ground indeed, I extract the following curious matter. He says, quote, "Now I propose to lay down my calculations at something less than 1/2. In the first place, I say 4 litters in the year, beginning and ending with a litter, so making 13 litters in 3 years. Secondly, to have 8 young ones at a birth, half male and half female. Thirdly, the young ones to have a litter at 6 months old. At this calculation I will take 1 pair of rats, and at the expiration of 3 years, what do you suppose will be the amount of living rats? Why, no less a number than 646,808. Mr. Shaw's little dog, Tiny, under 6 pounds weight, has destroyed 2,525 pairs of rats, which, had they been permitted to live, would at the same calculation and in the same time have produced 1,633,190,200 living rats. And the rats destroyed by Messrs. Shaw and Sabin in 1 year, amounting to 17,000 pairs, would, had they been permitted to live, have produced at the above calculation and in the same time no less a number than 10,995,736,000 living rats. Now let us calculate the amount of human food that these rats would destroy. In the first place, my informants tell me that 6 rats will consume day by day as much food as a man. Secondly, that the thing has been tested, and that my estimate given was that 8 rats would consume more than an ordinary man. Now, I, to place the thing beyond the smallest shadow of a doubt, will set down 10 rats to eat as much as a man, not a child. Nor will I say anything about what rats waste. And what shall we find to be the alarming result? Why, that the first pair of rats, with the 3 years' progeny, would consume in the night more food than 64,680 men the year round, and leaving 8 rats to spare." End quote. The author then puts forth the following curious statement, quote, "And now for the vermin destroyed by Messrs. Shaw and Sabin, 34,000 yearly. Taken at the same calculation, with their 3 years' progeny, can you believe it, they would consume more food than the whole population of the earth. Yes, if Omnipotence would raise up 29,573,600 more people, these rats would consume as much food as them all. You may wonder, but I will prove it to you. The population of the earth, including men, women, and children, is estimated to be 970 million souls, and the 17,000 rats in 3 years would produce 10,995,736,000. Consequently, at 10 rats per man, there would be sufficient rats to eat as much food as all the people on the earth, and leaving 1,295,736,000. So that if the human family were increased to 1,099,573,600, instead of the 970 million, there would be rats enough to eat the food of them all. Now, sirs, is not this a most appalling thing, to think that there are at the present time in the British Empire thousands, nay, millions, of human beings in a state of utter starvation, while rats are consuming that which would place them and their families in a state of affluence and comfort? I ask this simple question. Has not Parliament ere now been summoned upon matters of far less importance to the Empire? I think it has." End quote. The author then advocates the repeal of the rat tax, that is, the tax on what he calls the true friend of man and remorseless destroyer of rats, the well-bred terrier dog. "Take the tax off rat-killing dogs," he says, "and give a legality to rat-killing, and let there be in each parish a man who will pay a reward per head for dead rats, which are valuable for manure," note, as was done in the case of wolves in the old days, "and then rats would be extinguished forever." Uncle James seems to be a perfect Malthus among rats. The overpopulation and over-rat theories are about equal in reason. End of section 80.
Section 81
of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the cesspoolage and nightmen of the metropolis. I have already shown, it may be necessary to remind the reader, that there are two modes of removing the wet refuse of the metropolis, the one by carrying it off by means of sewers, or, as it is designated, sewerage, and the other by depositing it in some neighbouring cesspool, or what is termed cesspoolage. The object of sewerage is, quote, to transport the wet refuse of a town to a river or some powerfully current stream by a series of ducts. End quote. By the system of cesspoolage, the wet refuse of the household is collected in an adjacent tank, and when the reservoir is full, the contents are removed to some other part. The gross quantity of wet refuse annually produced in the metropolis, and which consequently has to be removed by one or other of the above means, is, as we have seen, liquid 24,000 million gallons, solid 100,000 tons, or altogether, by admeasurement, 3,820 million cubic feet. The quantity of this wet refuse which finds its way into the sewers by street and house drainage is, according to the experiments of the Commissioners of Sewers, as detailed at page 388, 10 million cubic feet per day, or 3,650 million cubic feet per annum, so that there remain about 170 million cubic feet to be accounted for. But, as we have before seen, the extent of surface from which the amount of so-called metropolitan sewage was removed was only 58 square miles, whereas that from which the calculation was made concerning the gross quantity of wet refuse produced throughout the metropolis was 115 square miles, or double the size. The 58 miles measured by the Commissioners, however, was by far the denser moiety of the town, and that in which the houses and streets were as 15 to 1, so that allowing the remaining 58 miles of the suburban districts to have produced 20 times less sewage than the urban half of the metropolis, the extra yield would have been about 180,500,000 cubic feet. But the greater proportion, if not the whole, of the latter quantity of wet house refuse would be drained into open ditches, where a considerable amount of evaporation and absorption is continually going on, so that a large allowance must be made for loss by these means. Perhaps if we estimate the quantity of sewage thus absorbed and evaporated at between 10 and 20% of the whole, we shall not be wide of the truth, so that we shall have to reduce the 182 million cubic feet of suburban sewage to somewhere about 150 million cubic feet. This gives us the quantity of wet refuse carried off by the sewers, covered and open, of the metropolis, and deducted from the gross quantity of wet house refuse annually produced, 3,820 million cubic feet, leaves 20 million cubic feet for the gross quantity carried off by other means than the sewers. That is to say, the 20 million cubic feet, if the calculation be right, should be about the quantity deposited every year in the London cesspools. Let us see whether this approximates to anything like the real quantity. To ascertain the absolute quantity of wet refuse annually conveyed into the metropolitan cesspools, we must first ascertain the number and capacity of the cesspools themselves. Of the City of London, where the sewer cesspool details are given with a minuteness highly commendable, as affording statistical data of great value, Mr. Haywood gives the following returns. House drainage of the City. The total number of premises drained during the year was 310. The approximate number of premises drained at the expiration of the year 1850 was 10,923. The total number of premises which may now therefore be said to be drained is 11,233, and undrained 5,067. I am induced, adds Mr. Haywood, to believe from the reports of the district inspectors that a very far larger number of houses are already drained than are herein given, Indeed, my impression is that as many as 3,000 might be deducted from the 5,067 houses, as to the drainage of which you have no information. Now, until the inspectors have completed their survey of the whole of the houses within the city, continues the city surveyor, precise information cannot be given as to the number of houses yet undrained. Such information appears to me very important to obtain speedily, and I beg to recommend that instructions be given to the inspectors to proceed with their survey as rapidly as possible. Hence it appears that out of the 16,290 houses comprised within the boundaries of the city, rather less than 1/3 are reported to have cesspools. Concerning the number of cesspools without the city, the Board of Health, in a report on the cholera in 1849, put forward one of its usual extraordinary statements. At the last census in 1841, runs the report, there were 270,859 houses in the metropolis. It is known that there is scarcely a house without a cesspool under it, and that a large number have 2, 3, 4, and more under them, so that the number of such receptacles in the metropolis may be taken at 300,000. The exposed surface of each cesspool measures on an average 9 feet, and the mean depth of the hole is about 6½ feet, so that each contains 58½ cubic feet of fermenting filth of the most poisonous, noisome, and disgusting nature. The exhaling surface of all the cesspools, 300,000 times 9, equals 2,700,000 feet, or equal to 62 acres nearly, and the total quantity of foul matter contained within them, 300,000 times 58½ equals 17,550,000 cubic feet, or equal to one enormous elongated stagnant cesspool 50 feet in width, 6 feet 6 inches in depth, and extending through London from the Broadway at Hammersmith to Bow Bridge, a length of 10 miles. This, says the Metropolitan Sanitary Commissioners, a body of functionaries so intimately connected with the board that the one is ever ready to swear to what the other asserts, there is reason to believe is an underestimate. Let us now compare this statement, which declares it to be known that there is scarcely a house in London without a cesspool, and that many have 2, 3, 4, and even more under them. Let us compare this, I say, with the facts which were elicited by the same functionaries by means of a house-to-house inquiry in 3 different parishes, a poor, a middle class, and a rich one, the average rental of each being £22, £119, and £128. Results of a house-to-house inquiry in the parishes of St George the Martyr, Southwark, St Anne's, Soho, and St James's, as to the state of the works of water supply and drainage. From which replies have been received: St George the Martyr, Southwark, 5,713, St Anne's, Soho, 1,339, St James's, 2,960. Condition of the houses. With supply of water. To the house or premises, St George the Martyr, 80.97%, St Anne's, 95.56%, St James's, 96.48%. Near the Privy, St George, 48.87%, St Anne's, 38.99%, St James's, 43.42%. Butts or cisterns, covered, St George, 1,879, St Anne's, 776, St James's, 1,621. Uncovered, St George, 2,074, St Anne's, 294, St James's, 393. With a sink, St George, 48.31%, St Anne's, 89.29%, St James's, 86.7%. With a well, on or near the premises, St George, 5.32%, St Anne's, 13.97%, St James's, 13.85%. Well tainted or foul, St George, 46.92%, St Anne's, 3.71%, St James's 7.36%. Houses damp in lower parts: St George 52.13%, St Anne's 30.9%, St James's 26.67%. Houses with stagnant water on premises: St George 18.54%, St Anne's 7.95%, St James's 2.95%. Houses flooded in times of storm: St George 18.15%, St Anne's 5.04%, St James's 4.05%. Houses with drain to the premises: St George 87.56%, St Anne's 97.12%, St James's 96.42%. Houses with drains emitting offensive smells: St George 45.11%, St Anne's 37.62%, St James's 21.41%. Houses with drains stopped at times: St George 22.37%, St Anne's 28.5%, St James's 13.97%. Houses with dust bin: St George 42.69%, St Anne's 92.34%, St James's 89.8%. Houses receiving offensive smells from adjoining premises: St George 27.82%, St Anne's 22.54%, St James's 16.74%. Houses with privy: St George 97.03%, St Anne's 70.63%, St James's 62.53%. Houses with cesspool: St George 82.12%, St Anne's 47.27%, St James's 36.62%. Houses with water closet: St George 10.06%, St Anne's 45.99%, St James's 65.86%. In this minute and searching investigation, there is not only an official guide to an estimation of the number of cesspools in London, but a curious indication of the character of the houses in the respective parishes. In the poorer parish of St George the Martyr, Southwark, the cesspools were to every 100 houses as 82.12, in the aristocratic parish of St James, Westminster, as only 36.62, while in what may be represented perhaps as the middle-class parish of St Anne, Soho, the cesspools were 47.27%. The number of wells on or near the premises, and the proportion of those tainted, the ratio of the dampness of the lower parts of the houses, of the stagnant water on the premises, and of the flooding of the houses on occasions of storms, are all significant indications of the difference in the circumstances of the inhabitants of these parishes, of the difference between the abodes of the rich and the poor, the capitalists and the labouring classes. But more significant still, perhaps, of the domestic wants or comforts of these dwellings is the proportion of water closets to the houses in the poor parish and the rich. In the one they were but 10.06%, in the other 65.86%. These returns are sufficient to show the extravagance of the Board's previous statement that there is "scarcely a house in London without a cesspool under it," while "a large number have 2, 3, 4, and more," for we find that even in the poorer parishes there are only 82 cesspools to 100 houses. Moreover, the engineers, after an official examination and inquiry, reported that in the fever nest known as Jacob's Island, Bermondsey, there were 1,317 dwelling houses and 648 cesspools, or not quite 50 cesspools to 100 houses. In rich, middle class, and poor parishes, the proportion of cesspools then, it appears from the inquiries of the Board of Health, their guesses are of no earthly value, gives us an average of something between 50 or 60 cesspools to every 100 houses. A subordinate officer whom I saw, and who was engaged in the cleansing and the filling up of cesspools when condemned, or when the houses are to be drained anew into the sewers and the cesspools abolished, thought from his own experience the number of cesspools to be less than one half, but others thought it more. On the other hand, a nightman told me he was confident that every 2 houses in 3 throughout London had cesspools. In the city, however, we perceive that there is, at the utmost, only 1 house in every 3 undrained. It will therefore be safest to adopt a middle course, and assume 50% of the houses of the metropolis to be still without drainage into the sewers. Now, the number of houses being 300,000, it follows that the number of cesspools within the area of the metropolis are about 150,000. Consequently, the next step in the investigation is to ascertain the average capacity of each, and so arrive at the gross quantity of wet house refuse annually deposited in cesspools throughout London. The average size of the cesspools throughout the metropolis is said by the Board of Health to be 9 feet by 6.5, which gives a capacity of 58.5 cubic feet, and this for 150,000 houses equals 8,775,000 cubic feet. But according to all accounts, these cesspools require, on an average, 2 years to fill, so that the gross quantity of wet refuse annually deposited in such places can be taken at only half the above quantity, namely, in round numbers, 4,500,000 cubic feet. This, by weight, at the rate of 35.9 cubic feet to the ton, gives 125,345 tons. This, however, would appear to be of a piece with the generality of the statistics of the Board of Health, and as wide of the truth as was the statement that there was scarcely a house in London without a cesspool, while many had 3, 4, and even more. But I am credibly informed that the average size of a cesspool is rather more than 5 feet square and 6.5 deep, so that the ordinary capacity would be 5¾ times 5¼ times 6.5 equals 197 cubic feet, and this multiplied by 150,000 gives an aggregate capacity of 29,550,000 cubic feet. But as the cesspools, according to all accounts, become full only once in 2 years, it follows that the gross quantity of cesspoolage annually deposited throughout the metropolis must be only 1/2 that quantity, or about 14,775,000 cubic feet. The calculation may be made another way, namely by the experience of the nightman and the sewer cesspoolman as to the average quantity of refuse removed from the London cesspools whenever emptied, as well as the average number emptied yearly. The contents of a cesspool are never estimated for any purpose of sale or labour by the weight, but always, as regards the nightman's work, by the load. Each night cart load of soil is considered on an average a ton in weight, so that the nightmen readily estimate the number of tons by the number of cartloads obtained. The men employed in the cleansing of the cesspools by the new system of pumping agree with the nightmen as to the average contents of a cesspool. As a general rule, a cesspool is filled every 2 years, and holds when full about 5 tons. One man who had been upwards of 30 years in the nightman's business, who had worked at it more or less all that time himself, and who is now foreman to a parish contractor and master nightman in a large way, spoke positively on the subject. The cesspools, he declared, were emptied as an average by nightmen once in 2 years, and their average contents were 5 loads of night soil, it having been always understood in the trade that a night cartload was about a ton. Note, in one of their reports, the Board of Health has spoken of the yearly cleansing of the cesspools, but a cesspool, I am assured, is rarely emptied by manual labour unless it be full, for as the process is generally regarded as a nuisance, it is resorted to as seldom as possible. It may perhaps be different with the cesspool emptying by the hydraulic process, which is not a nuisance. End note. The total of the cesspool matter is not affected by the frequency or paucity of the cleansing away of the filth, for if one cesspool be emptied yearly, another is emptied every 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th year, and according to the size, the fair average is 5 tons of cesspoolage emptied from each every other year. One master nightman had emptied as much as 14 tons of night soil from a cesspool or soil tank, and a contractor's man had once emptied as many as 18 tons. But both agreed as to the average of 5 tons every 2 years from all. Neither knew the period of the accumulation of the 14 or the 18 tons, but supposed to be about 5 or 6 years. According to this mode of estimate, the quantity of wet house refuse deposited in cesspools would be equal to 150,000 times 5, or 750,000 tons every 2 years. This, by admeasurement at the rate of 35.9 cubic feet to the ton, gives 26,925,000 cubic feet, and as this is the accumulation of 2 years, it follows that 13,462,500 cubic feet is the quantity of cesspoolage deposited yearly. There is still another mode of checking this estimate. I have already given, see page 385 ante, the average production of each individual to the wet refuse of the metropolis. According to the experiments of Boussingault, confirmed by Liebig, this, as I have stated, amounted to 1/4 pound of solid and 1 1/4 pound of liquid excrement from each individual per diem, equal to 150 pounds for every 100 persons, while, including the wet refuse from culinary operations, the average yield, according to the surveyor of the Commissioners of Sewers, was equal to about 250 pounds for every 100 individuals daily. I may add that this calculation was made officially with engineering minuteness, with a view to ascertain what quantity of water and what inclination in its flow would be required for the effective working of a system of drainage to supersede the cesspools. Note, it was ascertained that 3 gallons, half a cubic foot, of water would carry off 1 pound of the more solid excrementitious matter through a 6-inch pipe, with an inclination of 1 in 10. End note. Now the census of 1841 shows us that the average number of inhabitants to each house throughout the metropolis was 7.6, and this for 150,000 houses would give 1,140,000 people. Consequently, the gross quantity of wet refuse proceeding from this number of persons, at the rate of 250 pounds to every 100 people daily, would be 464,400 tons per annum, or by admeasurement, at the rate of 35.9 cubic feet to the ton, it would be equal to 16,670,950 cubic feet. A small proportion of this amount of cesspoolage ultimately makes its appearance in the sewers, being pumped into them directly from the cesspools when full by means of a special apparatus, and thus tends not only to swell the bulk of sewage, but to decrease in a like proportion the aggregate quantity of wet house refuse which is removed by cartage. But though the proportion of cesspoolage which finally appears as sewage is daily increasing, still it is but trifling compared with the quantity removed by cartage. Here then we have 3 different estimates as to the gross quantity of the London cesspoolage, each slightly varying from the other 2. The first, drawn from the average capacity of the London cesspools, makes the gross annual amount of cesspoolage 14,775,000 cubic feet. The second, deduced from the average quantity removed from each cesspool, 13,462,500 cubic feet. And the third, calculated from the individual production of wet refuse, 16,670,950 cubic feet. The mean of these 3 results is, in round numbers, 15 million cubic feet, so that the statement would stand thus: the quantity of wet house refuse annually carried off by sewers, chiefly covered, from the urban moiety of the metropolis is, in cubic feet, 3,650 million. The quantity annually carried off by sewers, principally open, from the suburban moiety of the metropolis, 150 million. The total amount of wet house refuse annually carried off by the sewers of the metropolis, 3,800 million cubic feet. The gross amount of wet house refuse annually deposited in cesspools throughout the metropolis, 15 million cubic feet, giving the total amount of sewage and cesspoolage of the metropolis, 3,815 million cubic feet. Thus we perceive that the total quantity of wet house refuse annually removed corresponds so closely with the gross quantity of wet house refuse annually produced, that we may briefly conclude the gross sewage of London to be equal to 3,800 million cubic feet, and the gross cesspoolage to be equal to 15 million cubic feet. The accuracy of the above conclusion may be tested by another process, for unless the Board of Health's conjectural mode of getting at facts be adopted, it is absolutely necessary that statistics, not only upon this, but indeed any subject, be checked by all the different modes there may be of arriving at the same conclusion. False facts are worse than no facts at all. The number of nightmen may be summed up as follows: masters, 521, labourers, 200,000. The number of cesspools emptied during the past year by these men may be estimated at 50,692, and the quantity of soil removed, 253,460 loads or tons, and this at the rate of 35.9 cubic feet to the ton gives a total of 6,099,214 cubic feet. It might perhaps be expected that from the quantity of fecal refuse proceeding from the inhabitants of the metropolis, a greater quantity would be found in the existent cesspools, but there are many reasons for the contrary. One prime cause of the dispersion of cesspoolage is that a considerable quantity of the night soil does not find its way into the cesspools at all, but is, when the inhabitants have no privies to their dwellings, thrown into streets and courts and waste places. I cannot show this better than by a few extracts from Dr. Hector Gavin's work, published in 1848, entitled Sanitary Ramblings, being sketches and illustrations of Bethnal Green, and so on. Quote, Digby Walk, Globe Road. Part of this place is private property, and the landlord of the new houses has built a cesspool into which to drain his houses, but he will not permit the other houses to drain into this cesspool unless the parish pay to him £1, a sum which it will not pay." End quote. Of course, the inhabitants throw their garbage and filth into the streets or the by-places. Quote, "Whiskers Gardens. This is a very extensive piece of ground which is laid out in neat plots as gardens. The choicest flowers are frequently raised here, and great taste and considerable refinement are evidently possessed by those who cultivate them. Now, among the cultivators are the poor, even the very poor, of Bethnal Green. Attached to all these little plots of ground are summer houses. In the generality of cases they are mere wooden sheds, cabins, or huts. It is very greatly to be regretted that the proprietors of these gardens should permit the slight and fragile sheds in them to be converted into abodes for human beings. Sometimes they are divided into rooms. They are planted on the damp, undrained ground. The privies are sheds erected over holes in the ground. The soil itself is removed from these holes and is dug into the ground to promote its fertility. 3 Colt Lane. A deep ditch has been dug on either side of the Eastern Counties Railway by the Company. These ditches were dug by the Company to prevent the foundations of the arches being endangered, and are in no way to be considered as having been dug to promote the health of the neighbourhood. The double privies attached to the new houses, 22 in number, are immediately contiguous to this ditch, and are constructed so that the night soil shall drain into it. For this purpose the cesspools are small, and the bottoms are above the level of the ditch." End quote. It would be easy to multiply such proofs of night soil not finding its way into the cesspools, but the subject need not be further pursued, important as in many respects it may be. I need but say that in the several reports of the Board of Health are similar accounts of other localities. The same deficiency of cesspoolage is found in Paris, and from the same cause. What may be the quantity of night soil which becomes part of the contents of the street scavengers instead of the nightman's cart, no steps have been taken, or perhaps can be taken, by the public sanitary bodies to ascertain. Many of the worst of the nuisances, such as that in Digby Street, have been abolished, but they are still too characteristic of the very poor districts. The fault, however, appears to be with the owners of the property, and it is seldom they are coerced into doing their duty. The doubt of its paying a capitalist landlord to improve the unwholesome dwellings of the poor seems to be regarded as a far more sacred right than the right of the people to be delivered from the foul air and vile stenches to which their poverty may condemn them. There is, moreover, the great but unascertained waste from cesspool evaporation, and it must be recollected that of the 2½ pounds of cesspool refuse, calculated as the daily produce of each individual, 2¼ pounds are liquid. The gross cesspoolage of Paris should amount to upwards of 600,000 cubic metres, or more than 21 million cubic feet, at the estimate of 3 pints daily per head. The quantity actually collected, however, amounts to only 230,000 cubic metres, or rather more than 8 million cubic feet, which is 13 million cubic feet less than the amount produced. In London, the cesspoolage of 150 undrained houses should, at the rate of 2½ pounds to each individual, and 15 inhabitants to every 2 houses, amount to 16,500,000 cubic feet, or about 460,000 loads, whereas the quantity collected amounts to but little more than 250,000 loads, or about 9 million cubic feet. Hence the deficiency is 210,000 loads, or 7,500,000 cubic feet, which is nearly half of the entire quantity. In Paris, then, it would appear that only 38% of the refuse which is not removed by sewers is collected in the cesspools, whereas in London about 54.5% is so collected. The remainder in both cases is part deposited in by-places and removed by the scavenger's cart, part lost in evaporation, whereas a large proportion of the deficiency arises from a less quantity of water than the amount stated, being used by the very poor. We have now to see the means by which this 15 million cubic feet of cesspoolage is annually removed, as well as to ascertain the condition and incomes of the labourers engaged in the removal of it. Of the cesspool system of London. A cesspool, or some equivalent contrivance, has long existed in connection with the structure of the better class of houses in the metropolis, and there seems every reason to believe, though I am assured on good authority that there is no public or official record of the matter known to exist, that their use became more and more general, as in the case of the sewers, after the rebuilding of the city consequent upon the Great Fire of 1665. The older cesspools were of 2 kinds, soil tanks and bog holes. Soil tanks were the filth receptacles of the larger houses, and sometimes works of solid masonry. They were almost every size and depth, but always perhaps much deeper than the modern cesspools, which present an average depth of 6 feet to 6½ feet. The bog hole was, and is, a cavity dug into the earth, having less masonry than the soil tank, and sometimes no masonry at all, being in like manner the receptacle for the wet refuse from the house. The difference between these old contrivances and the present mode is principally in the following respect. The soil tank, or bog hole, formed a receptacle immediately under the privy, the floor of which has usually to be removed for purposes of cleansing, whereas the refuse is now more frequently carried into the modern cesspool by a system of drainage. Sometimes the soil tank was, when the nature of the situation of the premises permitted, in some outer place, such as an obscure part of the garden or courtyard, and perhaps 2 or more bog holes were drained into it, while often enough, by means of a grate or a trapdoor, any kind of refuse to be got rid of was thrown into it. I am informed that the average contents of a bog hole, such as now exist, are a cubic yard of matter. Some are round, some oblong, for there is or was great variation. Of the few remaining soil tanks, the varying sizes prevent any average being computable. What the old system of cesspoolage was may be judged from the fact that until somewhere about 1830 no cesspool matter could, without an indictable offence being committed, be drained into a sewer. Now, no new house can be erected, but it is an indictable offence if the cesspool, or rather water closet, matter be drained anywhere else than into the sewer. The law at the period specified required most strangely, so that, quote, the drains and sewers might not be choked, that cesspools should be not only periodically emptied, but made by nightmen, end quote. The principal means of effecting the change from cesspoolage to sewerage was the introduction of Bramah's water closets, patented in 1848, but not brought into general use for some 20 years or more after that date. The houses of the rich, owing to the refuse being drained away from the premises, improved both in wholesomeness and agreeableness, and so the law was relaxed. There are two kinds of cesspools, namely public and private. The public cesspools are those situated in courts, alleys, and places which, though often packed thickly with inhabitants, are not horse thoroughfares, or thoroughfares at all, and in such places 1, 2, or more cesspools receive the refuse from all the houses. I do not know that any official account of public cesspools has been published as to their number, character, and so on, but their number is insignificant when compared with those connected with private houses. The public cesspools are cleansed and, where possible, filled up, by order of the Commissioners of Sewers, the cost being then defrayed out of the rate. The private cesspools are cleansed at the expense of the occupiers of the houses. End of section 81. Section 82 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the cesspool and sewer system of Paris. Part 1. As the Court of Sewers have recently adopted some of the French regulations concerning cesspoolage, I will now give an account of the cesspool system of France. When, after the ravages of the epidemic cholera of 1848 to 1849, sanitary commissioners, under the authority of the legislature, pursued their inquiries, it was deemed essential to report upon the cesspool system of Paris, as that capital had also been ravaged by the epidemic. The task was entrusted to Mr. T. W. Rammel, C.E. Even in what the French delight to designate, and in some respects justly, the most refined city in the world, a filthy and indolent custom, once common, as I have shown in England, still prevails. In Paris, the kitchen and dry house refuse, and formerly it was the fecal refuse also, is deposited in the dark of the night in the streets, and removed as soon as the morning light permits by the public scavengers. But the refuse is not removed unexamined before being thrown into the cart of the proper functionary. There is in Paris a large and peculiar class, the chiffonniers, literally, in Anglo-Saxon rendering, the raggers, or rag-finders. These men nightly traverse the streets, each provided with a lantern and generally with a basket strapped to the back. The poorer sort, however, for poverty, like rank, has its gradations, make a bag answer the purpose. They have also a pole with an iron hook to its end, and a small shovel. The dirt heaps or mounds of dry house refuse are carefully turned over by these men, for their morrow's bread, as in the case of our own street finders, depends upon something saleable being acquired. Their prizes are bones, which sometimes they are seen to gnaw, bits of bread, wasted potatoes, broken pots, bottles, and glass, old pans, and odd pieces of old metal, cigar ends, waste paper, and rags. Although these people are known as rag pickers, rags are perhaps the very thing of which they pick the least, because the Parisians are least apt to throw them away. In some of the criminal trials in the French capital, the chiffonniers have given evidence, but not much of late, of what they have found in a certain locality, and supplied a link, sometimes an important one, to the evidence against a criminal. With these refuse heaps is still sometimes mixed matter which should have found its way into the cesspools, although this is an offence punishable, and occasionally punished. Before the habits of the Parisians are too freely condemned, let it be borne in mind that the houses of the French capital are much larger than in London, and that each floor is often the dwelling place of a family. Such is generally the case in London in the poorer districts, but in Paris it pervades almost all districts. There, some of the houses contain 70, not fugitive but permanent inmates. The average number of inhabitants to each house, according to the last census, was upwards of 24. In London the average is 7.6, the extremes being 11 to each house in St Giles's, and between 5 and 6 in the immediate suburbs. See page 165 ante. Persons who are circumstanced then, as are the Parisians, can hardly have at their command the proper means and appliances for a sufficient cleanliness, and for the promotion of what we consider, but the two words are unknown to the French language, the comforts of a home. The greater portion of the liquid refuse, writes Mr. Rammell, including water, which has been used in culinary or cleansing processes, is got rid of by means of open channels laid across the courtyards and the foot pavements to the street gutters, along which it flows until it falls through the nearest gully into the sewers and ultimately into the Seine. If produced in the upper part of a house, this description of refuse is first poured into an external chute branching out of the rain-water pipe, with one of which every floor is usually provided. Iron pipes have been lately much introduced in place of the open channels across the foot pavements. These are laid level with the surface, and are cast with an open slit, about 1 inch in width, at the top, to afford facility for cleansing. During the busy parts of the day there are constant streams of such fluids running through most of the streets of Paris, the smell arising from which is by no means agreeable. In hot weather it is the practice to turn on the public standpipes for an hour or two, to dilute the matter and accelerate its flow. With respect to fecal refuse, says Mr. Rammell, and much of the house slops, particularly those of bedchambers, the cesspool is universally adopted in Paris as the immediate receptacle." End quote. By far the greater proportion of the wet house refuse of Paris, therefore, is deposited in cesspools. I shall, then, immediately proceed to show the quantity of matter thus collected yearly, as well as the means by which it is removed. The aggregate quantity of the cesspool matter of Paris has greatly increased in quantity within the present century, though this might have been expected, as well from the increase of population as from the improved construction of cesspools, preventing leakage, and the increased supply of water in the French metropolis. The following figures show both the aggregate quantity and the increase that has taken place in the cesspoolage of Paris from 1810 to the present time. In 1810, the total quantity of refuse matter deposited in the basins at Montfaucon amounted to 50,151 cubic metres, equal to 1,770,330 cubic feet. In 1811, the quantity was 49,545 cubic metres, equal to 1,748,938 cubic feet. In 1812, 49,235 cubic metres, equal to 1,737,995 cubic feet, giving an average from the 3 years of 49,877 cubic metres, equal to 1,760,658 cubic feet. The quantity at present conveyed to Montfaucon and Bondy amounts, according to M. Elouin, a very good authority, to from 600 to 700 cubic metres daily, giving, in round numbers, an annual quantity of 230,000 cubic metres, equal to 8,119,000 cubic feet. This shows an increase in 36 years of very nearly 400%. but still it constitutes little more than 1/2 of the cesspoolage of London. The quantity of refuse matter which is daily drawn from the cesspools, Mr. Rammell states, and he had every assistance from the authorities in prosecuting his inquiries, at between 600 and 700 cubic metres, 21,180 and 24,710 cubic feet, giving in round numbers the annual quantity of 230,000 cubic metres. Dividing this annual quantity at 230,000 cubic metres, or 8 million cubic feet, by the number of the population of Paris, 94,721 individuals according to the last census, we have 243 litres only as the annual produce from each individual. The daily quantity of matter, including water necessary for cleanliness, passing from each person into the cesspool in the better class of houses, is stated to be 1 3/4 litres, 3.08 pints, or 638 litres annually. The discrepancy between these two quantities, wide as it is, must be accounted for by the fact of a large proportion of the lower orders in Paris rarely or ever using any privy at all, and by allowing for the small quantity of water made use of in the inferior class of houses. There can be no doubt that this latter quantity of 1 3/4 litres daily is very nearly correct, and not above the average quantity used in houses where a moderate degree of cleanliness is observed. This proportion was ascertained to hold good in the case of some barracks in Paris, where the contents of the cesspools were accurately measured, the total quantity divided by the number of men occupying the barracks, and the quotient by the number of days since the cesspools had been last emptied, the result showing a daily quantity of 1 3/4 litres from each individual. The average charge per cubic metre for extraction and transport of the cesspoolage is 9 francs, giving a gross annual charge of 2,070,000 francs, £82,800 sterling, which sum, it would appear, is paid every year by the house proprietors of Paris for the extraction of the matter from their cesspools and its transport to the voirie." Mr. Rammell says that were a tubular system of house drainage, such as has been described under the proper head, adopted in Paris in lieu of the present mode, it would cost less than 1/10 of the expense now incurred. The principal place of deposit for the general refuse of Paris has long been at Montfaucon. A French writer, M. Jules Garnier, in a recent work, A Visit to Montmarsan, says, "For more than 900 years, Montfaucon has been devoted to this purpose. There the citizens of Paris deposited their filth before the walls of the capital extended beyond what is now the central quarter. The distance between Paris and Montfaucon was then more than 1.5 miles." Thus it appears that Montfaucon was devoted to its present purposes, of course in a much more limited degree, as early as the reign of King Charles the Simple. This deposit of cesspool matter is the property of the commune, as in the City of London it would be said to belong to the corporation, and it is farmed out, for terms of 9 years, to the highest bidders. The amount received by the commune has greatly increased, as the following returns, which are official, will show. In 1808, the cesspoolage fetched 97,000 francs, about £3,880. In 1817, the cesspoolage fetched 75,000 francs, about £3,000. In 1834, the cesspoolage fetched 165,000 francs, about £7,000. In 1843, the cesspoolage fetched 525,000 francs, about £21,000. It is here that the poudrette, of which I have spoken elsewhere, is prepared. Note: Mr. Rammell supplies the following note on the use of poudrette. In connection with this subject, he says, a few observations upon the application of poudrette in agricultural process may not be without interest. With regard to the fertilizing properties of this preparation, M. Maxime Paulet, in his work entitled Théorie et pratique des engrais, gives a table of the fertilizing qualities of various descriptions of manure, the value of each being determined by the quantity of nitrogen it contains, taking for a standard good farmyard dung, which contains on an average 4 per 1,000 of nitrogen, and assuming that 10,000 kilograms (about 22,000 pounds English) of this manure, containing 40 kilograms of nitrogen, are necessary to manure 1 hectare (2½ acres nearly) of land, the quantities of poudrette and of some other animal manures required to produce a similar effect would be as follows: good farmyard dung, the quantity usually spread upon 1 hectare of land, 10,000 kilograms. Equivalent quantities of human urine, not having undergone fermentation, 5,600 kilograms. Equivalent quantities of poudrette of Montfaucon, 2,550 kilograms. Equivalent quantities of mixed human excrements, this quantity I have calculated from data given in the same work, 1,333 kilograms. Equivalent quantities of liquid blood of the abattoirs, 1,333 kilograms. Equivalent quantities of bones, 650 kilograms. Equivalent quantities of average of guano, 2 specimens are given, 512 kilograms. Equivalent quantities of urine of the public urinals in fermentation and incompletely dried, 233 kilograms. M. Paulet estimates the loss of the ammoniacal products contained in the fecal matters when they are withdrawn from the cesspools by the time they have been ultimately reduced into poudrette, at from 80 to 90%. I have not been able to meet with an analysis of the matters found in the fixed and movable cesspools of Paris, but in the Corps d'Agriculture of M. le Comte de Gasparin I find an analysis by Messrs. Payen and Boussingault of some matter taken from the cesspools of Lille, and in the state in which it is ordinarily used in the suburbs of that city as manure. This matter was found to contain on the average 0.205% of nitrogen, and thus, by the rule observed in drawing up the above table, 19.512 kilograms of it would be necessary to produce the same effect upon 1 hectare of land as the other manures there mentioned. The wide difference between this quantity and that 1,333 kilograms stated for the mixed human excrements in their undiluted state would lead to the conclusion that a very large proportion of water was present in the matter sent from Lille, unless we are to attribute a portion of the difference to the accidental circumstance of the bad quality of this matter. It appears that this is very variable according to the style of living of the persons producing it. Upon this subject, M. Paulet says, the case of an agriculturalist in the neighbourhood of Paris is cited, who bought the contents of the cesspools of one of the fashionable restaurants of the Palais Royal. Making a profitable speculation of it, he purchased the matter of the cesspools of several barracks. This bargain, however, resulted in a loss, for the produce from this last matter came very short of that given by the first. Poudrette weighs 70 kilograms the hectolitre, 154 pounds per 22 gallons, and the quantity usually spread upon 1 hectare of land, 2½ acres nearly, is 1,750 kilograms, being at the rate of about 1,540 pounds per acre, English measure. It is cast upon the land by the hand, in the manner that corn is sown. Poudrette, packed in sacks, very soon destroys them. This is always the case, whether it is whole or has been newly prepared. A serious accident occurred in 1818 on board a vessel named the Arthur, which sailed from Rouen with a cargo of poudrette for Guadeloupe. During the voyage a disease broke out on board which carried off half the crew, and left the remainder in a deplorable state of health when they reached their destination. It attacked also the men who landed the cargo. They all suffered in a greater or less degree. The poudrette was proved to have been shipped during a wet season, and to have been exposed before and during shipment, in a manner to allow it to absorb a considerable quantity of moisture. The accident appears to have been due to the subsequent fermentation of the mass in the hold, increased to an intense degree by the moisture it had acquired, and by the heat of a tropical climate. M. Parent du Châtelet, to whom the matter was referred, recommended that to guard against similar accidents in future, the poudrette intended for exportation, in order to deprive it entirely of humidity, should be mixed with an absorbent powder, such as quicklime, and that it should be packed in casks to protect it from moisture during the voyage. End note. Besides this branch of commerce, Montfaucon has establishments for the extracting of ammonia from the cesspool matter, and the right of doing so is now farmed out for 80,000 francs a year, £3,200. Montfaucon is on the north side of Paris, and the place of refuse deposit is known as the Voirie. The following account of it, and of the manufacture of poudrette, is curious in many respects. Quote, "The area, which is about 40 acres in extent, is divided into 3 irregular compartments. 1. The system of basins. 2. The ground used for spreading and drying the matter. 3. The place where the matter is heaped up, after having been dried. The basins standing for the most part in gradations, one above another, by reason of the slope of the ground, are 6 in number. The 2 upper ones, which are upon a level, first receive the soil upon its arrival at the Voirie. The 4 others are receptacles for the more liquid portion as it gradually flows off from the upper basins. There is a great difference in the character of the soil brought, that taken from the upper part of the cesspools, and amounting to a large proportion of the whole, being entirely liquid, while the remainder is more or less solid, according to the depth at which it is taken. The whole, however, during winter or rainy weather, is indiscriminately deposited in the upper basins, but in dry weather the nearly solid portion is at once thrown upon the drying ground. Note, it is in the upper basins, adds the reports, that the first separation of the liquids and solids takes place, the latter falling to the bottom, and the former gradually flowing off through a sluice into the lower basins. This first separation, however, is by no means complete, a considerable deposit taking place in the lower basins. The mass in the upper basins, after 3 or 4 years, then appears like a thick mud, half liquid, half solid. It is of depth varying from 12 to 15 feet. In order entirely to get rid of the liquids, deep channels are then cut across the mass, by which they are drained off, when the deposit soon becomes sufficiently stiff to permit of its being dug out and spread upon the drying ground, where, to assist the desiccation, it is turned over 2 or 3 times a day by means of a harrow drawn by a horse. The time necessary for the requisite desiccation varies a good deal, according to the season of the year, the temperature, and the dry or moist state of the atmosphere. Ere yet it is entirely deprived of humidity, the matter is collected into heaps, varying in size usually from 8 to 10 yards high, and from 60 to 80 yards long, by 20 or 30 yards wide. These heaps or mounds generally remain a 12-month untouched, sometimes even for 2 or 3 years. But as fast as the material is required, they are worked from one of the sides by means of pickaxes, shovels, and rakes. The pieces separated are then easily broken and reduced to powder, foreign substances being carefully excluded. This operation, which is the last the matter undergoes, is performed by women. The poudrette then appears like a mould of a grey-black colour, light, greasy to the touch, finely grained, and giving out a particular faint and nauseous odour. The finer particles of matter carried by the liquids into the lower basins, and there more gradually deposited in combination with a precipitate from the urine, yield a variety of poudrette preferred by the farmers for its superior fertilizing properties. In this case, the drying process is conducted more slowly and with more difficulty than in the other, but more completely. In general, the poudrette is dried with great difficulty. It appears to have an extreme affinity for water. Few substances give out moisture more slowly or absorb it more greedily from the air. A good deal of heat is generated in the heaps of desiccated matter. This is always sensible to the touch, and sometimes results in spontaneous combustion. The intensity of this heat is not in proportion to the elevation of temperature of the atmosphere. It is promoted by moisture. The only means of extinguishing the fire when it is once developed is to turn over the mass from top to bottom, in order to expose it to the air. Water thrown upon it, unless in very large quantities, would only increase its activity. End note. The quantity of poudrette sold in 1818 was, at the Voirie, 50,000 setiers, note, 4 1/4 heaped bushels each, English measure, end note, sent into the departments, 20,000 setiers. Total sale, 70,000 setiers, at prices of 7, 8, and 9 francs the setier. This is equal at the average price of 8 francs to £22,400 sterling. The refuse liquids, as fast as they overflow the basins or are passed through the chemical works, are conducted into the public sewers and through them into the Seine, nearly opposite the Jardin des Plantes. They thus fall into the river at the very commencement of its course through Paris, and pollute its waters before they have reached the various works lower down and near the centre of the city, where they are raised and distributed for household purposes, for the supply of baths, and for the public fountains. Rats are found by thousands in the Voirie, and their voracity is such that I have often known them, during a single night, convert into skeletons the carcasses of 20 horses which had been brought thither the evening before. The bones are burnt to heat the coppers, or to get rid of them. Speaking of the disgusting practices at the Voirie, Mr. Gisquet says, I have seen men stark naked, passing entire days in the midst of the basins, seeking for any objects of value they might contain. I have seen others fishing for the rotten fish the market inspectors had caused to be thrown into the basins. 2 cartloads of spoilt and stinking mackerel were thrown into the largest of the basins. 2 hours afterwards all the fish had disappeared. The emanations from the Voirie are, as may well be supposed, most powerfully offensive. To a stranger unaccustomed to the atmosphere surrounding them, it would be almost impossible to make the tour of the basins without being more or less affected with a disposition to nausea. Large and numerous bubbles of gas are seen constantly rising from a lake of urine and water, while evaporation of the most foul description is going on from many acres of surrounding ground, upon which the solid matter is spread to dry. The late M. Parent du Châtelet, a high authority on this matter, stated, in 1833, that the emanations from the Voirie were insupportable within a circumference of 2,000 metres, about 1 1/4 miles English measure, while the winds carried them sometimes, as was shown when an official inquiry was made as to the ravages and causes of cholera, 2½ miles, and in certain states of the atmosphere 8 French miles, not quite 5 English miles. The same high authority has also stated that in addition to the emanations from the cesspool matter at the Voirie, the greater part of the carcasses of about 12,000 horses and between 25,000 and 30,000 smaller animals were allowed to rot upon the ground there. To abate this nuisance, a new Voirie was, more than 20 years since, formed in the forest of Bondy, 8 miles from Paris. It consists of 8 basins, 4 on each side of the Canal de l'Ourcq, arranged like those at Montfaucon. The area of these basins is little short of 96,000 square yards, and their collective capacity upwards of 261,000 cubic yards. The expectations of the relief that would be experienced from the establishment of the new Voirie in the forest have not been realised. The movable cesspools only have been conveyed there by boats on the canal to be emptied, the empty casks being conveyed back by the same boats. The basins are not yet full, for the conveyance by the Canal de l'Ourcq is costly, and in winter its traffic is sometimes suspended by its being frozen. In one year the cost of conveying these movable cesspools to Bondy was little short of £1,500. In the latest report on this subject, 1835, The commissioners, of whom M. Parent du Châtelet was one, recommend that all the cesspool matter at the Voirie should be disinfected. M. Salmon, after a course of chemical experiments, the report of the Commission states, disinfected and carbonized a mass of mud and filth, containing much organic matter, deposited from a sewer on the banks of the Seine. The commissioners say, quote, "The discovery of M. Salmon awakened the attention of the contractors of Montfaucon, who employed one of our most skilful chemists to find for them a means of disinfection other than that for which M. Salmon had taken out a patent. M. Sanson and some other persons made similar researches, and from their joint investigations it resulted that disinfection might be equally well produced with turf ashes, with carbonized turf, and with the simple débris of this very abundant substance, and that the same success might be obtained with sawdust, with the refuse matter of the tan yards, with garden mould, so abundant in the environs of Paris, and with many other substances. A curious experiment has even shown that after mixing with a clay earth a portion of fecal matter, it was only necessary to carbonize this mixture to obtain a perfect disinfectant powder. Theory had already indicated the result. This disinfection, however, has not been carried out in the Voirie, nor in the manufacture of poudrettes. End of section 82. Section 83 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the cesspool and sewer system of Paris. Part 2. From the account of the general refuse depositories of Paris, we pass to the particular receptacles or cesspools of the French capital. The Parisian cesspools are of two sorts. 1. Fixed or excavated cesspools. 2. Movable cesspools. Quote, "In early times, the excavated cesspools, or pits, were constructed in the rudest manner, and cleaned out more or less frequently, or utterly neglected, at the discretion of their owners. As the city increased in size, however, and as the permeations necessarily taking place into the soil accumulated in the lapse of centuries, the evil resulting was found to be of grave magnitude, calling for prompt and vigorous interference on the part of the authorities. It appears certain that prior to the year 1819, when a strict ordinance was issued on the subject, the cesspools were very carelessly constructed. For the most part they were far from watertight, and very probably were not intended to be otherwise. Consequently, nearly the whole of the fluid matter within them drained into the springs beneath the substratum, or became absorbed by the surrounding soil. Nor was this the only evil. The basement walls of the houses became saturated with the offensive permeations, and the atmosphere, more particularly in the interior of the dwellings, tainted with their exhalations. The movable cesspools, for the most part, consist simply of tanks or barrels, which when full are removed to some convenient spot for the purpose of their contents being discharged. This form of cesspool, though not leading to that contamination of the substratum which is naturally induced by the fixed or excavated cesspool, may occasion many offensive nuisances from carelessness in overfilling or in the process of emptying." End quote. The movable cesspools are of two kinds. The one, says Mr. Rammell, extremely simple and primitive in construction, the other more complicated. The former retains all the refuse, both liquid and solid, passed into it. The latter retains only the solid matter, the liquid being separated by a sort of strainer and running off into another receptacle. The advantage of this separating apparatus is that those cesspools provided with it require to be emptied less frequently than the others, the solid matter being alone retained in the movable part. The liquid portion is withdrawn from the tank into which it is received by pumping. The other kind of movable cesspool consists simply of a wooden cask set on end, and having its top pierced to admit the soil pipe. It is intended to retain both solid and liquid matter. When full, it is detached, and the aperture in the top having been closed by a tight-fitting lid secured by an iron bar placed across, it is removed, and an empty one immediately substituted for it. The movable cesspool last described is much more generally used than the other kind. Very few are furnished with the separating apparatus. But the use of either sort, I am told, is not on the increase. The movable cesspools are found on the whole to be more expensive than the fixed, besides entailing many inconveniences, one of which is the frequent entrance of workmen upon the premises for the purpose of removing them, which sometimes has to be done every second or third day. Moreover, if the cask becomes in the slightest degree overcharged, there is an overflow of matter. Indeed, the movable system of cesspools, it appears from further accounts, seems to be now adopted only in those places where fixed cesspools could not be altered in accordance with the ordinance, or where it is desired to avoid the first cost of a fixed cesspool. An ordinance of 1819 enacts peremptorily that all cesspools, fixed or excavated, then existing, shall be altered in accordance with its provisions upon the first subsequent emptying after the date of the enactment, or, if that be found impracticable, they shall be filled up. This full delegation of power to a centralised authority was the example prompting our late stringent enactments as to buildings and sewerage. The French ordinance provides also that the walls, arches, and bottoms of the cesspools shall be constructed of a very hard description of stone, known as pierre meulière, millstone. The mortar used is to be hydraulic lime and clean river sand. Each arch is to be 30 to 35 centimetres (12 to 14 inches) in thickness, and the walls 45 to 50 centimetres (18 to 20 inches). The interior height not to be less than 2 metres (2 yards 6 inches). A soil pipe is always to be placed in the middle of the cesspool. Its interior diameter is not to be less than 9 7/8 inches in pottery-ware piping, or 7 7/8 inches in cast iron. A vent pipe, not less than 9 7/8 inches in diameter, is to be carried up to the level of the chimney tops, or to that of the chimneys of the adjoining houses. This is, if possible, to divert the smell from the house to which the cesspool is attached. A principal object of the ordinance, it is stated in the reports, was to ensure the cesspools being thenceforth made watertight, so that further pollution of the substratum and springs might be prevented, and the provisions for its attainment have been very strictly enforced by the police. The present cesspools are in fact watertight constructions, retaining the whole of the liquids passed into them until the same are withdrawn by artificial means. The advantage has its attendant inconveniences, and moreover has been dearly paid for independently of the cost of the alterations and the increased cost of making the cesspools in the outset, the liquids no longer draining away by natural permeation, the constant expense of emptying them has enormously increased. In the better class of houses, where water is more freely used, the operation has now to be repeated every 3, 4, or 5 months, whereas formerly the cesspool was emptied every 18 months or 2 years. An increased water supply has added to the evil, moderate even now as the extent of that supply is. It is estimated that, in the better class of houses, the daily quantity of matter, including the water necessary for cleanliness and to ensure the passage of the solids through the soil pipe, passing into the cesspool from each individual amounts to 1 3/4 litres, 3.08 English pints. Foreign substances are found in great abundance in the cesspools, the large soil pipes permitting their easy introduction, so that the cesspool becomes the common receptacle for a great variety of articles that it is desired secretly to get rid of. Article 19 of the Police Regulations directs that nightmen finding any articles in the cesspools, especially such as lead to the suspicion of a crime or misdemeanour, shall make a declaration of the fact the same day to a commissary of police. In all such matters, the police regulations of France are far more stringent and exacting than those of England. The cesspools vary considerably in foulness, continues the report, and it is remarkable that those containing the greatest proportion of water are the most foul and dangerous. This is accounted for by the increased quantity of sulphuretted hydrogen gas evolved, and is more particularly the case when, from their large size or from the small number of people using them, much time is allowed for the matter to stagnate and decompose in them. Soapsuds are said to add materially to their offensive and dangerous condition. The foulness of the cesspools therefore would appear to be in direct proportion to the cleanly habits of the inmates of the houses to which they respectively belong. Where urine predominates, ammoniacal vapours are given off in considerable quantities, and although these affect the eyes of those exposed to them, and the nightmen suffer much from inflammation of these organs, no danger to life results. The inflammation, however, is often sufficiently acute to produce temporary blindness, and from this cause the men are at times thrown out of work for days together. Note: I did not hear any of the London nightmen or sewermen complain of inflammation in the eyes, and no such effect was visible, nor that they suffered from temporary blindness, or were indeed thrown out of work from any such cause. They merely remarked that they were first dazzled or dazed with the soil. But the labour of the Parisian is far more continuous and regular than the London nightman, owing in a great degree to the system of movable cesspools in Paris. End note. The emptying of the cesspools is the next point to be considered. No cesspool is allowed to be emptied in Paris, and no nightman's cart containing soil is allowed to be in the streets from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. from October 1st to March 31st, nor from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. from April 1st to September 30th. In the winter season, the hours of labour permitted by law are 10, and in the summer season 7 out of the 24, while in London the hours of night work are limited to 5, without any distinction of season. These hours, however, only relate to the cleansing of the fixed cesspools of Paris. Fixed or excavated cesspools are emptied into carts which are driven to the receptacles. As far as regards the removal of night soil along the streets, there are far more frequent complaints of stench and annoyance in Paris than in London. None of these cesspools can be emptied without authority from the police, and the police exercise a vigilant supervision over the whole arrangements. Neither can any cesspool, after being emptied, be closed without a written authority after inspection by the Director of Health, nor can a cesspool, if found defective when emptied, be repaired without such authority. With regard to the movable cesspool, it is reported, the process of emptying is very simple, though undoubtedly demanding a considerable expenditure of labour. The tank or barrel, when filled, is disconnected from the soil pipe, an empty one being immediately substituted in its place, and the bunghole being securely closed, it is conveyed away on a vehicle, somewhat resembling a brewer's dray, which holds about 8 or 10 of them, to the spot appointed as the depository of its discharged contents. The removal of movable cesspools is allowed to take place during the day. In opening a cesspool in Paris, precautions are always taken to prevent accidents which might result from the escape or ignition of the gases. The general, not to say universal, mode of emptying the fixed or excavated cesspools is to pump the contents into closed carts for transport. This operation is, says Mr. Rammell, performed with 2 descriptions of pumps, one working on what may be called the hydraulic principle, the other on the pneumatic. In the former, the valves are placed in the pipe communicating between the cesspool and the cart, and the matter itself is pumped. In the latter, the valves are placed beyond the cart, and the air being pumped out of the cart, the matter flows into it to fill up the vacuum so occasioned. The real principle is of course the same in both cases, the matter being forced up by atmospheric pressure. One advantage of the pneumatic system is that there are no valves to impede the free passage of matter through the suction pipe. Another, that it permits the use of a pipe of larger diameter. The cart employed for the pneumatic system consists of an iron cylinder mounted sometimes upon 4, but generally upon 2 wheels, the latter arrangement being found to be the more convenient. Previous to use at the cesspools, the carts are drawn to a branch establishment situate just within the barrière de combat, where they are exhausted of air with an air pump worked by steam power. A 12-horse engine erected there is capable of exhausting 5 carts at the same time, the vacuum produced being equal to 28 3/8 inches (72 centimetres) of mercury. A cart in good repair and upon 2 wheels will preserve a practical vacuum for 48 hours after exhaustion." End quote. The total weight of one of these carts when full is about 3 tons and 8 hundredweight. This is somewhat more than the weight of the contents of a London waggon employed in night soil carriage. 3 horses are attached to each cart. When an opening into the cesspool has been effected, a suction pipe on the pneumatic principle is laid from the cesspool to the cart. This pipe is 3 15/16 inches in diameter, and is in separate pieces of about 10 feet each, with others shorter, down even to 1 foot, to make up any exact length required. 2 kinds are commonly used, one made of leather, having iron wire wound spirally inside to prevent collapse, the other of copper. The leather pipe is used where a certain degree of pliability is required, the copper for the straight parts of the line, and for determined curves, pieces struck from various radii being made for the purpose. Gutta percha has been tried as a substitute for leather in the piping, but was pronounced liable to split, and its use was abandoned. So with India rubber in London. The communication between the suction pipe and the vehicle used by the nightman is opened by withdrawing a plug by means of a forked rod into the recess (hollow) of the machine, an operation tasking the muscular powers of 2 men. This done, the cesspool contents rush into the cart, being forced up by the weight of the atmosphere to occupy the existing vacuum. This occupies about 3 minutes. The cart, however, is then but 3/4 filled with matter, the remaining fourth being occupied by the rarefied air previously in the cart, and by the air contained in the suction pipe. The air is next withdrawn by the action of a small air pump, worked usually by 2, but sometimes by 1 man. The air pump is placed on the ground at a little distance from the cesspool cart, and communicates with it by a flexible India rubber tube, an inch in diameter. The air, as fast as it is pumped out, is forced through another India rubber tube of similar dimensions, which communicates with a furnace, also placed on the ground at a little distance from the air pump, the pump occupying the middle space between the cart and the furnace and the pump being portable. To ascertain when the vehicle is full, a short glass tube is inserted in the end of the air pipe, the end being of brass, and through this, with the help of a small lantern, the matter is seen to rise. "The number of carts required for each operation," states Mr. Rammell, "of course varies according to the size of the cesspool to be emptied, but as these contain on the average about 5 cartloads, that is the number usually sent." Note: It must be recollected, to account for the greater quantity of matter between the cesspools of Paris and London, that the French fixed cesspool, from the greater average of inmates to each house, must necessarily contain about 3 times and a half as much as that of a London cesspool. If the dwellers in a Parisian house, instead of averaging 24, averaged between 7 and 8 as in London, the cesspool contents in Paris would, at the above rate, be between 4 and 5 tons, as it is in London, for the average of each house. End note. In addition to the carts for the transport of the night soil, a light-covered spring van, drawn by 1 horse, is used to carry the tools and so on required in the process. These tools consist of 1. An air pump when the work is to be done on the pneumatic system, and of a hydraulic pump when it is to be done on the hydraulic system. 2. About 50 metres of suction pipe of various forms and lengths. 3. a furnace for the purpose of burning the gases. 4. Wooden hods for the removal of the solid night soil. 5. Pails, a ladder, pincers, levers, hammers, and other articles. I have hitherto spoken of the pneumatic system of emptying the Parisian cesspools. The results of the hydraulic system are so similar as regards time and so on, that only a brief notice is required. The hydraulic pump is worked by 4 men. It is placed on the ground in the place most convenient for the operation, and the cart is filled in the space of from 3 to 5 minutes. A furnace is used. The furnace, says the report, consists of a sheet iron cylinder about 9 inches in diameter, pierced with small holes, and covered with a conical cap to prevent the flame spreading. The vent pipe first communicates underneath with a small reservoir, intended to contain the matter in case the operation should be carried too far. A piece is inserted in the bottom of this reservoir, by unscrewing which it may be emptied. The furnace is sometimes fixed upon a plank, which rests upon 2 projecting pieces behind the cart. An indicator is also used to show the advancement of the filling of the cart. A glass tube and a cork float are the chief portions of the apparatus of the indicator. Towards the end of the operation, when the quantity of matter remaining in the cesspool, although sufficiently fluid, is too shallow for pumping, it is scooped into a large pail, and, the end of the suction pipe being introduced, drawn up into the cart. When the matter is in too solid a state to pass through the pipe, it is carried to the cart in hods, unless it is in considerable quantity. In that case it is removed in vessels called tinettes, in the shape of a truncated cone, holding each about 3½ cubic feet. These vessels are closed with a lid, and are lifted into an open waggon for transport. Of these 2 systems, the pneumatic is the more costly, and is likely to be supplanted by the hydraulic. Each system, according to Mr. Rammell, is still a nuisance, as, in spite of every precaution, the gases escape the moment the cesspool emptying is commenced, and vitiate the atmosphere. They force their way very often through the joints of the pipes, and are insufficiently consumed in the furnaces. Mr. Rammell mentions his having twice, after witnessing 2 of these operations, suffered from attacks of illness. On the first occasion, the men omitted to burn the foul air, and the atmosphere being heavy with moisture, the odour was so intense that it was smelt from the Rue de Port-Mahon to the Rue Menard, more than 400 yards distant. The emptying of the cesspools is let by contract, the commune acting in the light of a proprietor. To obtain a contract, a man must have licence or permission from the prefect of police, and such licence is only granted after proof that the applicant is provided with the necessary apparatus, carts, and so on, and also with a suitable depot for the reception of the pumps, carts, and so on when not in use. The stock in trade of a contractor is inspected at least twice a year, and if found inadequate or out of repair, the licence is commonly withdrawn. The gangs of nightmen employed by the contractors are fixed by the law at 4 men each, the number employed in London, but without any legal provision on the subject. The terms of these contracts are not stated, but they appear to have ceased to be undertakings by individual capitalists, being all in the hands of companies, known as compagnies de vidange, filth companies. There are now 8 companies in Paris carrying on these operations. More than half of the whole work, however, is accomplished by one company, the Compagnie Richer. The capital invested in their working stock is said to exceed 4,800,000 francs, £200,000. They now require the labour of 350 horses and the use of 120 vehicles of different descriptions. The construction of a cesspool in Paris costs about £18 as an average. The houses containing from 30 to 70 inmates may have 2 and occasionally more cesspools. Taking the average at 1½, the capital sunk in a cesspool is £27. Mr. Rammell says, "Adopting these calculations of the number of cesspools to each house and their cost, and allowing only the small quantity of 1 3/4 litres, 3.08 pints, of matter to each individual, The annual expense of the cesspool system in Paris per house containing 24 persons will be, for interest at 5% upon capital sunk in works of construction, £1 7s. For extraction and removal of matter, £5 11s. Total £6 18s. The annual expense per inhabitant will be 5s 9d. The latter, then, may be taken as the average yearly sum per head actually paid by that portion of the inhabitants of Paris who use the cesspools. The following, among others before shown, are the conclusions arrived at by Mr. Rammell. 1. That with the most perfect regulations and the application of machines constructed upon scientific principles, the operation of emptying cesspools is still a nuisance, not only to the inmates of the house to which it belongs, but to those of the neighbouring houses and to persons passing in the street. 2. That the cesspool system of Paris presents an obstacle to the proper extension of the water supply, and consequently represses the growth of habits of personal and domestic cleanliness, with their immense moral results, and that in this respect it may be said to be inconsistent with a high degree of civilization of the masses of any community. 3. That compared with a tubular system of refuse drainage, it is an exceedingly expensive mode of disposing of the fecal refuse of a town. End of section 83. Section 84 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the emptying of the London cesspools by pump and hose. Having now ascertained the quantity of wet house refuse annually deposited in the cesspools of the metropolis, the next step is to show the means by which these 15 million cubic feet of cesspoolage are removed, and whence they are conveyed, as well as the condition of the labourers engaged in the business. There are two methods of removing the soil from the tanks: 1. By pump and hose, or the hydraulic method; 2. By shovel and tube, or manual labour. The first of these is the new French mode, and the other the old English method of performing the work. The distinctive feature between the two is, that in the one case the refuse is discharged by means of pipes into the sewers, and in the other that it is conveyed by means of carts to some distant night yard. According to the French method, therefore, the cesspoolage ultimately becomes sewage, the refuse being deposited in a cess for a greater or a less space of time, and finally discharged into the sewers, so that it is a kind of intermediate process between the cesspool system and the sewer system of defecating a town, being as it were a compound of the two. The great advantage of the sewer system, as contradistinguished from the cesspool system of defecation, is that it admits of the wet refuse being removed from the neighbourhood of the house as soon as it is produced, while the advantage of the cesspool system, as contradistinguished from the sewer system, is that it prevents the contamination of the river whence the town draws its principal supply of water. The cesspool system of defecation remedies the main evil of the sewer system, and the sewer system the main evil of the cesspool system. The French mode of emptying cesspools, however, appears to have the peculiar property of combining the ill effects of both systems without the advantages of either. The refuse of the house not only remains rotting and seething for months under the noses of the household, but it is ultimately, that is, after more than a year's decomposition, washed into the stream from which the inhabitants are supplied with water, and so returned to them diluted in the form of aqua pura, for washing, cooking, or drinking. The sole benefit accruing from the French mode of nightmanship is that it performs a noisome operation in a comparatively cleanly manner. But surely this is a small compensation for the evils attendant upon it. The noses of those who prefer stagnant cesspools to rapid sewers cannot be so particularly sensitive that for the sake of avoiding the smell of the nightman's cart they would rather that its contents should be discharged into the water that they use for household purposes. The hydraulic or pump and hose method of emptying the cesspools is now practised by the Court of Sewers, who introduced the process into London in the winter of 1847. The apparatus used in this country consists of a hydraulic pump, which is generally placed 6 or 8 feet distant from, but sometimes close to, the cesspool, indeed on its edge. It is worked by 2 men, just up and down, as one of the labourers described it to me, like a fire engine. A suction pipe with an iron nozzle is placed in the cesspool, into which is first introduced a deodorising fluid in the proportion, as well as can be estimated, of a pint to a square yard of matter, and diluted with water from the fire plugs. The pipes are of leather, the suction pipes being wrapped with spring iron wire at the joints. India rubber pipes were used, and answered very tidy, one of the gangers told me, but they were too expensive, the material being soon worn out. They were only tried 5 or 6 months. The pipes now employed differ in no respect of size or appearance from the leathern fire engine pipes, and as the work is always done in the daytime, and no smell arises from it, the neighbourhood is often alarmed, and people begin to ask where the fire is. One outside man said, "Why, that's always asked. I've been asked, I dare say 100 times in a day, where's the fire, where's the fire?" A cesspool by this process has been emptied into a sewer at 300 yards distant. The pipe is placed within the nearest gully hole, down which the matter is washed into the sewer. When the cesspool is emptied, it is well sluiced with water. The water is pumped into the sewer, and then the work is complete. The pumping is occasionally very hard work, making the shoulders and back ache grievously. Indeed, some cesspools have been found so long neglected and so choked with rags and rubbish that manual labour had to be resorted to, and the matter dug and tubbed out after the old mode of the nightman. A square yard of cesspoolage is cleared out, under ordinary circumstances, in an hour, while an average duration of time for the cleansing of a regularly sized cesspool is from 3 to 4 hours. A pneumatic pump with an iron cart, drawn by 2 horses, similar to the French invention, was tried as an experiment, but discontinued in a fortnight. For the hydraulic method of emptying cesspools, a gang of 4 men, under the direction of a ganger, who makes a 5th, is required. The division of labour is as follows: 1. The pumpmen, who, as their name implies, work the engine or pumps. 2. The holeman, who goes into the cesspool and stirs up the matter, so as to make it as fluid as possible. 3. The outside man, whose business it is to attend to the pipe, which reaches from the cesspool along the surface of the street, or other place, to the gully hole. 4. The ganger, who is the superintendent of the whole, and is only sometimes present at the operation. He is not unfrequently engaged, while one cesspool is being emptied, in making an examination or any necessary arrangement for the opening of another. He also gives notice, acting under the instruction of the clerk of the works, to the water company of the district, that the pumps will be at work in this or that place, a notice generally given a day in advance, and the water is supplied gratuitously from a street fire plug, and used at discretion, some cesspool contents requiring 3 times more water than others to liquefy them sufficient for pumping. The cesspool pumping gangs are 6 in number, each consisting of 5 men, although the outside man is sometimes a strong youth of 17 or 18. The whole work is done by a contractor, who makes an agreement with the Court of Sewers, and finds the necessary apparatus, appointing his own labourers. All the present labourers, however, have been selected as trusty men from among the flushermen, the contractor concurring in the recommendation of the clerk of the works, or the inspector. The cesspool sewermen work in 6 districts, 2 divisions, east and west, of Westminster, Finsbury and Holborn, Surrey and Kent, Tower Hamlets, now including Poplar, and the City. The districts vary in size, but there is usually a gang devoted to each. In case of emergency, however, a gang from another district, as among the flushermen, is sent to expedite any pressing work. All the men are paid by the job, the payment being 2 shillings each per job, to the pumpmen and holemen, and 3 shillings to the ganger. But in addition to the 2 shillings per job, the holeman has 6d. a day extra, and the outside man has 6d. a day deducted from the 4 shillings he would earn in 2 jobs, which is a frequent day's work. The men told me that they had 4 or 4.5 days' work, or 8 or 9 jobs, every week, but such was the case more particularly when the householders were less cognizant of the work and did not think of resorting to it. Now I am assured the men's average employment may be put at 5 days a week, or 10 jobs. The perquisites of these workmen are none, except the householder sends them some refreshment on his own accord. There may be a perquisite, but very rarely, occurring to the holeman should he find anything in the soil, but the finding is far less common than among the nightmen, with whom the process goes through different stages. I did not hear among cesspool sewermen of anything being found by them or by their comrades. Of course, when the soil is once absorbed into the pipe, it is unseen on its course of deposit down the gully hole. The men have no trade societies and no arrangements of any equivalent nature, no benefit clubs or sick clubs, for which their number indeed is too small, or, as my informant sometimes wound up in a climax, "No, nothing that way, sir." They are sober and industrious men, chiefly married and with families. Into further statistics, however, of diet, rent, and so on, I need not enter concerning so small a body. They are the same as among other well-conducted labourers. The men find their own dresses, which are of the same cost, form, and material as I have described to pertain to the flushermen, also their own picks and shovels, costing respectively 2s. 6d. and 2s. 3d. each. One cesspool sewerman told me that when he was first a member of one of those gangs, he was awful abused by the regular nightmen if he came across any of them, as was beery poor fellows. But that had all passed over now. The total sum paid to the 6 gangs of labourers in the course of the year would, at the rate of 10 cesspools emptied per week, amount to the following: 12 pumpmen, 10 jobs a week each, 20s. per week, or £52 per year each, yearly total £624. 6 holemen, ditto, with 2s. 6d. a week extra, yearly total £351. 6 outside men, 20s. a week, less by 6d. a day, or 2s. 6d. a week, £45 10s. a year, yearly total £296. 6 gangers, 30s. a week each, or £8 per year, yearly total £468. Yearly total of all, £1,739. Any householder and so on who applies to the Court of Sewers, or to any officer of the court whom he may know, has his cesspool cleansed by the hydraulic method, in the same way as he might employ any tradesman to do any description of work proper to his calling. The charge by the Court of Sewers is 5s. or 6s. per square yard, according to pipage and so on required. A cesspool emptied by this system costs from 20s. to 30s. The charges of the nightmen who have to employ horses and so on are necessarily higher. Estimating that throughout London 60 cesspools are emptied by the hydraulic method every week, or 3,120 every year, and the charge for each to be on an average 25s, we have for the gross receipts 3,120 times 25s equal to £3,900, and deducting from this the sum paid for labour, £1,739, it shows a profit of £2,161. This is upwards of 123%, but out of this interest on capital and wear and tear of machinery have to be paid. During the year 1851, I am credibly informed that as many as 3,000 sewers were emptied by the hydraulic process, and calculating each to have contained the average quantity of refuse, namely 5 tons or loads, or about 180 cubic feet, we have an aggregate of 540,000 cubic feet of cesspoolage ultimately carried off by the sewers. This, however, is only a 27th of the entire quantity. The sum paid in wages to the men engaged in emptying these 3,000 cesspools by the hydraulic process would, at the rate of 2s. per man to the 4 members of the gang, and 3s. to the ganger, or 11s. in all for each cesspool, amount to £1,650, which is £139 and 250 cesspools less than the amount above given. Statement of a cesspool sewerman. I give the following brief and characteristic statement, which is peculiar in showing the habitual restlessness of the mere labourer. My informant was a stout, hale-looking man, who had rarely known illness. All these sort of labourers, nightmen included, scout the notion of the cholera attacking them. Work, sir? Well, I think I do know what work is, and has known it since I was a child, and then I was set to help at the weaving. My friends were weavers at Norwich, and 26 years ago, until steam pulled working men down from being well paid and well off, it was a capital trade. Why, my father could sometimes earn £3 at his work as a working weaver. There was money for ever then. Now 12 shillings a week is, I believe, the tip-top earnings of his trade. But I didn't like the confinement or the close air in the factories, and so when I grew big enough I went to groundwork in the city. Note, so he frequently called Norwich. End note. I call groundwork such as digging drains and the like. Then I listed into the Marines. Oh, I hardly know what made me. Men does foolish things and don't know why. It's human nature. I'm sure it wasn't the bounty of £3 that tempted me, for I was doing middling and sometimes had night work as well as groundwork to do. I was then sent to Sheerness and put on board the Thunderer man-of-war, carrying 84 guns, as a marine. She sailed through the Straits, note off Gibraltar, end note, and was 3 years and 3 months blockading the Dardanelles and cruising among the islands. I never saw anything like such fortifications as at the Dardanelles. Why, there was mortars there as would throw a ton weight. No, I never heard of their having been fired. Yes, we sometimes got leave for a party to go ashore on one of the islands. They called them Greek islands, but I fancy as how it was Turks near the Dardanelles. Oh yes, the men on the islands was civil enough to us. They never spoke to us, and we never spoke to them. The sailors sometimes, and indeed the lot of us, would have bits of larks with them, laughing at 'em and taking sights at them and such like. Why, I've seen a fine-dressed Turk, one of their grand gentlemen there, when a couple of sailors has each been taking a sight at him, and dancing the shuffle along with it, make each on 'em a low bow, as solemn as could be. Perhaps he thought it was a way of being civil in our country. I've seen many of the head ones stuck over with so many knives and cutlasses and belts and pistols and things, that he looked like a cutler's shop window. We were ordered home at last, and after being some months in barracks, which I didn't relish at all, were paid off at Plymouth. Oh, a barrack life's anything but pleasant, but I've done with it. After that I was 8 years and a quarter a gentleman's servant, coachman, or anything, note, in Norwich, end note, and then got tired of that and came to London, and got to ground and new sewer work, and have been on the sewers above 5 years. Yes, I prefer the sewers to the Greek islands. I was one of the first set as worked a pump. There was a great many spectators. I dare say as there was 40 scientific gentlemen. I've been on the sewers, flushing and pumping, ever since. The houses we clean out all says it's far the best plan, ours is. Never no more nightmen, they say. You see, sir, our plan's far less trouble to the people in the house, and there's no smell. Least, I never found no smell, and it's cheap too. In time the nightmen'll disappear. In course they must. There's so many new dodges comes up. Always some one of the working classes is a-being ruined. If it ain't steam, it's something else as knocks the bread out of their mouths quite as quick. Of the present disposal of the night soil. It would appear, according to the previous calculations, that of the 15 million cubic feet of house refuse annually deposited in the cesspools of the metropolis, about 500,000 cubic feet are pumped by the French process into the sewers. Consequently, there still remains about 14,500,000 cubic feet, or about 404,000 loads, to be disposed of by other means. I shall now proceed to explain how the cesspoolage proper, that is to say, that which is removed by cartage rather than by being discharged into the sewers, is ultimately got rid of. Until about 20 months ago, when the new sanitary regulations concerning the disposal of night soil came into operation, the cesspool matter was shot into a night yard, generally also a dust yard. These were the yards of the parish contractors, and were situate in Maiden Lane, Paddington, and so on and so on. Any sweeper nightman, or any nightman, was permitted by the proprietor of one of these places to deposit his night soil there. For this the depositor received no payment, the privilege of having a shoot being accounted sufficient. There were, till within these 6 or 8 years, I was informed, 60 places where cesspool manure could be shot. These included the nightmen's yards and the wharfs of manure dealers, some of the small coasting vessels taking it as ballast. But as regards the cesspool filth, there are now none of these places of deposit, though some little, I was told, might be done by stealth. Of one of these night-yard factories, Dr. Gavin gave in 1848 the following account. Quote, "On the western side of Spitalfields workhouse, and entering from a street called Queen Street, is a nightman's yard. A heap of dung and refuse of every description, about the size of a tolerably large house, lies piled to the left of the yard. To the right is an artificial pond, into which the contents of cesspools are thrown. The contents are allowed to desiccate in the open air, and they are frequently stirred for that purpose. The odour which was given off when the contents were raked up, to give me an assurance that there was nothing so very bad in the alleged nuisance, drove me from the place with the utmost speed. On 2 sides of this horrid collection of excremental matter was a patent manure manufactory. To the right in this yard was a large accumulation of dung and so on, but to the left there was an extensive layer of a compost of blood, ashes, and nitric acid, which gave out the most horrid, offensive, and disgusting concentration of putrescent odours it has ever been my lot to be the victim of. The whole place presented a most foul and filthy aspect, and an example of the enormous outrages which are perpetrated in London against society. It is a curious fact that the parties who had charge of these 2 premises were each dead to the foulness of their own most pestilential nuisances. The nightman's servant accused the premises of the manure manufacturer as the source of perpetual foul smells, but thought his yard free from any particular cause of complaint, while the servant of the patent manure manufacturer diligently and earnestly asserted the perfect freedom of his master's yard from foul exhalations, but considered that the raking up of the drying night soil on the other side of the wall was quite awful and enough to kill anybody. Immediately adjoining the patent manure manufactory is the establishment of a bottle merchant. He complained to me in the strongest terms of the expenses and annoyances he had been put to through the emanations which floated in the atmosphere having caused his bottles to spoil the wine which was placed in such as had not been very recently washed. He was compelled frequently to change his straw and frequently to wash his bottles, and considered that unless the nuisance could be suppressed, he would be compelled to leave his present premises." End quote. This and similar places were suppressed soon after the passing of the sanitary measures of September 1848. The cesspool refuse, which was disposed of for manure, was at that time first shot into recesses in the night-yard, where it was mixed with exhausted hops procured from the brewhouses, which were said to absorb the liquid portions when stirred up with the matter, and to add not only to the consistency of the mass, but to its readier portability for land manure or for storage in a barge. It was also mixed with littered straw from the mews, and with stable manure generally. An old man who had worked many years, he did not know how many, in one of these yards, told me that when this night soil was fresh shot and first mixed, the stench was often dreadful. "How we stood it," he said, "I don't know, but we did stand it." In one of the night and dust yards I ascertained that as many as 50 loads, half of them waggon loads, have been shot from the proprietor's own carts, and from the carts of the nightmen using the yard in one morning, but the average shoot was about 10 loads, half a waggon, a day, for 6 days in the week. Of the mode of manufacture of this manure a full account has been given in the details of the cesspool system of Paris, for the process was the same in London, although on a much smaller scale, and indeed the manufacture here was chiefly in the hands of Frenchmen. The manure was, after it had been deposited for periods varying from 1 month to 5 or 6, sold to farmers and gardeners at from 4s. to 5s. the cartload, although 4s, I was informed, might have been the general average. The cesspool matter, considered per se, was not worth of late years, I am told, above 2s. a ton, or a load, which is sometimes rather more and sometimes less than a ton. It was when mixed that the price was 4s. to 5s. a ton. This cesspool filth was shot on the premises of the manufacturer gratuitously, as it was in any of the night yards. It was not until it had been kept some time, and had been mixed generally with other manures, and sometimes with road sweepings, that this manure was used in gardens, for it was said that if this had not been done, its ammoniacal vapours would have been absorbed and retained by the leaves of the fruit trees. This night soil manure was devoted to two purposes: to the manufacture of deodorised and portable manure for exportation, chiefly to our sugar-growing colonies, and to the fertilisation of the land around London. When manufactured into manure, it was shipped, in new casks generally, the manure casks of the outward voyage being transformed into the brown sugar casks of the homeward bound vessels. I was told by a seaman who some years ago sailed to the West Indies that these manure casks in damp weather gave out an unpleasant odour. It was only to the home cultivators who resided at no great distance from a night yard, from 5 to 6 miles or a little more, that this manure was sold to be carted away, their attendants at the markets with carts, waggons, and horses giving them facilities of conveying the manure at a cheap rate. But upwards of 3/4 of the whole was sent in barges into the more distant country parts, having a ready water communication either by the Thames or by canal. The purchaser nearer home conveyed it away in his own cart and with his own horses, which had perhaps come up to town laden with cabbages to Covent Garden or hay to Cumberland Market, the cart being made watertight for the purpose. The legal hours to be observed in the cleansing of cesspools and the transport of the contents upon such cleansing not being required to be observed in this second transport of the cesspool manure, it was carted away at any hour, as stable dung now is. It is not possible at the present time, when night yards are no longer permitted to exist in London, and the manufacture of the night soil manure is consequently suppressed, to ascertain the precise quantities disposed of commercially in a former state of things. The money returns to the master nightman for the manure he now collects need no figures. The law requires him to refrain from shooting this soil in his own yard or in any inhabited part of the metropolis, and it is shot on the nearest farm to which he has access, merely for the privilege of shooting it, the farmer paying nothing for the deposit, with which he does what he pleases. It is mixed with other refuse, I was told, at present, and kept as compost or used on the land, but the change is too recent for the establishment of any systematic traffic in the article. Of the working nightman and the mode of work. Night work, by the provisions of the Police Act, is not to be commenced before 12 at night, nor continued beyond 5 in the morning, winter and summer alike. This regulation is known among the nightmen as the legal hours, and tends, in a measure, to account for the heterogeneous class of labourers who still seek night work, for strong men think little of devoting a part of the night, as well as the working hours of the day, to toil. A rubbish carter, a very powerfully built man, told me he was partial to night work, and always looked out for it, even when in daily employ, as it was sometimes like found money. The scavengers, sweeps, dustmen, and labourers, known as ground workers, are anxious to obtain night work when out of regular employment, and 10 years or more since it was often an available and remunerative resource. Night work is then essentially, and perhaps necessarily, extra work, rather than a distinct calling followed by a separate class of workers. The generality of nightmen are scavengers, or dustmen, or chimney sweepers, or rubbish carters, or pipe layers, or ground workers, or coal porters, carmen, or stablemen, or men working for the market gardeners round London, all either in or out of employment. Perhaps there is not at the present time in the whole metropolis a working nightman who is solely a working nightman. It is almost the same with the master nightmen. They are generally master chimney sweepers, scavengers, rubbish carters, and builders. Some of the contractors for the public street scavengery and the house dustbin emptying are, or have been, among the largest employers of nightmen, but only in their individual trading capacity, for they have no contracts with the parishes concerning the emptying of cesspools. Indeed, the parish or district corporations have nothing to do with the matter. I have already shown that among the best patronised master nightmen are now the commissioners of the Court of Sewers. For how long a period the master and working chimney sweepers and scavengers have been the master and labouring nightmen, I am unable to discover, but it may be reasonable to assume that this connection, as a matter of trade, existed in the metropolis at the commencement of the 18th century. The police of Paris, as I have shown, have full control over cesspool cleansing, but the police of London are instructed merely to prevent night work being carried on at a later or earlier period than the legal hours. Still, a few minutes either way are not regarded, and the legal hours, I am told, are almost always adhered to. Night work is carried on, and has been so carried on within the memory of the oldest men in the trade, who had never heard their predecessors speak of any other system, after this method. A gang of 4 men, exclusive of those who have the care of the horses and who drive the night carts to and from the scenes of the men's labours at the cesspools, are set to work. The labour of the gang is divided, though not with any individual or especial strictness, as follows. 1. The holeman, who goes into the cesspool and fills the tub. 2. The ropeman, who raises the tub when filled. 3. The tubmen, of whom there are 2, who carry away the tub when raised and empty it into the cart. The mode of work may be thus briefly described. Within a foot, or even less sometimes, though often as much as 3 feet below the surface of the ground, when the cesspool is away from the house, is what is called the main hole. This is the opening of the cesspool, and is covered with flagstones, removable wholly or partially by means of the pickaxe. If the cesspool be immediately under the privy, the flooring and so on is displaced. Should the soil be near enough to the surface, the tub is dipped into it, drawn out, the filth scraped from its exterior with a shovel, or swept off with a besom, or washed off by water flung against it with sufficient force. This done, the tubmen insert the pole through the handles of the tub, and bear it on their shoulders to the cart. The mode of carriage and the form of the tub have been already shown in an illustration which I was assured by a nightman who had seen it in a shop window, for he could not read, was as natural as life, tub and all. Thus far, the ropeman and the holeman generally aid in filling the tub, but as the soil becomes lower, the vessel is let down and drawn up full by the ropeman. When the soil becomes lower still, a ladder is usually planted inside the cesspool. The holeman, who is generally the strongest person in the gang, descends, shovels the tub full, having stirred up the refuse to loosen it, and the contents, being drawn up by the ropeman, are carried away as before described. The labour is sometimes severe. The tub, when filled, though it is never quite filled, weighs rarely less than 8 stone, and sometimes more. "But that, you see, sir," a nightman said to me, "depends on the nature of the sile." Beer and bread and cheese are given to the nightmen, and frequently gin, while at their work. But as the bestowal of the spirit is voluntary, some householders, from motives of economy, or from being real or pretended members or admirers of the total abstinence principles, refuse to give any strong liquor. And in that case, if such a determination to withhold the drink be known beforehand, the employers sometimes supply the men with a glass or 2, and the men, when "nothing better can be done," club their own money and send to some night house, often at a distance, to purchase a small quantity on their own account. One master nightman said he thought his men worked best, indeed he was sure of it, with a drop to keep them up. Another thought it did them neither good nor harm, in a moderate way of taking it. Both these informants were themselves temperate men, one rarely tasting spirits. It is commonly enough said that if the nightmen have no allowance, they will work neither as quickly nor as carefully as if accorded the customary gin perquisite. One man, certainly a very strong, active person, whose services, where quickness in the work was indispensable, might be valuable, and he had work as a rubbish carter also, told me that he for one would not work for any man at night work if there was not a fair allowance of drink, to keep up his strength, and he knew others of the same mind. On my asking him what he considered a fair allowance, he told me that at least a bottle of gin among the gang of 4 was looked for, and mostly had, over a gentleman's cesspool, and little enough too, the man said, among 4 of us. What it holds if it's public-house gin is uncertain, for you must know, sir, that some bottles has great kicks at their bottoms. But I should say that there's been a bottle of gin drunk at the clearing of every 2, aye, and more than every 2, out of 3 cesspools emptied in London, and now that I come to think on it, I should say that's been the case with 3 out of every 4. Some master nightmen, and more especially the sweeper nightmen, work at the cesspools themselves, although many of them are men well-to-do in the world. One master I met with, who had the reputation of being warm, spoke of his own manual labour in shovelling filth in the same self-complacent tone that we may imagine might be used by a grocer worth his plum, who quietly intimates that he will serve a washerwoman with her half-ounce of tea and wait for her himself, as politely as he would serve a duchess, for he wasn't above his business. Neither was the nightman. On one occasion I went to see a gang of nightmen at work. Large horn lanterns, for the night was dark, though at intervals the stars shone brilliantly, were placed at the edges of the cesspool. 2 poles also were temporarily fixed in the ground, to which lanterns were hung, but this is not always the case. The work went rapidly on, with little noise and no confusion. The scene was peculiar enough, the artificial light shining into the dark, filthy-looking cavern or cesspool, threw the adjacent houses into a deep shade. All around was perfectly still, and there was not an incident to interrupt the labour, except that at one time the window of a neighbouring house was thrown up, a night-capped head was protruded, and then down was banged the sash with an impatient curse. It appeared as if a gentleman's slumbers had been disturbed, though the nightman laughed and declared it was a lady's voice. The smell, although the air was frosty, was for some little time, perhaps 10 minutes, literally sickening. After that period, the chief sensation experienced was a slight headache, the unpleasantness of the odour still continuing, though without any sickening effect. The nightmen, however, pronounced the stench nothing at all, and one even declared it was refreshing. The cesspool in this case was so situated that the cart, or rather waggon, could be placed about 3 yards from its edge. Sometimes, however, the soil has to be carried through a garden and through the house, to the excessive annoyance of the inmates. The nightman whom I saw evidently enjoyed a bottle of gin, which had been provided for them by the master of the house, as well as some bread and cheese and 2 pots of beer. When the waggon was full, 2 horses were brought from a stable on the premises, an arrangement which can only be occasionally carried out, and yoked to the vehicle, which was at once driven away, a smaller cart and 1 horse being used to carry off the residue. End of section 84. Section 85 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Table showing the number of master sweeps, dust, and other contractors, and master bricklayers throughout the metropolis engaged in night work, as well as the number of cesspools emptied and quantity of soil collected yearly. Also the price paid to each operative per load or per night, and the total amount annually paid to the master nightman. Part 1. Reader's Note. The following table gives the names of the sweeps employed as nightmen, organised by area, the number of cesspools emptied during the year, the quantity of night soil collected annually, the number of operative nightmen employed to empty each cesspool, the total number of times the working nightmen are employed during the year, the sum paid to each operative nightman engaged in removing soil from cesspools, the total amount paid to the operative nightman during the year, and the total amount paid to master nightmen during the year for emptying cesspools at 10s. per load. End reader's note. Number of cesspools emptied during the year. In Kensington by Hurd, 8, by Francis, 12, by Russell, 8, by Howe, 20. In Chelsea by Burns, 12, by Clements, 10, by Groves, 18, by Clayton, 20, by Shepherd, 14, by Nye, 16, by Haddocks, 20, by Albrook, 30. In Westminster by Peacock, 60, by Riley, 40, by White, 20, by Ramsbottom, 12, by Ness, 12, by Porter, 10, by Edwards, 8, by Andrews, 8, by Foreman, 10. In St Martin's, by Wakefield, 8, by Whately, 6, by Templeton, 10, by Pearce, 10. In Marylebone, by Effrey, 12, by Brigham, 10, by Ballard, 8, by Pottle, 25, by Shadwick, 20, by Wilson, 20, by Lewis, 10, by Cuss, 30, by Wood, 20. In Paddington, by Pritchard, 20, by Randall, 25, by Brown, 10, by Lamb, 20, by Bolton, 10, by Davis, 8, by Rickwood, 8, by Elkins, 6. In Hampstead, by Kippen, 8, by Bowden, 8. In Islington, by Hughes, 25, by Boven, 20, by Chilcot, 25, by Baker, 12. In St Pancras, by Burrows, 20, by Justo, 8, by Neal, 8, by Robinson, 12, by Marriage, 20, by Rose, 12, by Hall, 20, by Jenkins, 12, by Steele, 4, by Lake, 60, by Hewlett, 10, by Snell, 10, by MacDonald, 30. In Hackney, by Mason, 20, by Clark, 12, by Starkey, 25, by Aptewell, 20, by Brown, 12. In St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury, by Store, 20, by Richards, 20, by Norris, 12, by Eldridge, 8, by Davis, 10, by Francis, 10, by Tiny, 12, by Johnson, 8, by Tynesy, 8, by Randall, 4, by Day, 60. In Strand, by Catlin, 10, by Richards, 8, by Hutchins, 8, by Barker, 4. In Holborn, by Duck, 30, by Eagle, 20, by Froome, 12, by Smith, 12. In Clerkenwell, by Davis, 30, by Brown, 20, by Day, 12, by Hawkins, 8, by Grant, 8. In St Luke's, by Brown, 20, by Molly, 20, by Stevens, 12, by Badger, 8, by Lewis, 8. In East London, by Crozier, 30, by James, 20, by Dawson, 8, by Newell, 20, by Lumley, 8, by Harvey, 6. In West London, by Raymond, 20, by Clark, 20, by Watson, 12, by Desater, 12. In London City, by Tyler and Tyso, 30, by Burgess, 20, by Wilson, 20, by Potter, 10, by Wright, 8. In Shoreditch, by Wells, 20, by Whittle, 20, by Collins, 15, by Crewe, 12, by Atwood, 12, by Conroy, 10, by Pusey, 6. In Bethnal Green, by Pedrick, 8, by Crosby, 8, by Mull, 12, by Darby, 20, by Hall, 20. In Whitechapel, by Collins, 12, by Brazier, 10, by Harrison, 20, by Harris, 16, by Mance, 8. In St George in the East, Whitehead, 20, by Wroughton, 20, by Rotham, 20, by Harewood, 20, by Rawthorne, 25, by Darling, 20, by Jones, 15, by Johnson, 12. In Bermondsey, by Simpson, 15, by Wilkinson, 12, by Goring, 10, by Lively, 8, by Stone, 9, by Ward, 6. In Walworth and Newington, by Kingsbury, 6, by Googe, 4, by Wells, 15, by Wilkes, 12, by James, 10, by Morgan, 8, by Croney, 8, by Holmes, 8. In Stepney, by Newell, 10, by Fleming, 20, by Tough, 20, by Hillingsworth, 12, by Smith, 10, by Field, 8. In Poplar, by Weaver, 18, by Strawson, 12, by Collodder, 8, by Ward, 10. In St Olave's, St Saviour's, and St George's, Southwark, by Vines, 12, by Humphrey, 15, by Young, 10, by James, 12, by Penn, 10, by Holiday 8, by Muggeridge 15, by Alcorn 12, by Fisher 12, by Good 10, by Smith 8, by Roberts 8, by Pilkington 9, by Lindsay 6, by Daycock 6, by Moulton 4. In Lambeth, by Roberts 25, by Holland 12, by Ballard 12, by Brown 8, by Mills 10, by Giles 6, by Spooner 6, by Green 4, by Barnum 4, by Price 4. In Christchurch, Lambeth, by Plummer 18, by Steers 12, by Clare 10, by Garlick 8, by Hudson 6, by Jones 4. In Wandsworth and Battersea, by Foreman 15, by Smith 10, by Giles 8, by Davis 6, by Flushman 4. In Rotherhithe, by Shelley 6, by Richardson 20, by Norris 8, by Smith 12, by Dyer 8. In Greenwich and Deptford, by Manning 30, by Vines 20, by Roseworthy 20, by Tyler 12, by Munchin 12. In Woolwich, by Pearce 30, by Fidman 12, by Sims 12, by Smithers 12, by Rooke 8, by James 8. In Lewisham, by Ridgway 20, by Binney 10. Total 2,992. Quantity of night soil collected annually in loads. In Kensington, Hurd 48, Francis 72, Russell 48, Howe 120. In Chelsea, Burns 72, Clements 60, Groves 108, Clayton 120, Shepherd 84, Nye 96, Haddocks 120, Albrook 180. In Westminster, Peacock 360, Riley 240, White 120, Ramsbottom 72, Ness 72, Porter 60, Edwards 48, Andrews 48, Foreman 60. In St Martin's, Wakefield 48, Whately 36, Templeton 60, Pearce 60. In Marylebone, Effrey 72, Brigham 60, Ballard 48, Pottle 150, Shadwick 120, Wilson 120, Lewis 60, Cuss 180, Wood 120. Paddington, Pritchard 120, Randall 150, Brown 60, Lamb 120, Bolton 60, Davis 48, Rickwood 48, Elkins 36. Hampstead, Kippen 48, Bowden 48, Islington, Hughes 150, Boven 120, Chilcot 150, Baker 72, St Pancras, Burrows 120, Justo 48, Neil 48, Robinson 72, Marriage 120, Rose 72, Hall 120, Jenkins 72, Steele 24, Lake 360, Hewlett 60, Snell 60, MacDonald 180. In Hackney, Mason 120, Clark 72, Starkey 150, Atwell 120, Brown 72. In St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury, Store 120, Richards 120, Norris 72, Eldridge 48, Davis 60, Francis 60, Tiny 72, Johnson 48, Tynesy 48, Randall 24, Day 360, Strand, Catlin 60, Richards 48, Hutchins 48, Barker 24. Holborn, Duck 180, Eagle 120, Froome 72, Smith 72. Clerkenwell, Davis 180, Brown 120, Day 72, Hawkins 48, Grant 48. In St Luke's, Brown 120, Molly 120, Stevens 72, Badger 48, Lewis 48. In East London, Crozier 180, James 120, Dawson 48, Newell 120, Lumley 48, Harvey 36. In West London, Raymond 120, Clark 120, Watson 72, Desater 72. London City, Tyler and Tyso 180, Burgess 120, Wilson 120, Potter 60, Wright 48. In Shoreditch, Wells 120, Whittle 120, Collins 90, Crewe 72, Atwood 72, Conroy 60, Pusey 36. In Bethnal Green, Pedrick 48, Crosby 48, Mull 72, Derby 120, Hall 120. In Whitechapel, Collins 72, Brazier 60, Harrison 120, Harris 96, Mance 48. St George's in the East, Whitehead 120, Rotten 120, Rotham 120, Harewood 120, Rawthorne 150, Darling 120, Jones 90, Johnson 72, Bermondsey, Simpson 90, Wilkinson 72, Goring 60, Lively 48, Stone 54, Ward 36. Walworth and Newington, Kingsbury 36, Goodge 24, Wells 90, Wilkes 72, James 60, Morgan 48, Croney 48, Holmes 48. In Stepney, Newell 60, Fleming 120, Tough 120, Hillingsworth 72, Smith 60, Field 48. In Poplar, Weaver 108, Strawson 72, Collodder 48, Ward 60. St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark, Vines 72, Humphrey 90, Young 60, James 72, Penn 60, Holiday 48, Muggeridge 90, Alcorn 72, Fisher 72, Good 60, Smith 48, Roberts 48, Pilkington 54, Lindsay 36, Daycock 36, Moulton 24. In Lambeth, Roberts 150, Holland 72, Ballard 72, Brown 48, Mills 60, Giles 36, Spooner 36, Green 24, Barnum 24, Price 24. Christchurch, Lambeth, Plummer 108, Steers 72, Clare 60, Garlick 48, Hudson 36, Jones 24. Wandsworth and Battersea, Foreman 90, Smith 60, Giles 48, Davis 36, Flushman 24. Rotherhithe, Shelley 36, Richardson 120, Norris 48, Smith 72, Dyer 48. Greenwich and Deptford, Manning 180, Vines 120, Roseworthy 120, Tyler 72, Munchin 72. Woolwich, Pearce 180, Fidderman 72, Sims 72, Smithers 72, Rook 48, James 48. Lewisham, Ridgeway 120, Blinny 60. Total 14,960 loads. Number of operative nightmen employed to empty each cesspool. In Kensington, Hurd 3, Francis 4, Russell 3, Howe 4. In Chelsea, Burns 3, Clements 3, Groves 3, Clayton 3, Shepherd 4, Nye 3, Haddocks 3, Albrook 4. In Westminster, Peacock 4, Riley 4, White 3, Ramsbottom 3, Ness 3, Porter 3, Edwards 3, Andrews 3, Foreman 3. In St Martin's, Wakefield, Whately, Templeton, Pearce, all 3. In Marylebone, Effrey 3, Brigham 3, Ballard 3, Pottle 4, Chadwick 3, Wilson 3, Lewis 3, Cuss 4, Wood 3. In Paddington, Pritchard, Randall, Brown, Lamb, Bolton, Davis, Rickwood, Elkins, all 3. In Hampstead, Kippen 3, Bowden 3. In Islington, Hughes, Boven, Chilcot, Baker, all 3. St Pancras, Burrows, Justo, Neil, Robinson, Marriage, Rose, Hall, Jenkins, Steele, all 3. Lake 4, Hewlett 3, Snell 3, MacDonald 4. In Hackney, Mason 3, Clark 3, Starkey 4, Attewell 4, Brown 3. In St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury, Store, Richards, Norris, Eldridge, Davis, Francis, Tiny, Johnson, Tynesy, Randall, all 3. Day 4. In Strand, Caitlin, Richards, Hutchins, Barker, all 3. In Holborn, Duck 4, Eagle 4, Froome 3, Smith 3. In Clerkenwell, Davis 3, Brown 4, Day 3, Hawkins 3, Grant 3. In St Luke's, Brown 4, Molly 4, Stevens 3, Badger 3, Lewis 3. In East London, Crozier 4, James 4, Dawson 3, Newell 4, Lumley 3, Harvey 3. In West London, Raymond 4, Clark 4, Watson 3, Desater 3. In London City, Tyler and Tyso 4, Burgess 4, Wilson 4, Potter 3, Wright 3. In Shoreditch, Wells 4, Whittle 4, Collins 3, Crewe 3, Atwood 3, Conroy 3, Pusey 3. In Bethnal Green, Pedrick 3, Crosby 3, Mull 3, Derby 4, Hall 4. In Whitechapel, Collins, Brazier, Harrison, Harris, Mance, all 3. In St George's in the East, Whitehead 4, Rotten 4, Wrotham 4, Harewood 3, Rawthorne 4, Darling 4, Jones 3, Johnson 3. Bermondsey, Simpson, Wilkinson, Goring, Lively, Stone, Ward, all 3. Walworth and Newington, Kingsbury, Googe, Wells, Wilkes, James, Morgan, Croney, Holmes, all 3. Stepney, Newell, Fleming, Tough, Hillingsworth, Smith, Field, all 3. Poplar, Weaver, Strawson, Culloder, Ward, all 3. St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark. Vines, Humphrey, Young, James, Penn, Holiday, Muggeridge, Alcorn, Fisher, Good, Smith, Roberts, Pilkington, Lindsay, Daycock, Moulton, all 3. Lambeth, Roberts 4, Holland 3, Ballard 3, Brown 3, Mills 3, Giles 3, Spooner 3, Green 3, Barnum 3, Price 3. Christchurch, Lambeth, Plummer, Steers, Clare, Garlick, Hudson, Jones, all 3. Wandsworth and Battersea, Foreman, Smith, Giles, Davis, Flushman, all 3. Rotherhithe, Shelley 3, Richardson 4, Norris 3, Smith 3, Dyer 3. Greenwich and Deptford, Manning 4, Vines 4, Roseworthy 4, Tyler 3, Munchin 3. Woolwich, Pearce 4, Fiddaman 3, Sims 3, Smithers 3, Rook 3, James 3. Lewisham, Ridgeway 4, Binney 3. Total 3 and 4. Total number of times the working nightmen are employed during the year. Kensington, Hurd 24, Francis 48, Russell 24, Howe 80. Chelsea, Burns 36, Clements 30, Groves 54, Clayton 60, Shepherd 56, Nye 48, Haddocks 60, Albrook 120. Westminster, Peacock 240, Riley 160, White 60, Ramsbottom 36, Ness 36, Porter 30, Edwards 24, Andrews 24, Foreman 30. St Martin's, Wakefield 24, Whately 18, Templeton 30, Pearce 30. Marylebone, Effery 36, Brigham 30, Ballard 24, Pottle 100, Shadwick 60, Wilson 60, Lewis 30, Cuss 120, Wood 60. Paddington, Pritchard 60, Randall 75, Brown 30, Lamb 60, Bolton 30, Davis 24, Rickwood 24, Elkins 18. Hampstead, Kippen 24, Bowden 24. Islington, Hughes 75, Boven 60, Chilcot 75, Baker 36. St Pancras, Burrows 60, Justo 24, Neil 24, Robinson 36, Marriage 60, Rose 36, Hall 60, Jenkins 36, Steele 12, Lake 240, Hewlett 30, Snell 30, MacDonald 120. Hackney, Mason 60, Clark 36, Starkey 100, Atwell 80, Brown 36. St Giles and St George's, Bloomsbury, Store 60, Richards 60, Norris 36, Eldridge 24, Davis 30, Francis 30, Tiny 36, Johnson 24, Tynesy 24, Randall 12, Day 240. Strand, Catlin 30, Richards 24, Hutchins 24, Barker 12. Holborn, Duck 120, Eagle 80, Froome 36, Smith 36. Clerkenwell, Davis 90, Brown 80, Day 36, Hawkins 24, Grant 24. St Luke's, Brown 80, Molly 80, Stevens 36, Badger 24, Lewis 24. East London, Crozier 120, James 80, Dawson 24, Newell 80, Lumley 24, Harvey 18. West London, Raymond 80, Clark 80, Watson 36, Desater 36. London City, Tyler and Tyso 120, Burgess 80, Wilson 80, Potter 30, Wright 24. Shoreditch, Wells 80, Whittle 80, Collins 45, Crewe 36, Atwood 36, Conroy 30, Pusey 18. Bethnal Green, Pedrick 24, Crosby 24, Mull 36, Derby 80, Hall 80. Whitechapel, Collins 36, Brazier 30, Harrison 60, Harris 48, Mance 24. St George's in the East, Whitehead 80, Rotten 80, Rotham 80, Harewood 60, Rawthorne 100, Darling 80, Jones 45, Johnson 36. Bermondsey, Simpson 45, Wilkinson 36, Goring 30, Lively 24, Stone 27, Ward 18. Walworth and Newington, Kingsbury 18, Googe 12, Wells 45, Wilkes 36, James 30, Morgan 24, Croney 24, Holmes 24. Stepney, Newell 30, Fleming 60, Tough 60, Hillingsworth 36, Smith 30, Field 24. Poplar, Weaver 54, Strawson 36, Collodder 24, Ward 30. St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark. Vines 36, Humphrey 45, Young 30, James 36, Penn 30, Holiday 24, Muggeridge 45, Alcorn 36, Fisher 36, Good 30, Smith 24, Roberts 24, Pilkington 27, Lindsay 18, Daycock 18, Moulton 12. Lambeth, Roberts 100, Holland 36, Ballard 36, Brown 24, Mills 30, Giles 18, Spooner 18, Green 12, Barnum 12, Price 12. Christchurch, Lambeth, Plummer 54, Steers 36, Clare 30, Garlick 24, Hudson 18, Jones 12. Wandsworth and Battersea, Foreman 45, Smith 30, Giles 24, Davis 18, Flushman 12. Rotherhithe, Shelley 18, Richardson 80, Norris 24, Smith 36, Dyer 24. Greenwich and Deptford, Manning 120, Vines 80, Roseworthy 80, Tyler 36, Munchin 36. Woolwich, Pearce 120, Fiddaman 36, Sims 36, Smithers 36, Rook 24, James 24. Lewisham, Ridgeway 80, Binney 30. Total 10,062. Sum paid to each operative nightman engaged in removing soil from cesspools. Kensington, Hurd 6d, Francis 6d, Russell 6d, Howe 7d, Chelsea, Burns 6d, Clement 6d, Groves 6d, Clayton 6d, Shepherd 6d, Nye 6d, Haddock 6d, Albrook 7d. Westminster, Peacock 7d, Riley 7d. White 6d, Ramsbottom 6d, Ness 6d, Porter 6d, Edwards 6d, Andrews 6d, Foreman 6d. St Martin's, Wakefield, Whately, Templeton, Piers, all 6d. Marylebone, Effery 6d, Brigham 6d, Ballard 6d, Pottle 7d, Shadwick 6d, Wilson 6d, Lewis 6d, Cuss 7d, Wood 6d. Paddington, Pritchard, Randall, Brown, Lamb, Bolton, Davis, Rickwood, Elkins, all 6d. Hampstead, Kippen 6d, Bowden 6d. Islington, Hughes, Boven, Chilcot, Baker, all 6d. St Pancras, Burrows, Justo, Neal, Robinson, Marriage, Rose, Hall, Jenkins, Steele, all 6d. Lake 7d, Hewlett 6d, Snell 6d, MacDonald 7d. Hackney, Mason 6d, Clark 6d, Starkey 6d, Atwell 7d, Brown 6d. St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury. Store, Richards, Norris, Eldridge, Davis, Francis, Tiny, Johnson, Tynesy, Randall, all 6d, Day 7d. Strand, Catlin, Richards, Hutchins, Barker, all 6d. Holborn, Duck 7d, Eagle 7d, Froome 6d, Smith 6d. Clerkenwell, Davis 6d, Brown 7d, Day 6d, Hawkins 6d, Grant 6d. St Luke's, Brown 7d, Molly 7d, Stevens 6d, Badger 6d, Lewis 6d. East London, Crozier 7d, James 7d, Dawson 6d, Newell 7d, Lumley 6d, Harvey 6d. West London, Raymond 6d, Clark 7d, Watson 6d, Desater 6d. London City, Tyler and Tyso 7d, Burgess 7d, Wilson 7d, Potter 6d, Wright 6d. Shoreditch, Wells, Whittle, Collins, Crewe, Atwood, Conroy, Pusey, all 6d. Bethnal Green, Pedrick, Crosby, Mull, Derby, Hall, all 6d. Whitechapel, Collins, Brazier, Harrison, Harris, Mance, all 6d. St George's in the East, Whitehead, Wroughton, Wrotham, Harewood, Rawthorne, Darling, Jones, Johnson, all 6d. Bermondsey, Simpson, Wilkinson, Goring, Lively, Stone, Ward, all 6d. Walworth and Newington, Kingsbury, Googe, Wells, Wilkes, James, Morgan, Croney, Holmes, all 6d. Stepney, Newell, Fleming, Tough, Hillingsworth, Smith and Field, all 6d. Poplar, Weaver, Strawson, Collodder and Ward, all 6d. St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark, Vines, Humphrey, Young, James, Penn, Holiday, Muggeridge, Alcorn, Fisher, Good, Smith, Roberts, Pilkington, Lindsay, Daycock and Moulton, all 6d. Lambeth, Roberts 7d. Holland, Ballard, Brown, Mills, Giles, Spooner, Green, Barnum and Price, all 6d. Christchurch, Lambeth, Plummer, Steers, Clare, Garlick, Hudson and Jones, all 6d. Wandsworth and Battersea, Foreman, Smith, Giles, Davis and Flushman, all 6d. Rotherhithe, Shelley, Richardson, Norris, Smith and Dyer, all 6d. Greenwich and Deptford, Manning, Vines, Roseworthy, Tyler and Munchin, all 6d. Woolwich, Pearce, Fiddaman, Sims, Smithers, Brooke and James, all 6d. Lewisham, Ridgeway and Binney, both 6d. Total 6 and 7d. Total amount paid to the operative nightman during the year. Kensington, Hurd, £1 4s. Francis, £1 16s. Russell, £1 4s. Howe, £3. Chelsea, £1 16s. Clements, £1 10s. Groves, £2 14s. Clayton, £3. Shepherd, £2 2s. Nye, £2 8s. Haddocks, £3. Albrook, £5 5s. Westminster, Peacock, £10 10s. Riley, £6 13s and 4d. White, £3. Ramsbottom, £1 16s. Ness, £1 16s. Porter, £1 10s and 4d. Edwards, £1 4s. Andrews, £1 4s. Foreman, £1 10s and 4d. St Martin's, Wakefield, £1 4s. Whately, 18s. Templeton, £1 10s. Pearce, £1 10s. Marylebone, Effrey, £1 16s. Brigham, £1 10s. Ballard, £1 4s. Pottle, £3 15s. Shadwick, £3. Wilson, £3. Lewis, £1 10s. Cuss, £4 10s. Wood, £3. Paddington, Pritchard, £3. Randall, £3 15s. Brown, £1 10s. Lamb, £3. Bolton, £1 10s. Davis, £1 4s. Rickwood, £1 4s. Elkins, 18s. Hampstead, Kippen, £1 4s. Bowden, £1 4s. Islington, Hughes, £3 15s. Boven, £3. Chilcot, £3 15s. Baker, £1 16s. St Pancras, Burrows, £3. Justo, £1 4s. Neil, £1 4s. Robinson, £1 16s. Marriage, £3. Rose, £1 16s. Hall, £3. Jenkins, £1 16s. Steele, 12s. Lake, £10 10s. Hewlett, £1 10s. Snell, £1 10s. MacDonald, £5 5s. Hackney, Mason, £3. Clark, £1 16s. Starkey, £3 16s. Attiwell, £3 10s. Brown, £1 16s. St Giles and St George's, Bloomsbury. Store, £3. Richards, £3. Norris, £3 16s. Eldridge, £1 4s. Davis, £1 10s. Francis, £1 10s. Tiny, £1 16s. Johnson, £1 4s. Tynesy, £1 4s. Randall, 12s. Day, £10 10s. Strand, Catlin, £1 10s. Richards, £1 4s. Hutchins, £1 4s. Barker, 12s. Holborn, Duck, £5 5s. Eagle, £3 10s. Froome, £1 16s. Smith, £1 16s. Clerkenwell, Davis, £4 10s. Brown, £3 10s. Day, £1 16s. Hawkins, £1 4s. Grant, £1 4s. St Luke's, Brown, £3. Molly, £3. Stevens, £1 16s. Badger, £1 4s. Lewis, £1 4s. East London, Crozier £5 5s, James £3 10s, Dawson £1 4s, Newell £3 10s, Lumley £1 4s, Harvey 18s. West London, Raymond £3, Clark £3, Watson £1 16s, Desater £1 16s. London City, Tyler and Tyso £5 5s, Burgess £3 10s, Wilson £3 10s, Potter £1 10s, Wright £1 4s. Shoreditch, Wells £3, Whittle £3, Collins £2 5s, Crewe £1 16s, Atwood £1 16s, Conroy £1 10s, Pusey 18s. Bethnal Green, Pedrick £1 4s, Crosby £1 4s, Mull £1 16s, Derby £3, Hall £3. Whitechapel, Collins £1 16s, Brazier £1 10s, Harrison £3, Harris £2 8s, Mance £1 4s. St George in the East, Whitehead £3, Wroughton £3, Wrotham £3, Harewood £3, Rawthorne £3 15s, Darling £3, Jones £2 5s, Johnson £1 16s. Bermondsey, Simpson £2 5s, Wilkinson £1 16s, Goring £1 10s, Lively £2 4s, Stone £1 7s, Ward 18s. Walworth and Newington, Kingsbury 18s, Goodge 12s, Wells £2 5s, Wilkes £1 16s, James £1 10s, Morgan £1 4s, Croney £1 4s, Holmes £1 4s. Stepney, Newell £1 10s, Fleming £3, Tough £3, Hillingsworth £1 16s, Smith £1 10s, Field £1 4s. Poplar, Weaver £2 14s, Strawson £1 16s, Collodder £1 4s, Ward £1 10s. St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark, Vines £1 16s, Humphrey £2 5s, Young £1 10s, James £1 16s, Penn £1 10s, Holiday £1 4s, Muggeridge £2 5s, Alcorn £1 16s, Fisher £1 16s, Good £1 10s, Smith £1 4s, Roberts £1 4s, Pilkington £1 7s, Lindsay 18s, Daycock 18s, Moulton 12s. Lambeth, Roberts £4 7s and sixpence, Holland £1 16s, Ballard £1 16s, Brown £1 4s, Mills £1 10s, Giles 18s, Spooner 18s, Green 12s, Barnum 12s, Price 12s. Christchurch, Lambeth, Plummer £2 14s, Steers £1 16s, Clare £1 10s, Garlic £1 4s, Hudson 18s, Jones 12s. Wandsworth and Battersea, Foreman £2 5s, Smith £1 10s, Giles £1 4s, Davis 18s, Flushman 12s. Rotherhithe, Shelley 18s, Richardson £3, Norris £1 4s, Smith £1 16s, Dyer £1 4s. Greenwich and Deptford, Manning £4 10s, Vines £3, Roseworthy £3, Tyler £1 16s, Munchin £1 16s. Woolwich, Pearce £4 10s, Fiddaman £1 16s, Sims £1 16s, Smithers £1 16s, Rook £1 4s, James £1 4s. Lewisham, Ridgeway £3, Binney £1 10s. Total £455 15s. Total amount paid to master nightmen during the year for emptying cesspools at 10s per load. Kensington, Hurd £24, Francis £36, Russell £24, Howe £60. Chelsea, Burns £36, Clements £30, Groves £54, Clayton £60, Shepherd £32, Nye £48, Haddocks £60, Albrook £90. Westminster, Peacock £180, Riley £120, White £60, Ramsbottom £36, Ness £36, Porter £30, Edwards £24, Andrews £24, Foreman £30, St Martin's, Wakefield £24, Whately £18, Templeton £30, Pearce £30. Marylebone, Effrey £36, Brigham £30, Ballard £24, Pottle £75, Shadwick £60, Wilson £60, Lewis £30, Cuss £90, Wood £60. Paddington, Pritchard £60, Randall £75, Brown £30, Lamb £60, Bolton £30, Davis £24, Rickwood £4, Elkins £18. Hampstead, Kippen £24, Bowden £24, Islington, Hughes £75, Boven £60, Chilcot £75, Baker £36, St Pancras, Burrows £60, Justo £24, Neil £24, Robinson £36, Marriage £60, Rose £36, Hall £60, Jenkins £36, Steele £12, Lake £180, Hewlett £30, Snell £30, MacDonald £90. Hackney, Mason £60, Clark £36, Starkey £75, Attewell £60, Brown £36. St Giles and St George's, Bloomsbury, Stowe £60, Richards £60, Norris £36, Eldridge £24, Davis £30, Francis £30, Tiny £36, Johnson £24, Tynesy £24, Randall £12, Day £180. Strand, Catlin £30, Richards £24, Hutchins £24, Barker £12. Holborn, Duck £90, Eagle £60, Froome £36, Smith £36. Clerkenwell, Davis £90, Brown £60, Day £36, Hawkins £24, Grant £24. St Luke's, Brown £60, Molly £60, Stevens £36, Badger £24, Lewis £24. East London, Crozier £90, James £60, Dawson £24, Newell £60, Lumley £24, Harvey £18. West London, Raymond £60, Clark £60, Watson £36, Desater £36. London City, Tyler and Tyso £90, Burgess £60, Wilson £60, Potter £30, Wright £24. Shoreditch, Wells £60, Whittle £60, Collins £45, Crewe £36, Atwood £36, Conroy £30, Pusey £18. Bethnal Green, Pedrick £24, Crosby £24, Mull £36, Derby £60, Hall £60. Whitechapel, Collins £36, Brazier £30, Harrison £60, Harris £48, Mance £24. St George in the East, Whitehead £60, Wroughton £60, Wrotham £60, Harewood £60, Rawthorne £75, Darling £60, Jones £45, Johnson £36. Bermondsey, Simpson £45, Wilkinson £36, Goring £36, Lively £30, Stone £24, Ward £24. Walworth and Newington, Kingsbury £27, Goodge £18, Wells £18, Wilkes £12, James £45, Morgan £36, Croney £30, Holmes £24. Stepney, Newell £30, Fleming £60, Tough £60, Hillingsworth £36, Smith £30, Field £24. Poplar, Weaver £54, Strawson £36, Collodder £24, Ward £30. St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark, Vines £36, Humphrey £45, Young £30, James £36, Penn £30, Holiday £24, Muggeridge £45, Alcorn £36, Fisher £36, Good £30, Smith £24, Roberts £24, Pilkington £27, Lindsay £18, Daycock £18, Moulton £12. Lambeth, Roberts £75, Holland £36, Ballard £36, Brown £24, Mills £30, Giles £18, Spooner £18, Green £12, Barnum £12, Price £12. Christchurch Lambeth, Plummer £54, Steers £36, Clare £30, Garlic £24, Hudson £18, Jones £12. Wandsworth and Battersea, Foreman £45, Smith £30, Giles £24, Davis £18, Flushman £12. Rotherhithe, Shelley £18, Richardson £60, Norris £24, Smith £36, Dyer £24. Greenwich and Deptford, Manning £90, Vines £60, Roseworthy £60, Tyler £36, Munchin £36. Woolwich, Pearce £90, Fiddaman £36, Sims £36, Smithers £36, Rook £24, James £24. Lewisham, Ridgeway £60, Binney £30. Total £7,480. End of section 85. Section 86 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Table showing the number of master sweeps, dust, and other contractors, and master bricklayers throughout the metropolis engaged in night work, as well as the number of cesspools emptied and quantity of soil collected yearly. Also the price paid to each operative per load or per night, and the total amount annually paid to the master nightman. Part 2. Dust and other contractors engaged as nightmen. Number of cesspools emptied during the year. Dark 50, Cooper 300, Dodd 300, Starkey 250, Williams 200, Boyer 150, Gore 200, Limpus 200, Emerson 150, Duggins 360, Bugby 250, Gold 200, Redden 200, Newman 200, Tame 300, Sinnott 200, Tompkins 200, Cordroy 150, Samuels 150, Robinson 100, Bird 100, Clark 100, Brown 100, Bonner 150, Guess 100, Jeffreys 200, Ryan 60, Hewitt 100, Liming 50, Ellis 100, Monk 150, Phillips 250, Porter 200, Dubbins 150, Taylor 100, Nichols 250, Freeman 100, Pattison 200, Rollins 150, Watkins 200, Lydiard 100, Farmer 250, Francis 150, Chadwick 200, Perkins 80, Culverwell 100, Rutty 150, Crook 100, McCarthy 50, Bateman 100, Booth 250, Wood 100, Calvert 150, Tilley 200, Abbott 100, Potter 250, Church 100, Humphreys 200, Jackson 100, Batterbury 50, Smith 50, Perkins 200, Rose 50, Croot 150, Speller 50, Piper 50, North 100, Crooker 150, Tingy 100, Jones 200, Whitton 300, Webben 150, Ryder 100, Wright 150, Duckett 300, Elworthy 200, Slee 200, Adams 150, Gutteris 50, Martin Buddy 200, Nicholson 100, Mears 100, Parsons 150, Kenning 200, Hook 250, Mitchell 100, Walton 200, Evans 50, Walker 90, Hobman 200, Stevens 250, Jeffrey 150, Hiscock 200, Allen 100, Connell 100, Waller 50, Mullard 50, Miller 100, Barnes 150, Sharp 100, Graham 150, Wellard 100, Hollis 50, Fletcher 150, Hearn 100, Stapleton 50, Martin 200, Prett and Sewell 300, Jenkins 200, Wesley 150, Bird 100, Gale 200, Porter 100, Wells 200, Hall 250, Kitchener 150, Wickham 100, Walker 200, Bindi 100, Stiles 250, Kirtland 100, Kingston 100, Eldred 150, Rumble 250, Mildwater 60, Lovell 100. Clarkson 150, Rhodes 100, Pine 200, Monk 250, Gabriel 100, Packer 200, Crawley 250, Easton 150, Marsland 150, East 100, Turtle 200, Fuller 200, Taylor 100, Ginno 150, Peakes 150, Fleckel 50, Cook 50, Stewart 100, Cooper 100, Bentley 200, Harford 200, Lytton 100, Mills 150, Voy 100, Cortman 50, Forster 100, Davison 150, Williams 250, Draper 200, Claxton 100, Robertson 50, Cornwall 100, Price 150, Milligan 200, West 250, Wilson 100, Lawn 100, Oakes 50, Jolliffe 150, Liley 100, Treagle 120, Coleman 50, Brooker 200, Dignam 200, Hillier 150, Simmons 150, Penrose 100, Jordan 200, Macy 100, Williams 150, Palmer 200, Anderson 100, George 200, Haselton 50, Willis 250, Farringdon 50, Doyle 100, Lamb 100, Bolton 200, Lovelock 250, Ashfield 50, Braithwaite 100. Total for dust and other contractors engaged as nightmen, 27,820. Quantity of night soil collected annually. Number of loads. Dark 300, Cooper 1,800, Dodd 1,800, Starkey 1,500, Williams 1,200, Boyer 900, Gore 1,200, Limpus 1,200, Emerson 900, Duggins 2,160, Bugby 1,500, Gould 1,200, Redden 1,200, Newman 1,200, Tame 1,800, Sinnott 1,200, Tompkins 1,200, Corduroy 900, Samuels 900, Robinson 600, Bird 600, Clark 600, Brown 600, Bonner 900, Guess 600, Jeffreys 1,200, Ryan 360, Hewitt 600, Liming 300, Ellis 600, Monk 900, Phillips 1,000, Porter 1,200, Dubbins 900, Taylor 600, Nichols 1,000, Freeman 600, Pattison 1,200, Rollins 900, Watkins 1,200, Lydiard 600, Farmer 1,500, Francis 900, Chadwick 1,200, Perkins 480, Culverwell 600, Rutty 900, Crook 600, McCarthy 300, Bateman 600, Booth 1500, Wood 600, Culvert 900, Tilley 1200, Abbott 600, Potter 1500, Church 600, Humphreys 1200, Jackson 600, Batterbury 300, Smith 300, Perkins 1200, Rose 300, Croot 900, Speller 300, Piper 300, North 600, Crooker 900, Tingy 600, Jones 1200, Whitton 1800, Webben 900, Ryder 600, Wright 900, Duckett 1800, Elworthy 1200, Slee 1200, Adams 900, Gutteris 300, Martin Buddy 1200, Nicholson 600, Mears 600, Parsons 900, Kenning 1200, Hook 1500, Mitchell 600, Walton 1200, Evans 300, Walker 540, Hobman 1200, Stevens 1500, Jeffrey 900, Hiscock 1200, Allen 600, Connell 600, Waller 300, Mullard 300, Miller 600, Barnes 900, Sharp 600, Graham 900, Wellard 600, Hollis 300, Fletcher 900, Hearn 600, Stapleton 300, Martin 1200, Pretton Sewell 1800, Jenkins 1200, Wesley 900, Bird 600, Gale 1200, Porter 600, Wells 1200, Hall 1500, Kitchener 900, Wickham 600, Walker 1200, Vindy 600, Stiles 1500, Kirtland 600, Kingston 600, Eldred 900, Rumble 1500, Mildwater 360, Lovell 600, Clarkson 900, Rhodes 600, Pine 1200, Monk 1500, Gabriel 600, Packer 1200, Crawley 1500, Easton 900, Marsland 900, East 600, Turtle 1200, Fuller 1200, Taylor 600, Ginno 900, Peakes 900, Fleckel 300, Cook 300, Stewart 600, Cooper 600, Bentley 1200, Harford 1200, Lytton 600, Mills 900, Voy 600, Cortman 300, Forster 600, Davison 900, Williams 1500, Draper 1200, Claxton 600, Robertson 300, Cornwall 600, Price 900, Milligan 1200, West 1500, Wilson 600, Lawn 600, Oakes 300, Jolliffe 900, Liley 600, Trigo 720, Coleman 300, Brooker 1200, Dignam 1200, Hillier 900, Simmons 900, Penrose 600, Jordan 1200, Macy 600, Williams 900, Palmer 1200, Anderson 600, George 1200, Haselton 300, Willis 1500, Farringdon 300, Doyle 600, Lamb 600, Bolton 1200, Lovelock 1500, Ashfield 300, Braithwaite 600. Total 139,100. Number of operative nightmen employed to empty each cesspool. All 4. Total number of times the working nightmen are employed during the year. Dark 200, Cooper 1200, Dodd 1200, Starkey 1000, Williams 800, Boyer 600, Gore 800, Limpus 800, Emerson 600, Duggins 1440, Bugby 1000, Gould 800, Redden 800, Newman 800, Tame 1200, Sinnott 800, Tompkins 800, Corduroy 600, Samuel 600, Robinson 400, Bird 400, Clark 400, Brown 400, Bonner 600, Guess 400, Jeffreys 800, Ryan 240, Hewitt 400, Liming 200, Ellis 400, Monk 600, Phillips 1000, Porter 800, Dubbins 600, Taylor 400, Nichols 1000, Freeman 400, Pattison 800, Rollins 600, Watkins 800, Lydiard 400, Farmer 1000, Francis 600, Chadwick 800, Perkins 320, Culverwell 400, Rutty 600, Crook 400, McCarthy 200, Bateman 400, Booth 1000, Wood 400, Calvert 600, Tilley 800, Abbott 400, Potter 1000, Church 400, Humphreys 800, Jackson 400, Batterbury 200, Smith 200, Perkins 800, Rose 200, Croot 600, Speller 200, Piper 200, North 400, Crooker 600, Tingy 400, Jones 800, Whitton 1200, Webben 600, Ryder 400, Wright 600, Duckett 1200, Elworthy 800, Slee 800, Adams 600, Gutteris 200, Martin Buddy 800, Nicholson 400, Mears 400, Parsons 600, Kenning 800, Hook 1000, Mitchell 400, Walton 800, Evans 200, Walker 360, Hobman 800, Stevens 1000, Jeffrey 600, Hiscock 800, Allen 400, Connell 400, Waller 200, Mullard 200, Miller 400, Barnes 600, Sharp 400, Graham 600, Wellard 400, Hollis 200, Fletcher 600, Hearn 400, Stapleton 200, Martin 800, Brett and Sewell 1200, Jenkins 800, Wesley 600, Bird 400, Gale 800, Porter 400, Wells 800, Hall 1000, Kitchener 600, Wickham 400, Walker 800, Bindi 400, Stiles 1000, Kirtland 400, Kingston 400, Eldred 600, Rumball 1000, Mildwater 240, Lovell 400, Clarkson 600, Rhodes 400, Pine 800, Monk 1000, Gabriel 400, Packer 800, Crawley 1000, Easton 600, Marsland 600, East 400, Turtle 800, Fuller 800, Taylor 400, Kinnock 600, Peakes 600, Fleckle 200, Cook 200, Stewart 400, Cooper 400, Bentley 800, Harford 800, Lytton 400, Mills 600, Boy 400, Cortman 200, Forster 400, Davison 600, Williams 1000, Draper 800, Claxton 400, Robertson 200, Cornwall 400, Price 600, Milligan 800, West 1000, Wilson 400, Lawn 400, Oakes 200, Jolliffe 600, Liley 400, Trigo 480, Coleman 200, Brooker 800, Dignam 800, Hillier 600, Simmons 600, Penrose 400, Jordan 800, Macy 400, Williams 600, Palmer 800, Anderson 400, George 800, Haselton 200, Willis 1000, Farringdon 200, Doyle 400, Lamb 400, Bolton 800, Lovelock 1000, Ashfield 200, Braithwaite 400.
Total 101,240.
Sum paid to each operative nightman engaged in removing soil from cesspools.
All 8d. Total amount paid to the operative nightman during the year. Dark £10, Cooper £60, Dodd £60, Starkey £50, Williams £40, Boyer £30, Gore £40, Limpus £40, Emerson £30, Duggins £72, Bugby £50, Gould £40, Reddin £40, Newman £40, Tame £60, Sinnott £40, Tompkins £40, Corjoy £30, Samuels £30, Robinson £20, Bird £20, Clark £20, Brown £20, Bonner £30, Guess £20, Jeffreys £40, Ryan £12, Hewitt £20, Liming £10, Ellis £20, Monk £30, Phillips £33, 6 shillings and 8d, Porter £40, Dubbins £30, Taylor £20, Nichols £33, 6 shillings and 8d, Freeman £20, Pattison £40, Rollins £30, Watkins £40, Lydiard £20, Farmer £50, Francis £30, Chadwick £40, Perkins £16, Culverwell £20, Rutty £30, Crook £20, McCarthy £10, Bateman £20, Booth £50, Wood £20, Calvert £30, Tilley £40, Abbott £20, Potter £50, Church £20, Humphreys £40, Jackson £20, Batterbury £10, Smith £10, Perkins £40, Rose £10, Croot £30, Speller £10, Piper £10, North £20, Crooker £30, Tingy £20, Jones £40, Whitton £60, Webben £30, Ryder £30, Wright £30, Duckett £60, Elworthy £40, Slee £40, Adams £30, Cutteris £10, Martinbuddy £40, Nicholson £20, Mears £20, Parsons £30, Kenning £40, Hook £50, Mitchell £20, Walton £40, Evans £10, Walker £18, Hobman £40, Stevens £50, Jeffrey £30, Hiscock £40, Allen £20, Connell £20, Waller £10, Mullard £10, Miller £20, Barnes £30, Sharp £20, Graham £30, Willard £20, Hollis £10, Fletcher £30, Hearn £20, Stapleton £10, Martin £40, Pretton Sewell £60, Jenkins £40, Westley £30, Bird £20, Gale £40, Porter £20, Wells £40, Hall £50, Kitchener £30, Wickham £20, Walker £40, Bindi £20, Styles £50, Kirtland £20, Kingston £20, Eldred £30, Rumball £50, Mildwater £12, Lovell £20, Clarkson £30, Rhodes £20, Pine £40, Monk £50, Gabriel £20, Packer £40, Crawley £50, Easton £30, Marsland £30, East £20, Turtle £40, Fuller £40, Taylor £20, Ginno £30, Peaks £30, Fleckle £60, Cook £10, Stewart £20, Cooper £20, Bentley £40, Harford £40, Lytton £20, Mills £30, Voy £20, Cortman £10, Forster £20, Davison £30, Williams £50, Draper £40, Claxton £20, Robertson £10, Cornwall £20, Price £30, Milligan £40, West £50, Wilson £20, Lawn £20, Oakes £10, Jolliffe £30, Liley £20, Treagle £24, Coleman £10, Brooker £40, Dignam £40, Hillier £30, Simmons £30, Penrose £20, Jordan £40, Macy £20, Williams £30, Palmer £40, Anderson £20, George £40, Haselton £10, Willis £50, Farringdon £10, Doyle £20, Lamb £20, Bolton £40, Lovelock £50, Ashfield £10, Braithwaite £20. Total £5,596 13 shillings and 4d. Total amount paid to master nightmen during the year for emptying cesspools at 10 shillings per load.
Dark £157 10 shillings, Cooper £945, Dodd £945, Starkey £787 10 shillings, Williams £630, Boyer £472 10 shillings, Gore £630, Limpus £630, Emerson £472 10 shillings, Duggins £1,134, Bugby £787 10 shillings, Gould £630, Redden £630, Newman £630, Tame £945, Sinnott £630, Tompkins £630, Corduroy £472 10 shillings, Samuels £472 10 shillings, Robinson £315, Bird £315, Clark £315, Brown £315, Bonner £472 10 shillings, Guess £315, Jeffreys £630, Ryan £189, Hewitt £315, Liming £157 10 shillings, Ellis £315, Monk £472 10 shillings, Phillips £525, Porter £630, Dubbins £472 10 shillings, Taylor £315, Nichols £525, Freeman £315, Pattison £630, Rollins £472 10 shillings, Watkins £630, Lydiard £315, Farmer £787 10 shillings, Francis £472 10 shillings, Chadwick £630, Perkins £252, Culverwell £315, Rutty £472 10 shillings, Crook £315, McCarthy £157 10 shillings, Bateman £315, Booth £787 10 shillings, Wood £315, Calvert £472 10 shillings, Tilly £630, Abbott £315, Potter £787 10 shillings, Church £315, Humphreys £630, Jackson £315, Batterbury £157 10 shillings, Smith £157 10 shillings, Perkins £630, Rose £157 10 shillings, Pruitt £472 10 shillings, Speller £157 10 shillings, Piper £157 10 shillings, North £315, Crooker £472 10 shillings, Tingy £315, Jones £630, Whitton £945, Webben £472 10 shillings, Ryder £315, Wright £472 10 shillings, Duckett £945, Elworthy £630, Slee £630, Adams £472 10 shillings, Gutteris £157 10 shillings, Martin Buddy £630, Nicholson £315, Mears £315, Parsons £472 10 shillings, Kenning £630, Hook £787 10 shillings, Mitchell £315, Walton £630, Evans £157 10 shillings, Walker £283 10 shillings, Hobman £630, Stevens £787 10 shillings, Jeffrey £472 10 shillings, Hiscook £630, Allen £315, Connell £315, Waller £157 10 shillings, Mullard £157 10 shillings, Miller £315, Barnes £472 10 shillings, Sharp £315, Graham £472 10 shillings, Wellard £315, Hollis £157 10 shillings, Fletcher £472 10 shillings, Hearn £315, Stapleton £157 10 shillings, Martin £630, Pretton Sewell £945, Jenkins £630, Westley £472 10 shillings, Bird £315, Gale £630, Porter £315, Wells £630, Hall £787 10 shillings, Kitchener £472 10 shillings, Wickham £315, Walker £630, Bindi £315, Styles £787 10 shillings, Kirtland £315, Kingston £315, Eldred £472 10 shillings, Rumble £787 10 shillings, Mildwater £189. Lovell £315, Clarkson £472 10s, Rhodes £315, Pine £630, Monk £787 10s, Gabriel £315, Packer £630, Crawley £787 10s, Easton £472 10s, Marsland £472 10s, East £315, Turtle £630, Fuller £630, Taylor £315, Guinness £472 10s, Peaks £472 10s, Fleckel £157 10s, Cook £157 10s, Stewart £315, Cooper £315, Bentley £630, Harford £630, Lytton £315, Mills £472 10s, Voy £315, Cortman £157 10s, Forster £315, Davison £472 10s, Williams £787 10s, Draper £630, Claxton £315, Robertson £157 10s, Cornwall £315, Price £472 10s, Milligan £630, West £787 10s, Wilson £315, Lawn £315, Oaks £157 10s, Jolliffe £472 10s, Liley £313, Treagle £378, Coleman £157 10s, Brooker £630, Dignam £630, Hillier £472 10s, Simmons £472 10s, Penrose £315, Jordan £630, Macy £315, Williams £472 10s, Palmer £650, Anderson £315, George £630, Haselton £157 10s, Willis £787 10s, Farringdon £157 10s, Doyle £315, Lamb £315, Bolton £630, Lovelock £787 10s, Ashfield £157 10s, Braithwaite £315. Total £73,027 10s.
Master bricklayers engaged as nightmen.
Number of cesspools emptied during the year.
Alban 100, Dunver 150, Buck 90, Aldred 150, Bowler 150, Deacon 250, Barrett 200, Elms 90, Gray 100, Emerton 150, Coleman 100, Belchier 250, Wade 200, Turner 100, Sutton 150, Cutmore 200, Ploughman 150, Brockwell 200, Bellamy 200, Janes 50, Higgs 50, Avery 100, Bailey 150, Pittman 200, Osier 150, Chambers 150, Turner 100, Sutton 150, Phoenix 80, Elsdon 50, Fuller 200, Heath 200, Beach 80, Jones 100, Gilbert 250, Green 100, King 250, Parker 150, Kelsey 200, Palmer 250, Sinclair 100, Peck 200, Young 50, Winter 100, Wolfe 90, Tabor 50, Kello 100, Mercer 150, Oswell 250, Mallet 90, Handley 180, Bull 150, Atkinson 200, Dennis 250, Fordham 100, Wigmore 150, Ricketts 300, Liniger 250, Price 100, James 300, Wills 180, Templar 100, Tolley 50, Smallman 100, Macy 150, Livermore 250, Oakham 250, Rudd 100, Kerridge 150, Perrin 150, Thomas 300, Moore 150, Reeves 200, Pearson 100, Stollery 50, Connew 250, Floyd 100, Girling 300, Gilbert 150, Carter 250, Claydon 200, Bibbing 50, Dunn 100, Howell 100, Fursey 100, Archer 250, Hart 300, Cole 100, Essex 250, Hinton 100, Wiseman 150, Tepner 200, Unwin 250, Treherne 300, Haveney 50, Williams 100, Plant 200, Linfield 250, Morris 150, Jenkins Jenkins 300, Buck 200, Hadnut 150, Cumming 200, Douglas 100, Hogden 300, McCurry 300, Warren 50, Whitechurch 200, Stevenson 150, Izzard 300, Jones 250, Rutland 100, Pritchard 200, Watts 250, Woodcock 150, Osborne 300, Moreland 250, Brown 300, Hughes 150. Total for master bricklayers engaged as nightmen, 19,880.
Quantity of night soil collected annually. Number of loads.
Alban 600, Danver 900, Buck 540, Aldred 900, Bowler 900, Deacon 1500, Barrett 1200, Elms 540, Gray 600, Emerton 900, Coleman 600, Belchier 1500, Wade 1200, Turner 600, Sutton 900, Cutmore 1200, Ploughman 900, Brockwell 1200, Bellamy 1200, Janes 300, Higgs 300, Avery 600, Bailey 900, Pittman 1200, Hosier 900, Chambers 900, Turner 600, Sutton 900, Phoenix 480, Elsdon 300, Fuller 1200, Heath 1200, Beach 480, Jones 600, Gilbert 1500, Green 600, King 1500, Parker 900, Kelsey 1200, Palmer 1500, Sinclair 600, Peck 1200, Young 300, Winter 600, Wolfe 540, Tabor 300, Kello 600, Mercer 900, Oswell 1500, Mallet 540, Handley 1080, Bull 900, Atkinson 1200, Dennis 1500, Fordham 600, Wigmore 900, Ricketts 1800, Linegar 1500, Price 600, James 1800, Wills 1080, Templar 600, Tolley 300, Smallman 600, Macy 900, Livermore 1500, Oakham 1500, Rudd 600, Kerridge 900, Perrin 900, Thomas 1800, Moore 900, Reeves 1200, Pearson 600, Stollery 300, Connew 1500, Floyd 600, Girling 1800, Gilbert 900, Carter 1500, Claydon 1200, Bibbing 300, Dunn 600, Howell 600, Fursey 600, Archer 1500, Hart 1800, Cole 600, Essex 1500, Hinton 600, Wiseman 900, Tepner 1200, Unwin 1500, Treherne 1800, Haveney 300, Williams 600, Plant 1200, Linfield 1500, Morris 900, Jenkins 1800, Buck 1200, Hadnut 900, Cumming 1200, Douglas 600, Ogden 1800, McCurry 1800, Warren 300, Whitechurch 1200, Stevenson 900, Izzard 1800, Jones 1500, Rutley 600, Pritchard 1200, Watts 1500, Woodcock 900, Osborne 1800, Moreland 1500, Brown 1800, Hughes 900. Total 99,400 loads.
Number of operative nightmen employed to empty each cesspool. All 4. Total number of times the working nightmen are employed during the year.
Alban 400, Danver 600, Buck 360, Aldred 600, Bowler 600, Deacon 1000, Barrett 800, Elms 360, Gray 400, Emerton 600, Coleman 400, Belchier 1000, Wade 800, Turner 400, Sutton 600, Cutmore 800, Ploughman 600, Brockwell 800, Bellamy 800, Janes 200, Higgs 200, Avery 400, Bailey 600, Pittman 800, Hosier 600, Chambers 600, Turner 400, Sutton 600, Phoenix 320, Elsdon 200, Fuller 800, Heath 800, Beach 320, Jones 400, Gilbert 1000, Green 400, King 1000, Parker 600, Kelsey 800, Palmer 1000, Sinclair 400, Peck 800, Young 200, Winter 400, Wolfe 360, Tabor 200, Kello 400, Mercer 600, Oswell 1000, Mallet 360, Handley 720, Bull 600, Atkinson 800, Dennis 1000, Fordham 400, Wigmore 600, Ricketts 1200, Linegar 1000, Price 400, James 1200, Wills 720, Templar 400, Tolley 200, Smallman 400, Macy 600, Livermore 1000, Oakham 1000, Rudd 400, Kerridge 600, Perrin 600, Thomas 1200, Moore 600, Reeves 800, Pearson 400, Stollery 200, Connew 1000, Floyd 400,
600, Girling 1200, Gilbert 600, Carter 1000, Claydon 800, Bibbing 200, Dunn 400, Howell 400, Fursey 400, Archer 1000, Hart 1200, Cole 400, Essex 1000, Hinton 400, Wiseman 600, Tepner 800, Unwin 1000, Treherne 1200, Haveney 200, Williams 400, Plant 800, Linfield 1000, Morris 600, Jenkins 1200, Buck 800, Hadnut 600, Cumming 800, Douglas 400, Ogden 1200, McCurry 1200, Warren 200, Whitechurch 800, Stevenson 600, Izzard 1200, Jones 1000, Rutley 400, Pritchard 800, Watts 1000, Woodcock 600, Osborne 1200, Moreland 1000, Brown 1200, Hughes 600. Total 59,520. Sum paid to each operative nightman engaged in removing soil from cesspools. All 5s each. Total amount paid to the operative nightman during the year. Alban £12 10s, Danver £18 15s, Buck £11 5s, Aldred £18 15s, Bowler £18 15s, Deacon £31 5s, Barrett £25, Elms £11 5s, Gray £12 10s, Emerton £18 15s, Coleman £12 10s, Belchier £31 5s, Wade £25, Turner £12 10s, Sutton £18 15s, Cutmore £25, Ploughman £18 15s, Brockwell £25, Bellamy £25, Janes £6 5s, Higgs £6 5s, Avery £12 10s, Bailey £18 15s, Pittman £25, Hosier £18 15s, Chambers £18 15s, Turner £12 10s, Sutton £18 15s, Phoenix £10, Elsdon £6 5s, Fuller £25, Heath £25, Beach £10, Jones £12 10s, Gilbert £31 5s, Green £12 10s, King £31 5s, Parker £18 15s, Kelsey £25, Palmer £31 5s, Sinclair £12 10s, Peck £25, Young £6 5s, Winter £12 10s, Wolfe £11 5s, Tabor £6 5s, Kello £12 10s, Mercer £18 15s, Oswell £31 5s, Mallet £11 5s, Handley £22 10s, Bull £18 15s, Atkinson £25, Dennis £31 5s, Fordham £12 10s, Wigmore £18 15s, Ricketts £37 10s, Linegar £31 5s, Price £12 10s, James £37 10s, Wills £22 10s, Templar £12 10s, Tolley £6 5s, Smallman £12 10s, Macy £18 15s, Livermore £31 5s, Oakham £31 5s, Rudd £12 10s, Kerridge £18 15s, Perrin £18 15s, Thomas £37 10s, Moore £18 15s, Reeves £25, Pearson £12 10s, Stollery £6 5s, Connew £31 5s, Floyd £12 10s, Girling £37 10s, Gilbert £18 15s, Carter £31 5s, Claydon £25, Bibbing £6 5s, Dunn £12 10s, Howell £12 10s, Fursey £12 10s, Archer £31 5s, Hart £37 10s, Cole £12 10s, Essex £31 5s, Hinton £12 10s, Wiseman £18 15s, Tepner £25, Unwin £31 5s, Treherne £37 10s, Haveney £6 5s, Williams £12 10s, Plant £25, Linfield £31 5s, Morris £18 15s, Jenkins £37 10s, Buck £25, Hadnut £18 15s, Cumming £25, Douglas £12 10s, Hogden £37 10s, McCurry £37 10s, Warren £6 5s, Whitechurch £25, Stevenson £18 15s, Izzard £37 10s, Jones £31 5s, Rutley £12 10s, Pritchard £25, Watts £31 5s, Woodcock £18 15s, Osborne £37 10s, Moreland £31 5s, Brown £37 10s, Hughes £18 15s.
Total £2,485. Total amount paid to Master Nightman during the year for emptying cesspools at 10 shillings per load. Alban £315, Danvers £472 10 shillings, Buck £283 10 shillings, Aldred £472 10 shillings, Bowler £472 10 shillings, Deacon £787 10 shillings, Barrett £630, Elms £283 10 shillings, Gray £315, Emerton £472 10 shillings, Coleman £315, Belchier £787, Wade £630, Turner £315, Sutton £472 10 shillings, Cutmore £630, Ploughman £472 10 shillings, Brockwell £630, Bellamy £630, Janes £157 10 shillings, Higgs £157 10 shillings, Avery £315, Bailey £472 10 shillings, Pittman £630, Hosier £472 10 shillings, Chambers £472 10 shillings, Turner £315, Sutton £472 10 shillings, Phoenix £252, Elsdon £157 10 shillings, Fuller £630, Heath £630, Beach £252, Jones £315, Gilbert £787 10 shillings, Green £315, King £787 10 shillings, Parker £472 10 shillings, Kelsey £630, Palmer £787 10 shillings, Sinclair £315, Peck £630, Young £157 10 shillings, Winter £315, Wolfe £283 10 shillings, Tabor £157 10 shillings, Kello £315, Mercer £472 10 shillings, Oswell £787 10 shillings, Mallet £283 10 shillings, Handley £567, Bull £472 10 shillings, Atkinson £630, Dennis £787 10 shillings, Fordham £315, Wigmore £472 10 shillings, Ricketts £945, Linegar £787 10 shillings, Price £315, James £945, Wills £567, Templar £315, Tolley £157 10 shillings, Smallman £315, Macy £472 10 shillings, Livermore £787 10 shillings, Oakham £787 10 shillings, Rudd £315, Kerridge £472 10 shillings, Perrin £472 10 shillings, Thomas £945, Moore £472 10 shillings, Reeves £630, Pearson £315, Stollery £157 10 shillings, Connew £787 10 shillings, Floyd £315, Girling £945, Gilbert £742 10 shillings, Carter £787 10 shillings, Claydon £630, Bibbing £157 10 shillings, Dunn £315, Howell £315, Fursey £315, Archer £787 10 shillings, Hart £945, Cole £315, Essex £787 10 shillings, Hinton £315, Wiseman £472 10 shillings, Tepner £630, Unwin £787 10 shillings, Treherne £945, Haveney £157 10 shillings, Williams £315, Plant £630, Linfield £787 10 shillings, Morris £472 10 shillings, Jenkins £945, Buck £630, Hadnut £472 10 shillings, Cumming £630, Douglas £315, Ogden £945, McCurry £945, Warren £157 10 shillings, Whitechurch £630, Stevenson £472 10 shillings, Izzard £945, Jones £787 10 shillings, Rutley £315, Pritchard £630, Watts £787 10 shillings, Woodcock £472 10 shillings, Osborne £945, Morland £787 10 shillings, Brown £945, Hughes £472 10 shillings. Total £52,185. Summary of the above table. Number of masters employed as nightmen.
Kensington 4, Chelsea 8, Westminster 9, St Martin's 4, Marylebone 9, Paddington 8, Hampstead 2, Islington 4, St Pancras 13, Hackney 5, St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 11, Strand 4, Holborn 4, Clerkenwell 5, St Luke's 5, East London 6, West London 4, City of London 5, Shoreditch 7, Bethnal Green 5, Whitechapel 5, St George's in the East 8, Stepney 6, Poplar 4, St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark 16, Bermondsey 6, Walworth and Newington 8, Lambeth 10, Christchurch Lambeth 6, Wandsworth and Battersea 5, Rotherhithe 5, Greenwich and Deptford 5, Woolwich 6, Lewisham 2. Total for sweeps employed as nightmen 214. Total for dust and other contractors employed as nightmen 188. Total for bricklayers employed as nightmen 119. Gross total 521. Number of cesspools emptied during the year: Kensington 48, Chelsea 140, Westminster 180, St Martin's 34, Marylebone 155, Paddington 107, Hampstead 16, Islington 82, St Pancras 226, Hackney 89, St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 172, Strand 30, Holborn 74, Clerkenwell 78, St Luke's 68, East London 92, West London 64, City of London 88, Shoreditch 95, Bethnal Green 68, Whitechapel 66, St George's in the East 152, Stepney 80, Poplar 48, St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark 157, Bermondsey 60, Walworth and Newington 71, Lambeth 91, Christchurch Lambeth 58, Wandsworth and Battersea 43, Rotherhithe 54, Greenwich and Deptford 94, Woolwich 82, Lewisham 30. Total for sweeps employed as nightmen 2,992. Total for dust and other contractors employed as nightmen 27,820. Total for bricklayers employed as nightmen 19,880. Gross total 50,692. Quantity of night soil collected annually in loads: Kensington 240, Chelsea 700, Westminster 900, St Martin's 170, Marylebone 775, Paddington 535, Hampstead 80, Islington 410, St Pancras 1130, Hackney 445, St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 860, Strand 150, Holborn 370, Clerkenwell 390, St Luke's 340, East London 460, West London 320, City of London 440, Shoreditch 475, Bethnal Green 340, Whitechapel 330, St George's in the East 760, Stepney 400, Poplar 240, St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark 785, Bermondsey 300, Walworth and Newington 355, Lambeth 455, Christchurch Lambeth 290, Wandsworth and Battersea 215, Rotherhithe 270, Greenwich and Deptford 470, Woolwich 410, Lewisham 150. Total for sweeps employed as nightmen 14,960. Total for dust and other contractors employed as nightmen 139,600. Total for bricklayers employed as nightmen 99,400. Gross total 253,960. Number of working nightmen employed to each cesspool: Kensington 3 and 4, Chelsea 3 and 4, Westminster 3, St Martin's 3, Marylebone 3 and 4, Paddington 3, Hampstead 3, Islington 3, St Pancras 3 and 4, Hackney 3 and 4, St Giles and St George's, Bloomsbury 3 and 4, Strand 3, Holborn 3 and 4, Clerkenwell 3 and 4, St Luke's 3 and 4, East London 3 and 4, West London 3 and 4, City of London 3 and 4, Shoreditch 3 and 4, Bethnal Green 3 and 4, Whitechapel 3, St George's in the East 3 and 4, Stepney 3, Poplar 3, St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark 3, Bermondsey 3, Walworth and Newington 3, Lambeth 3 and 4, Christchurch Lambeth 3, Wandsworth and Battersea 3, Rotherhithe 3 and 4, Greenwich and Deptford 3 and 4, Woolwich 3 and 4, Lewisham 3 and 4. Overall for sweeps employed as nightmen 3 and 4. For dust and other contractors employed as nightmen 4. For bricklayers employed as nightmen 4. Overall 3 and 4. Sum per load paid to each operative nightman engaged in removing soil from cesspools. Kensington, 6d. and 7d. Chelsea, 6d. and 7d. Westminster, 6d. St Martin's, 6d. Marylebone, 6d. and 7d. Paddington, 6d. Hampstead, 6d. Islington, 6d. St Pancras, 6d. and 7d. Hackney, 6d. and 7d. St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury, 6d. and 7d. Strand, 6d. Holborn, 6d. and 7d. Clerkenwell, 6d. and 7d. St Luke's, 6d. and 7d. East London, 6d. and 7d. West London, 6d. and 7d. City of London, 6d. and 7d. Shoreditch, 6d. Bethnal Green, 6d. Whitechapel, 6d. St George's in the East, 6d. Stepney, 6d. Poplar, 6d. St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark, 6d. Bermondsey, 6d. Walworth and Newington, 6d. Lambeth, 6d. and 7d. Christchurch, Lambeth, 6d. Wandsworth and Battersea, 6d. Rotherhithe, 6d. Greenwich and Deptford, 6d. and 7d. Woolwich, 6d. Lewisham, 6d. Total for sweeps employed as nightmen, 6d. and 7d. Total for dust and other contractors employed as nightmen, 8d. Total for bricklayers employed as nightmen, 5s. a night. Overall, 6d, 7d and 8d per load and 5s. per night. Total amount paid to master nightmen during the year for emptying cesspools. Kensington, £120, Chelsea, £350, Westminster, £450, St Martin's, £85, Marylebone, £387, 10s, Paddington, £267, 10s, Hampstead, £40, Islington, £205, St Pancras, £565, Hackney, £222, 10s, St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury, £430, Strand, £75, Holborn, £185, Clerkenwell, £195, St Luke's, £170, East London, £230, West London, £160, City of London, £220, Shoreditch, £237, 10s, Bethnal Green, £170, Whitechapel, £165, St George's in the East, £380, Stepney, £200, Poplar, £120, St Olave's, St Saviour's and St George's, Southwark, £392, 10s, Bermondsey, £150, Walworth and Newington, £177, 10s, Lambeth, £227, 10s, Christchurch, Lambeth, £145, Wandsworth and Battersea, £107, 10s, Rotherhithe, £135, Greenwich and Deptford, £235, Woolwich, £205, Lewisham, £75. Total for sweeps employed as nightmen, £7,480. Total for dust and other contractors employed as nightmen, £72,027. Total for bricklayers employed as nightmen, £52,185. Gross total, £131,692 and 10s.
End of section 86.
Section 87
of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie.
A table showing the quantity of refuse bought, collected or found in the streets of London. Refuse metal, copper, annual gross quantity £291,600, average number of buyers 200, quantity sold a quarter hundredweight each weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/500th. Price 6d per pound. Average yearly money value £7,290. Sold to brass founders and pewterers. Brass, annual gross quantity £291,600. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold a quarter hundredweight each weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/500th. Price 4d per pound. Average yearly money value £4,860, 6s and 8d. Sold to brass founders and pewterers. Iron, annual gross quantity £2,329,600. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 2 hundredweight each weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/200th. Price a farthing per pound. Average yearly money value £2,426, 13s and 4d. Sold to iron founders and manufacturers. Steel, annual gross quantity £62,400. Average number of buyers, 200. Quantity sold, £6 each weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, a penny per pound. Average yearly money value, £260. Sold to manufacturers. Lead. Annual gross quantity, 1,164,800. Average number of buyers, 200. Quantity sold, 1 hundredweight each weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, 1/500th. Price, a penny halfpenny per pound. Average yearly money value, £7,280. Sold to brass founders and pewterers. Pewter. Annual gross quantity, 291,600. Average number of buyers, 200. Quantity sold, a 1/4 hundredweight each weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, 1/500th. Price, 5p per pound. Average yearly money value, £6,075, 13s. and 4d. Sold to brass founders and pewterers. Total average yearly money value for refuse metal, £28,192, 13s. and 4d. Horse and carriage furniture. Carriages. Annual gross quantity, £120. Average number of buyers, 4. Quantity sold, 30 sets yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, £11 each. Average yearly money value, £1,320. Sold to Jew dealers. Wheels, 4 from coach builders. Annual gross quantity, 600 sets. Average number of buyers, 100. Quantity sold, 8 sets yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 25s. a set. Average yearly money value, £750. Sold to costers and small tradesmen. Wheels in pairs for carts and trucks. Annual gross quantity, 600 pairs. Average number of buyers, 50. Quantity sold, 12 pairs yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 7s. a pair. Average yearly money value, £210. Sold to costers and small tradesmen. Springs for trucks and small carts. Annual gross quantity, 780 pairs. Average number of buyers, 5. Quantity sold, 3 pairs weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 6s. per pair. Average yearly money value, £234. Sold to costers and others. Lace from coach builders. Annual gross quantity, £1,344. Average number of buyers, 12. Quantity sold, £112 yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, a penny per pound. Average yearly money value, £5 12s. Sold to cabmasters and to Jews. Fringe and tassels from coach builders. Annual gross quantity, £2,688. Average number of buyers, 12. Quantity sold, £224 yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, a halfpenny per pound. Average yearly money value, £5 12s. Sold to Jews. Coach and carriage linings, singly. Annual gross quantity, 156. Average number of buyers, 12. Quantity sold, 13 yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 25s. each. Average yearly money value, £195. Sold to cabmasters. Harness, carriage pairs. Annual gross quantity, 60 pairs. Average number of buyers, 10. Quantity sold, 6 pairs yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, £3 per pair. Average yearly money value, £180. Sold to omnibus proprietors. Harness single sets. Annual gross quantity, 144 sets. Average number of buyers, 12. Quantity sold, 12 sets yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 30s. per set. Average yearly money value, £216. Sold to cabmasters. Harness, sets of donkey and pony. Annual gross quantity, 41,600 sets. Average number of buyers, 100. Quantity sold, 8 sets weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, Harness makers. Price 4 shillings a set. Average yearly money value £8,320. Sold to Little Master harness makers. Saddles. Annual gross quantity 1040 sets. Average number of buyers 10. Quantity sold 2 sets weekly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 4 shillings a set. Average yearly money value £203. Sold to Little Master harness makers. Collars. Annual gross quantity 2080 sets. Average number of buyers 10. Quantity sold 4 sets weekly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 9p a set. Average yearly money value £78. Sold to Little Master harness makers and marine stores. Bridles. Annual gross quantity 4,160 sets. Average number of buyers 10. Quantity sold 6 sets weekly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 8p a set. Average yearly money value £138, 13 shillings and 4p. Sold to Little Master harness makers and marine stores. Pads. Annual gross quantity 2080 sets. Average number of buyers 10. Quantity sold 4 sets weekly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 6p a set. Average yearly money value £52. Sold to Little Master harness makers. Bits. Annual gross quantity 4,160 sets. Average number of buyers 10. Quantity sold 3 sets weekly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 2p a set. Average yearly money value £34, 13 shillings and 4p. Sold to Little Master harness makers and marine stores. Leather. New cuttings from coach builders. Annual gross quantity £58,136. Average number of buyers 24. Quantity sold 22 hundredweight yearly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 4p a set. Average yearly money value £985, 12 shillings. Sold to Jews and also to gunsmiths. Leather Morocco cuttings from coach builders. Annual gross quantity £960. Average number of buyers 20. Quantity sold 48 hundredweight yearly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 1 shilling 6p a set. Average yearly money value £72. Sold to tailors' trimming sellers. Old leather waste from coach builders. Annual gross quantity £53,760. Average number of buyers 12. Quantity sold 20 hundredweight yearly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 2p halfpenny a set. Average yearly money value £560. Sold to Jews. Total average yearly money value for horse and carriage furniture £13,560, 2 shillings 8p. Refuse linen, cotton and so on. Rags, woolen, consisting of tailors' shreds, old flannel drugget, carpet and moreen. Annual gross quantity £4,659,200. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 4 hundredweight weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/1000th. Price a halfpenny per pound. Average yearly money value £9,706, 13 shillings and 4p. Sold for manure and to nail up fruit trees. Rags, coloured cotton. Annual gross quantity £2,912,000. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 2.5 hundredweight weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/500th. Price a halfpenny per pound. Average yearly money value £6,066, 13 shillings and 4p. Sold to paper makers and for quilts. Rags white. Annual gross quantity £1,164,800. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 1 hundredweight weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/1000th. Price 2p per pound. Annual yearly money value £9,706, 13 shillings and 4p. Sold to paper makers. Canvas. Annual gross quantity £44,800. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 200 weight yearly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price a penny per pound. Average yearly money value £186, 13 shillings and fourpence. Sold to chance customers. Rope and sacking. Annual gross quantity £291,200. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold a quarter hundredweight weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/500th. Price a halfpenny per pound. Average yearly money value £606, 13 shillings and fourpence. Sold for oakum and sacking to mend old sacks. Total average yearly money value for refuse linen, cotton and so on, £36,898, 13 shillings and fourpence. Paper, waste paper. Annual gross quantity £1,397,760. Average number of buyers 60 collectors, each disposing of 400 weight weekly. Obtained of the street buyers all. Price 18 shillings per hundredweight. Average yearly money value £11,232. Sold to shopkeepers. Glass and crockery ware. Bottles, common and doctors. Annual gross quantity 62,400 dozen. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 24 weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/100th. Price 2d per dozen. Average yearly money value £520. Sold to doctors and chemists. Bottles, wine. Annual gross quantity 31,200 dozen. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 12 weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/200th. Price 6d per dozen. Average yearly money value £780. Sold to British wine merchants and ale stores. Bottles, porter and stout. Annual gross quantity 4,800 dozen. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 24 dozen yearly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 6d per dozen. Average yearly money value £120. Sold to ale and porter stores. Flint glass. Annual gross quantity £15,600. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold £1.5 weekly. Obtained of the street buyers 1/1000th. Price a farthing per pound. Average yearly money value £16 5 shillings. Sold to glass manufacturers. Pickling jars. Annual gross quantity £7,200. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 36 yearly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 3 farthings each. Average yearly money value £22 10 shillings. Sold to Italian warehouses and so on. Gallipots. Annual gross quantity 20,800 dozen. Average number of buyers 200. Quantity sold 24 weekly. Obtained of the street buyers none. Price 2d per dozen. Average yearly money value £173, 6 shillings and 8pence. Sold to Italian warehouses. Total average yearly money value for glass and crockery ware £1,632, 1 shilling and 8pence. Refuse apparel. Coats. Annual gross quantity 624,000. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 8 coats daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothesmen. Price 6 shillings each. Average yearly money value £187,200. Sold to old clothesmen and wholesale dealers. Trousers. Annual gross quantity 312,000 pairs. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 4 pairs of trousers daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothesmen. Price 3 shillings 3d per pair. Average yearly money value £50,700. Sold to old clothesmen and wholesale dealers. Waistcoats. Annual gross quantity 312,000. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 3 waistcoats daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothesmen. Price 7d each. Average yearly money value £9,100. Sold to old clothesmen and wholesale dealers. Under waistcoats, annual gross quantity 46,800. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 3 weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 2d each. Average yearly money value £390. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Breeches and gaiters, annual gross quantity 15,600 pairs. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 1 pair weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 2 shillings per pair. Average yearly money value £1,560. Sold to old clothing and wholesale dealers. Dressing gowns, annual gross quantity 3,000. Average number of buyers 100 collectors, each purchasing 30 yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 4 shillings 2d each. Average yearly money value £625. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Cloaks, men's. Annual gross quantity 1,000. Average number of buyers 100 collectors, each purchasing 10 cloaks yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 10 shillings each. Average yearly money value £500. Sold to wholesale dealers. Boots and shoes. Annual gross quantity 1,560,000 pairs. Average number of buyers 100 collectors, each purchasing 60 pairs daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 7d per pair. Average yearly money value £45,500. Sold to wardrobe dealers and second-hand boot and shoe makers. Boot and shoe soles. Annual gross quantity 648,000 dozen pair. Average number of buyers 100 collectors, each collecting 30 dozen pair daily. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price 1 shilling per dozen pair. Average yearly money value £32,400. Sold to Jews and gunsmiths to temper gun barrels. Bootlegs. Annual gross quantity 520,000 dozen pair. Average number of buyers 200 collectors, each collecting 50 dozen pair weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price 5 shillings per dozen pair. Average yearly money value £130,000. Sold to translators. Hats. Annual gross quantity 1,879,000. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 24 hats daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 4d each. Average yearly money value £31,200. Sold to dealers and master hatters. Boys' suits. Annual gross quantity 3,600. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 12 suits yearly. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 3 shillings a suit. Average yearly money value £540. Sold to Jew dealers. Shirts and chemises. Annual gross quantity 626,400. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 8 daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 4d each. Average yearly money value £10,400. Sold to old clothing and wholesale dealers. Stockings of all kinds. Annual gross quantity 783,000 pairs. Average number of buyers 100 collectors, each purchasing 30 pair daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price a penny per pair. Average yearly money value £3,272 10 shillings. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Drawers, men's and women's. Annual gross quantity 93,600 pairs. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 6 pair weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 3d per pair. Average yearly money value £1,170. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Women's dresses of all kinds. Annual gross quantity 496,800. Average number of buyers 300 collectors, each purchasing 6 dresses daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price 1 shilling 9d each. Average yearly money value £41,107 and 10 shillings. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Petticoats. Annual gross quantity 939,600. Average number of buyers, 300 collectors, each purchasing 12 daily. Price, 7p each. Average yearly money value, £27,405. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Women's stays. Annual gross quantity, 261,000 pairs. Average number of buyers, 100 collectors, each purchasing 10 pair daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price, 5p per pair. Average yearly money value, £5,437 10 shillings. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Children's shirts. Annual gross quantity, 187,920. Average number of buyers, 60 collectors, each purchasing 12 daily. Price, 3p a dozen. Average yearly money value, £195 15 shillings. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Children's petticoats. Annual gross quantity, 261,000. Average number of buyers, 200 collectors, each purchasing 5 daily. Price, a penny halfpenny each. Average yearly money value, £1,639 11 shillings 8p. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Children's frocks. Annual gross quantity, 522,000. Average number of buyers, 200 collectors, each purchasing 10 daily. Price, 4p each. Average yearly money value, £8,700. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Cloaks, women's, capes, visites, and so on. Annual gross quantity, 5,200. Average number of buyers, 20 collectors, each purchasing 5 cloaks weekly. Price, 4 shillings each. Average yearly money value, £1,040. Sold to wholesale dealers. Bonnets. Annual gross quantity, 1,409,400. Average number of buyers, 150 collectors, each purchasing 3 dozen daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price, 6p each. Average yearly money value, £35,235. Sold to wholesale dealers. Shawls of all kinds. Annual gross quantity, 469,800. Average number of buyers, 300 collectors, each purchasing 6 daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price, 1 shilling 2p each. Average yearly money value, £27,405. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Fur boas and victorines. Annual gross quantity, 261,000. Average number of buyers, 100 collectors, each purchasing 10 daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price, 1 shilling 2p each. Average yearly money value, £15,220. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Fur tippets and muffs. Annual gross quantity, 130,500. Average number of buyers, 100 collectors, each purchasing 5 daily. Obtained of the street buyers, bought of old clothing. Price, 1 shilling 2p each. Average yearly money value, £7,612 10 shillings. Sold to wholesale and wardrobe dealers. Umbrella and parasol frames. Annual gross quantity, 518,400. Average number of buyers, 200 collectors, each collecting 12 daily. Obtained of the street buyers, all. Price, 5p each. Average yearly money value, £10,300. Sold to Jews and old umbrella menders. Total average yearly money value for refuse apparel, £675,555 6 shillings and 8p. Household refuse. Tea leaves. Annual gross quantity, £78,000. Average number of buyers, no information. Quantity sold, no information. Obtained of the street buyers, all. Price, 2p halfpenny per pound. Average yearly money value, £812 10 shillings. Sold to merchants to remake into tea. Fish skins. Annual gross quantity, £3,900. Average number of buyers, 25 collectors, each collecting £2 weekly for 6 months. Obtained of the street buyers, costers and fishmongers. Price, a penny per pound. Average yearly money value, £16 5 shillings. Sold to brewers to fine their ale. Hareskins. Annual gross quantity, 80,000. Average number of buyers, 50 collectors,
each collecting 50 weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, all. Price, a shilling a dozen. Average yearly money value, £333, 6 shillings 8pence. Sold to Jews, hatters and furriers. Kitchen staff. Annual gross quantity, £62,400. Average number of buyers, 200 collectors, each collecting £6 weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, a penny halfpenny per pound. Average yearly money value, £390. Sold at marine stores. Dripping. Annual gross quantity, £52,000. Average number of buyers, 200 collectors, each collecting £5 weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, £3 per pound. Average yearly money value, £650. Sold at marine stores. Bones. Annual gross quantity, £3,494,400. Average number of buyers, 200 buyers. Quantity sold, 300 weight weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, 1/1000th. Price, a farthing per pound. Average yearly money value, £105,625. Sold for manure, knife handles and so on. Hogwash. Annual gross quantity, 2,504,000 gallons. Average number of buyers, 200 buyers, each purchasing 40 gallons daily. Obtained of the street buyers, all. Price, a penny per gallon. Average yearly money value, £10,433, 6 shillings and 8pence. Sold to pig dealers. Dust from houses. Annual gross quantity, 900,000 loads. Average number of buyers, no information. Quantity sold, no information. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 2 shillings 6pence per load. Average yearly money value, £112,500. Sold for manure and to brickmakers. Soot. Annual gross quantity, 800,000 bushels. Average number of buyers, 800 collectors, each collecting 19 bushels weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 5pence per bushel. Average yearly money value, £16,666, 13 shillings and 4pence. Sold to farmers, graziers and gardeners. Soil from cesspools. Annual gross quantity, 750,000 loads. Average number of buyers, no information. Quantity sold, no information. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 10 shillings per load. Average yearly money value, £375,000. Sold for manure. Total average yearly money value for household refuse, £622,427, 1 shilling and 8pence. Street refuse. Street sweepings, scavengers. Annual gross quantity, 140,983 loads. Average number of buyers, 444 collectors, the whole collecting 452 loads daily. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 3 shillings per load. Average yearly money value, £21,147, 9 shillings. Sold for manure. Street sweepings, street orderlies. Annual gross quantity, 2,817 loads. Average number of buyers, 546 collectors, the whole collecting 9 loads daily. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 2 shillings 6pence per load. Average yearly money value, £2,352, 2 shillings and 6pence. Sold for manure. Coal and coke, mudlarks. Annual gross quantity, 64,656 hundredweight. Average number of buyers, 550 collectors, each collecting £42 daily. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 8pence per hundredweight. Average yearly money value, £2,151, 17 shillings and 4pence. Sold to the poor. Pure. Annual gross quantity, 52,000 pails. Average number of buyers, 200 collectors, each collecting 5 pails weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, none. Price, 1 shilling per pail. Average yearly money value, £2,600. Sold to tanners and leather dressers. Cigar ends. Annual gross quantity, £2,240. Average number of buyers, 50 collectors, each collecting £8.50 weekly. Obtained of the street buyers, street finders. Price, 8pence per pound.
Average yearly money value, £74, 13 shillings and 4pence. Sold to Jews in Rosemary Lane. Total average yearly money value for street refuse, £28,326, 2 shillings and 2pence. Gross total for refuse bought, collected or found in the streets of London, £1,406,592, 1 shilling and 6pence. Curious and ample as this table of refuse is, one moreover perfectly original, it is not sufficient, by the mere range of figures, to convey to the mind of the reader a full comprehension of the ramified vastness of the second-hand trade of the metropolis. Indeed, tables are for reference more than for the current information to be yielded by a history or a narrative. I will therefore offer a few explanations, in elucidation, as it were, of the tabular return. I must, as indeed I have done in the accompanying remarks, depart from the order of the details of the table to point out, in the first instance, the particulars of the greatest of the second-hand trades, that in clothing. In this table the reader will find included every indispensable article of man's, woman's, and child's apparel, as well as those articles which add to the ornament or comfort of the person of the wearer, such as boas and victorines for the use of one sex, and dressing gowns for the use of the other. The articles used to protect us from the rain, or the too powerful rays of the sun, are also included, umbrellas and parasols. The whole of these articles exceed, when taken in round numbers, 12 millions and a quarter, and that reckoning the pairs, as in boots and shoes and so on, as but one article. This, still pursuing the round number system, would supply nearly 5 articles of refuse apparel to every man, woman and child in this, the greatest metropolis of the world. I will put this matter in another light. There are about 35,000 Jews in England, nearly half of whom reside in the metropolis. 12,000, it is further stated on good authority, reside within the city of London. Now, at one time, the trade in old clothes was almost entirely in the hands of the city Jews, the others prosecuting the same calling in different parts of London, having been wardrobe dealers, chiefly women, who had not unfrequently been the servants of the aristocracy. And even these wardrobe dealers sold much that was worn, and, as one old clothes dealer told me, much that was not for their fine customers, because the fashion had gone by, to the old clo' Jews, or to those to whom the street buyers carried their stock, and who were able to purchase on a larger scale than the general itinerants. Now, supposing that even 1/12 of these 12,000 Israelites were engaged in the old clothes trade, which is far beyond the mark, each man would have 1,225 articles to dispose of yearly, all second-hand. Perhaps the most curious trade is that in waste paper, or, as it is called by the street collectors, in waste, comprising every kind of used or useless periodical, and books in all tongues. I may call the attention of my readers, by way of illustrating the extent of this business, in what is proverbially refuse waste paper, to their experience of the penny postage. 3 or 4 sheets of notepaper, according to the stouter or thinner texture, and an envelope with a seal or a glutinous and stamped fastening, will not exceed half an ounce, and is conveyed to the Orkneys and the further Isles of Shetland, the Hebrides, the Scilly and Channel Islands, the Isles of Achill and Cape Clear of the western and southern coasts of Ireland, or indeed to and from the most extreme points of the United Kingdom, and no matter what distance, provided the letter be posted within the United Kingdom, for a penny. The weight of waste or refuse paper annually disposed of to the street collectors, or rather buyers, is 1,397,760 pounds. Were this tonnage, as I may call it, for it comprises 12,480 tons yearly, to be distributed in half-ounce letters, it would supply material, as respects weight, for 44,728,430 letters on business, love, or friendship. I will next direct attention to what may be, by perhaps not overstraining a figure of speech, called the crumbs which fall from the rich man's table, or, according to the quality of the commodity of refuse, of the tables of the comparatively rich, and that down to a low degree of the scale. These are not, however, unappropriated crumbs to be swept away uncared for, but are objects of keen traffic and bargains between the possessors or their servants and the indefatigable street folk. Among them are such things as champagne and other wine bottles, porter and ale bottles, and, including the establishments of all the rich and the comparative rich, kitchen stuff, dripping, hogwash, hare-skins, and tea-leaves. Lastly come the very lowest grades of the street folk, the finders, men who will quarrel, and have been seen to quarrel, with a hungry cur for a street-found bone, not to pick or gnaw, although Eugene Sue has seen that done in Paris, and I once very early on a summer's morning saw some apparently houseless Irish children contend with a dog and with each other for bones thrown out of a house in King William Street, City, as if after a very late supper. Not to pick or gnaw, I was saying, but to sell for manure. Some of these finders have seen better days. Others, in intellect, are little elevated above the animals whose bones they gather, or whose ordure, pure, they scrape into their baskets. I do not know that the other articles in the arrangement of the table of street refuse and so on require any further comment. Broken metal and so on can only be disposed of according to its quality or weight, and I have lately shown the extent of the trade in such refuse as street sweepings, soot, and night soil. The gross total, or average yearly money value, is £1,406,592 for the second-hand commodities I have described in the foregoing pages. Or, as something like a minimum is given, both as to the number of the goods and the price, we may fairly put this total at £1.5 million of pounds sterling. End of section 87.
Section 88 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Crossing sweepers. That portion of the London street folk who earn a scanty living by sweeping crossings constitute a large class of the metropolitan poor. We can scarcely walk along a street of any extent, or pass through a square of the least pretensions to gentility, without meeting one or more of these private scavengers. Crossing sweeping seems to be one of those occupations which are resorted to as an excuse for begging, and indeed, as many expressed it to me, it was the last chance left of obtaining an honest crust. The advantages of crossing sweeping as a means of livelihood seem to be, first, the smallness of the capital required in order to commence the business; secondly, the excuse the apparent occupation it affords for soliciting gratuities without being considered in the light of a street beggar; and thirdly, the benefits arising from being constantly seen in the same place, and thus exciting the sympathy of the neighbouring householders, till small weekly allowances or pensions are obtained. The first curious point in connection with this subject is what constitutes the property, so to speak, in a crossing, or the right to sweep a pathway across a certain thoroughfare. A nobleman who has been one of Her Majesty's ministers, whilst conversing with me on the subject of crossing sweepers, expressed to me the curiosity he felt on the subject, saying that he had noticed some of the sweepers in the same place for years. What were the rights of property, he asked, in such cases, and what constituted the title that such a man had to a particular crossing? Why did not the stronger sweeper supplant the weaker? Could a man bequeath a crossing to a son, or present it to a friend? How did he first obtain the spot? The answer is that crossing sweepers are, in a measure, under the protection of the police. If the accommodation afforded by a well-swept pathway is evident, the policeman on that district will protect the original sweeper of the crossing from the intrusion of a rival. I have indeed met with instances of men who, before taking to a crossing, have asked for and obtained permission of the police, and one sweeper who gave me his statement had even solicited the authority of the inhabitants
before he applied to the inspector at the station house. If a crossing have been vacant for some time, another sweeper may take to it, but should the original proprietor again make his appearance, the officer on duty will generally re-establish him. One man to whom I spoke had fixed himself on a crossing which for years another sweeper had kept clean on the Sunday morning only. A dispute ensued, the one claimant pleading his long Sabbath possession, and the other his continuous everyday service. The quarrel was referred to the police, who decided that he who was oftener on the ground was the rightful owner, and the option was given to the former possessor that if he would sweep there every day, the crossing should be his. I believe there is only one crossing in London which is in the gift of a householder, and this proprietorship originated in a tradesman having, at his own expense, caused a paved footway to be laid down over the macadamised road in front of his shop, so that his customers might run less chance of dirtying their boots when they crossed over to give their orders. Some bankers, however, keep a crossing sweeper, not only to sweep a clean path for the clients visiting their house, but to open and shut the doors of the carriages calling at the house. Concerning the causes which lead or drive people to this occupation, they are various. People take to crossing sweeping either on account of their bodily afflictions, depriving them of the power of performing ruder work, or because the occupation is the last resource left open to them of earning a living, and they considered even the scanty subsistence it yields preferable to that of the workhouse. The greater proportion of crossing sweepers are those who, from some bodily infirmity or injury, are prevented from a more laborious mode of obtaining their living. Among the bodily infirmities, the chief are old age, asthma, and rheumatism, and the injuries mostly consist of loss of limbs. Many of the rheumatic sweepers have been bricklayers' labourers. The classification of crossing sweepers is not very complex. They may be divided into the casual and the regular. By the casual I mean such as pursue the occupation only on certain days in the week, as for instance those who make their appearance on the Sunday morning, as well as the boys who, broom in hand, travel about the streets, sweeping before the foot passengers, or stopping an hour at one place, and then, if not fortunate, moving on to another. The regular crossing sweepers are those who have taken up their posts at the corners of streets or squares, and I have met with some who have kept to the same spot for more than 40 years. The crossing sweepers in the squares may be reckoned among the most fortunate of the class. With them the crossing is a kind of stand, where anyone requiring their services knows they may be found. These sweepers are often employed by the butlers and servants in the neighbouring mansions for running errands, posting letters, and occasionally helping in the packing up and removal of furniture or boxes when the family goes out of town. I have met with other sweepers who, from being known for years to the inhabitants, have at last got to be regularly employed at some of the houses to clean knives, boots, windows, and so on. It is not at all an unfrequent circumstance, however, for a sweeper to be in receipt of a weekly sum from some of the inhabitants in the district. The crossing itself is in these cases but of little value for chance customers, for were it not for the regular charity of the householders, it would be deserted. Broken victuals and old clothes also form part of a sweeper's means of living, nor are the clothes always old ones, for one or two of this class have for years been in the habit of having new suits presented to them by the neighbours at Christmas. The irregular sweepers mostly consist of boys and girls who have formed themselves into a kind of company and come to an agreement to work together on the same crossings. The principal resort of these is about Trafalgar Square, where they have seized upon some 3 or 4 crossings, which they visit from time to time in the course of the day. One of these gangs I found had appointed its king and captain, though the titles were more honorary than privileged. They had framed their own laws respecting each one's right to the money he took, and the obedience to these laws was enforced by the strength of the little fraternity. One or two girls whom I questioned told me that they mixed up ballad singing or lace selling with crossing sweeping, taking to the broom only when the streets were wet and muddy. These children are usually sent out by their parents, and have to carry home at night their earnings. A few of them are orphans with a lodging-house for a home. Taken as a class, crossing sweepers are among the most honest of the London poor. They all tell you that, without a good character and the respect of the neighbourhood, there is not a living to be got out of the broom. Indeed, those whom I found best to do in the world were those who had been longest at their posts. Among them are many who have been servants until sickness or accident deprived them of their situations, and nearly all of them have had their minds so subdued by affliction that they have been tamed so as to be incapable of mischief. The earnings, or rather takings, of crossing sweepers are difficult to estimate, generally speaking, that is, to strike the average for the entire class. An erroneous idea prevails that crossing sweeping is a lucrative employment. All whom I have spoken with agree in saying that some 30 years back it was a good living, but they bewail piteously the spirit of the present generation. I have met with some who in former days took their £3 weekly, and there are but few I have spoken to who would not, at one period, have considered 15 shillings a bad week's work. But now the takings are very much reduced. The man who was known to this class as having been the most prosperous of all, for from one nobleman alone he received an allowance of 7 shillings and 6pence weekly, assured me that 12 shillings a week was the average of his present gains, taking the year round, whilst the majority of the sweepers agree that a shilling is a good day's earnings. A shilling a day is the very limit of the average incomes of the London sweepers, and this is rather an over than an under calculation. For although a few of the more fortunate, who are to be found in the squares or main thoroughfares, or opposite the public buildings, may earn their 12 or 15 shillings a week, yet there are hundreds who are daily to be found in the by-streets of the metropolis who assert that 8pence a day is their average taking, and indeed, in proof of their poverty, they refer you to the workhouse authorities, who allow them certain quartern loaves weekly. The old stories of delicate suppers and stockings full of money have in the present day no foundation of truth. The black crossing sweeper, who bequeathed £500 to Miss Waithman, would almost seem to be the last of the class whose earnings were above his positive necessities. Lastly, concerning the numbers belonging to this large class, we may add that it is difficult to reckon up the number of crossing sweepers in London. There are few squares without a couple of these pathway scavengers, and in the more respectable squares, such as Cavendish or Portman, every corner has been seized upon. Again, in the principal thoroughfares, nearly every street has its crossing and attendant. 1. Of the adult crossing sweepers. A. The able-bodied sweepers. The elder portion of the London crossing sweepers admit, as we have before said, of being arranged, for the sake of perspicuity, into several classes. I shall begin with the able-bodied males, then proceed to the females of the same class, and afterwards deal with the able-bodied Irish, male and female, who take to the London causeways for a living. This done, I shall then in due order take up the afflicted or crippled class, and finally treat of the juveniles belonging to the same calling. 1. The able-bodied male crossing sweepers. Part 1. The aristocratic crossing sweeper. Billy is the popular name of the man who for many years has swept the long crossing that cuts off one corner of Cavendish Square, making a short cut from Old Cavendish Street to the Duke of Portland's mansion. Billy is a merry, good-tempered kind of man, with a face as red as a love-apple, and cheeks streaked with little veins. His hair is white, and his eyes are as black and bright as a terrier's. He can hardly speak a sentence without finishing it off with a moist chuckle. His clothes have that peculiar look which arises from being often wet through, but still they are decent, and far above what his class usually wear. The hat is limp in the brim from being continually touched. The day when I saw Billy was a wet one, and he had taken refuge from a shower under the Duke of Portland's stone gateway. His tweed coat, torn and darned, was black about the shoulders with the raindrops, and his boots grey with mud. But he told me, "It was no good trying to keep clean shoes such a day as that, 'cause the blacking come off in the puddles." Billy is "well up" in the Court Guide. He continually stopped in his statement to tell whom my Lord B married, or where my Lady C had gone to spend the summer, or what was the title of the Marquis So-and-so's eldest boy. He was very grateful, moreover, to all who had assisted him, and would stop looking up at the ceiling, and God blessing them all, with a species of religious fervour. His regret that the good old times had passed, when he made hats full of money, was unmistakably sincere, and when he had occasion to allude to them, he always delivered his opinion upon the late war, calling it a cut-and-run affair, and saying that it was nothing at all put alongside with the old war, when the halfpence and silver coin were twice as big and 20 times more plentiful than during the late campaign. Without the least hesitation, he furnished me with the following particulars of his life and calling. I was born in London, in Cavendish Square, and, he added, laughing, I ought to have a title, for I first came into the world at number 3, which was Lord Bessborough's then. My mother went there to do her work, for she chaired there, and she was took sudden and couldn't go no further. She couldn't have chosen a better place, could she? You see, I was born in Cavendish Square, and I've worked in Cavendish Square, sweeping a crossing, for now near upon 50 year. Until I was 19, I'm 69 now, I used to sell water creases, but they felled off, and then I dropped it. Both mother and myself sold water creases after my Lord Bessborough died, and whilst he lived, she wouldn't leave him, not for nothing. We used to do uncommon well at one time. There wasn't nobody about then as there is now. I've sold flowers too. They was very good then. They was mostly show carnations and moss roses and such like, but no common flowers. It wouldn't have done for me to sell common things at the houses I used to go to. The reason why I took to a crossing was I had an old father and I didn't want him to go to the workus. I didn't wish to do anything bad myself, and I never would, no sir, for I've got as good a character as the first nobleman in the land, and that's a fine thing, ain't it? So, as water creases had fell off till they wasn't a living to me, I had to do summat else to help me to live. I saw the crossing sweepers in Westminster making a deal of money, so I thought to myself, I'll do that. And I fixed upon Cavendish Square, because, I said to myself, I'm known there, it's where I was born, and there I set to work. The very first day I was at work, I took 10 shillings. I never asked nobody, I only bowed my head and put my hand to my hat, and they knowed what it meant. By jingo, when I took that there, I thought to myself, what a fool I've been to stop at water creases. For the first 10 year, I did uncommon well. Give me the old-fashioned way. They were good times then. I like the old-fashioned way. Give me the old penny pieces, and then the 18 penny pieces, and the 3 shilling pieces, and the 7 shilling pieces. Give me them, I says. The day the old halfpence and silver was cried down, that is, the old coin was called in to change the currency, my hat wouldn't hold the old silver and halfpence I was given that afternoon. I had such a lot, upon my word, they broke my pocket. I didn't know the money was altered, but a fishmonger says to me, have you got any old silver? I said, yes, I've got a hat full. And then says he, take 'em down to Cootses's and change 'em. I went, and I was nearly squeeged to death. That was the first time I was like to be killed, but I was nigh killed again when Queen Caroline passed through Cavendish Square after her trial. They took the horses out of her carriage and pulled her along. She kept a chucking money out of the carriage, and I went and scrambled for it, and I got 25 shilling, but my hand was a nigh smashed through it. And says a friend of mine, before I went, Billy, says he, don't you go, and I was sorry after, I did. She was a good woman, she was. The Yallers, that is, the King's party, was agin her, and pulled up the paving stones when her funeral passed, but the blues was for her. I can remember, too, the mob at the time of the Lord Castlereagh riots. They went to Portman Square and broke all the winders in the house. They pulled up all the rails to protect theirselves with. I went to the Bishop of Durham's and hid myself in the coal cellar then. My mother chaired there too. The Bishop of Durham and Lord Harcourt opened their gates and hurrahed the mob, so they had nothing of theirs touched. But whether they did it through fear or not, I can't say. The mob was carrying a quartern loaf dipped in bullock's blood, and when I saw it, I thought it was a man's head, so that frightened me, and I run off. I remember, too, when Lady Pembroke's house was burnt to the ground. That's about 18 year ago. It was very lucky the family wasn't in town. The housekeeper was a nigh killed, and they had to get her out over the stables. And when her ladyship heard she was all right, she said she didn't care for the fire, since the old dame was saved, and she had lived along with the family for many years. No, bless you, sir, I didn't help at the fire. I'm too much of a coward to do that. All the time the Duke of Portland was alive, he used to allow me 7 shillings 6pence a week, which was a shilling a day, and 1 shilling 6pence for Sundays. He was a little short man, and a very good man he was too, and it warn't only me as he gave money to, but to plenty others. He was the best man in England for that. Lord George Bentinck, too, was a good friend to me. He was a great racer, he was, and then he turned to be a member of Parliament, and then he made a good man, they tell me. But he never come to my crossing without giving me something. He was at the corner of Holly Street, he was, and he never put foot on my crossing without giving me a sovereign. Perhaps he wouldn't cross more than once or twice a month, but when he comed my way, that was his money. Ah, he was a nice feller, he was. When he give it, he always put it in my hand, and never let nobody see it, and that's the way I like to have my fee give me. There's Mrs. D, too, as lived at number 6. She was a good friend of mine, and always allowed me a suit of clothes a year, but she's dead, good lady, now. Dr. C and his lady, they likewise was very kind friends of mine, and gave me every year clothes and new shoes, and blankets, aye, and a bed too, if I had wanted it, but now they're all dead, down to the coachman. The doctor's old butler, Mr. K, he gave me 25 shillings the day of the funeral, and says he, Bill, I'm afraid this will be the last. Poor good friends they was, all of them, and I did feel cut up when I see the hearse going off. There was another gentleman, Mr. W. T., who lives in Harley Street. He never come to me without giving me half a crown. He was a real good gentleman, but I haven't seen him for a long time now, and perhaps he's dead too. All my friends is dropping off. I'm 55, and they was men when I was a boy. All the good gentlemen's gone, only the bad ones stop. Another friend of mine is Lord B. He always drops me a shilling when he come by, and says he, you don't know me, but I knows you, Billy. But I do know him, for my mother worked for the family many a year, and considering I was born in the house, I think to myself, if I don't know you, why I ought. He's a handsome, stout young chap, and as nice a gentleman as any in the land. One of the best friends I had was Prince E, as lived there in Chandos Street, the bottom house yonder. I had 5 sovereigns give me the day as he was married to his beautiful wife. Don't you remember what a talk there was about her diamonds, sir? They say she was kivered in them. He used to put his hand in his pocket and give me 2 or 3 shillings every time he crossed. He was a gentleman as was uncommon fond of the gals, sir. He'd go and talk to all the maid-servants round about, if they was only good-looking. I used to go and ring the hairy bells for him, and tell the gals to go and meet him in Chapel Street. God bless him. I says he was a pleasant gentleman, and a regular good un for a bit of fun, and always looking lively and smiling. I see he's got his old coachman yet, though the prince doesn't live in England at present, but his son does, and he always gives me a half-crown when he comes by too. I gets a pretty fine lot of Christmas boxes, but nothing like what I had in the old times. Prince E always gives me half a crown, and I goes to the butler for it. Pretty near all my friends gives me a box, them as knows me, and they say, here's your Christmas box, Billy. Last Christmas Day I took 36 shillings, and that was pretty fair. But bless you, in the old times I've had my hat full of money. I tells you again, I've have had as much as £5 in old times, all in old silver and halfpence. That was in the old war, and not this runaway shabby affair. Every Sunday I have 6pence regular from Lord H, whether he's in town or not. I goes and fetches it. Mrs. D of Harley Street, she gives me a shilling every Sunday when she's in town, and the parents as knows me gives halfpence to their little girls to give me. Some of the little ladies says, here, that will do you good. No, it's only pennies, for sixpences is out of fashion, and thank God for the coppers, though they are little. I generally, when the people's out of town, take about 2 shillings or 2 shillings 6pence on the Sunday. Last Sunday I only took 1 shilling 3pence, but then you see it come on to rain, and I didn't stop. When the town's full, 3 people alone gives me more than that. In the season I take 5 shillings safe on a Sunday, or perhaps 6 shillings, for you see it's all like a lottery. I should like you to mention Lady Mildmay in Grosvenor Square, sir. Whenever I goes to see her, but you know I don't go often, I'm safe for 5 shillings, and at Christmas I have my regular salary, a guinea. She's a very old lady, and I've knowed her for many and many years. When I goes to my lady, she always comes out to speak to me at the door, and says she, 'Oh, 'tis Willie, and how do you do, Willie?' And she always shakes hands with me and laughs away. Ah, she's a good kind creature. There's no pride in her whatsomever, and she never sacks her servants. My crossing has been a good living to me and mine. It's kept the whole of us. Ah, in the old time I dare say I've made as much as £3 a week regular by it. Besides, I used to have lots of broken victuals, and I can tell you I knowed where to take 'em to. Ah, I've had as much food as I could carry away, and regular good stuff, chicken, and some things I couldn't guess the name of, they was so Frenchified. When the families is in town, I gets a good lot of food given me. But you know, when the nobility and gentlemen are away, the servants is on board wages, and cuss them board wages, I says. I buried my father and mother as a son ought to. Mother was 73 and father was 65. Good round ages, ain't they, sir? I shall never live to be that. They are lying in St John's Wood Cemetery, along with many of my brothers and sisters, which I have buried as well. I've only 2 brothers living now, and poor fellows, they're not very well to do. It cost me a good bit of money. I pay 2s. 6d. a year for keeping up the graves of each of my parents, and 1s. 2d. for my brothers. There was the Earl of Gainsborough, as I should like you to mention as well, please, sir. He lived in Chandos Street, and was a particular nice man and very religious. He always gave me a shilling and a tract. Well, you see, I did often read the tract. They was all religious, and about where your souls was to go to. Very good, you know, what there was, very good. And he used to buy 'em wholesale at a little shop, corner of High Street, Marrowbun. He was a very good, kind gentleman, and gave away such a deal of money that he got regular known, and the little beggar girls followed him at such a rate that he was at last forced to ride about in a cab to get away from them. He's many a time said to me when he stopped to give me my shilling, 'Billy, is any of them a-following me?' He was safe to give to everybody as asked him, but you see it worried his soul out, and it was a kind soul too, to be followed about by a mob. When all the families is in town, I has 14s. a week regular as clockwork from my friends as lives round the square, and when they're away, I don't get 6d. a day, and sometimes I don't get a penny a day, and that's less. You see, some of them, like my Lord B, is out 8 months in the year, and some of 'em, such as my Lord H, is only 3. Then Mrs. D, she's away 3 months, and then she always gives 1s. a week regular when she's up in London. I don't take 4s. a week on the crossing. Ah, I wish you'd give me 4s. for what I take. No, I make up by going of errands. I runs for the families and the servants, and any of them. Sometimes they sends me to a banker's with a cheque. Bless you, they'd trust me with anythink, if it was a hatful. I've had a lot of money trusted to me at times. At one time I had as much as £83 to carry for the Duke of Portland. Aye, that was a go, that was. You see, the hall porter had it give to him to carry to the bank, and he gets me to do it for him. But the valet heard of it, so he wanted to have a bit of fun, and he wanted to put the hall porter in a funk. I met the valet in Holborn, and says he, 'Bill, I want to have a lark.' So he kept me back, and I did not get back till 1 o'clock. The hall porter offered £5 reward for me, and sends the police. But Mr. Freebrother, Lord George's wallet, he says, 'I'll make it all right, Billy.' They sent up to my poor old people, and says father, 'Billy wouldn't rob anybody of a nightcap, much more £80. I met the policeman in Holborn, and says he, 'I want you, Billy,' and says I, 'All right, here I am.' When I got home, the hall porter, says he, 'Oh, I am a dead man, where's the money?' And says I, 'It's lost.' 'Oh, it's the Duke's, not mine,' says he. Then I pulls it out, and says the porter, 'It's a lark of Freebrother's.' So he gave me £2 to make it all right. That was a game. And the hall porter, says he, 'I really thought you was gone, Billy.' But says I, 'If everybody carried as good a face as I do, everybody would be as honest as any in Cavendish Square.' I had another lark at the Bishop of Durham's. I was a-cleaning the knives, and a swell mobsman, with a green baize bag, came down the steps, and says he to me, 'Is Mr. Lewis the butler in?' He'd got the name off quite pat. 'No,' says I, 'he's upstairs.' Then says he, 'Can I step into the pantry?' 'Oh, yes,' says I, and shows him in. Bless you, he was so well dressed, I thought he was a master shoemaker or something. But as all the plate was there, thinks I, I'll just lock the door to make safe. So I fastens him in tight, and keeps him there till Mr. Lewis comes. No, he didn't take none of the plate, for Mr. Lewis come down, and then, as he didn't know nothink about him, we had in a policeman. When we finds his bag was stuffed with silver teapots and all sorts of things from my Lord Musgrave's. Says Mr. Lewis, you did quite right, Billy. It wasn't a likely thing I was going to let anybody into a pantry crammed with silver. There was another chap who had prigged a lot of plate. He was an old man, and had a bag crammed with silver, and was a-cutting away with lots of people after him. So I puts my broom across his legs and tumbles him, and when he got up, he cut away and left the bag. Ah, I've seen a good many games in my time, that I have. The butler of the house the plate had been stole from gave me £2 for doing him that turn. Once a gentleman called me, and says he, "My man, how long have you been in this square?" Says I, "I'm Billy, and been here almost all my life." Then he says, "Can I trust you to take a cheque to Scott the banker?" And I answers, "That's as you like," for I wasn't going to press him. It was a heavy cheque, for Mr. Scott, as knows me well, aye, well he do, says, "Billy, I can't give you all in notes, you must stop a bit." It nearly filled the bag I had with me. I took it all safe back, and says he, "Ah, I knowed it would be all right," and he give me a half-sovereign. I should like you to put these things down, 'cause it's a fine thing for my character, and I can show my face with any man for being honest. That's one good thing. I pays 4 shillings a week for 2 rooms, one up and one down, for I couldn't live in one room. I come to work always near 8 o'clock, for you see it takes me some time to clean the knives and boots at Lord B.'s. I get sometimes a shilling and sometimes 1 shilling 6pence a week for doing that, and glad I am to have it. It's only for the servants I does it, not for the quality. When I does anythink for the servants, it's either cleaning boots and knives, or putting letters in the post, that's it, anythink of that kind. They gives me just what they can, a penny or twopence, or half a pint of beer when they hadn't got any coppers. Sometimes I gets a few left off clothes, but very seldom. I have 2 suits a year give me regular, and I goes to a first-rate tailor for 'em, though they don't make the prime, of course not, yet they're very good. Now this coat I liked very well when it was new, it was so clean and tidy. No, the tailor don't show me the pattern books and that sort of thing. He knows what's wanted. I won't never have none of them washing duck breeches. That's the only thing as I refuses, and the tailor knows that. I looks very nice after Christmas, I can tell you, and I've always got a good tidy suit for Sundays, and God bless them as gives 'em to me. Every Sunday I gets a hot dinner at Lord B.'s, whether he's out of town or in town, that's summat. I gets bits too give me, so that I don't buy a dinner, no, not once a week. I pays 4 shillings a week rent, and I dare say my food, morning and night, costs me a shilling a day. I am sure it does, morning and night. At present I don't make 12 shillings a week, but take the year round, one week with another, it might come to 13 shillings or 14 shillings a week I gets. Yes, I'll own to that. Christmas is my best time. Then I gets more than £1 a week. Now I don't take 4 shillings a week on my crossing. Many's the time I've made my breakfast on a pen'orth of coffee with a halfpenny slice of bread and butter. What do you think of that? Wet weather does all the harm to me. People, you see, don't like to come out. I think I've got the best side of the square, and you see my crossing is a long one, and saves people a deal of ground, for it cuts off the corner. It used to be a famous crossing in its time. But that's gone. I always uses what they calls the brush brooms. That's them with the flat head like a house broom. I can't abide them others. They don't look well, and they wears out 10 times as quick as mine. I general buys the 8s, that's 10pence a piece, and finds my own handles. A broom won't last me more than a fortnight. It's such a long crossing. But when it was paved, afore this mucky dam (macadamising) was turned up, a broom would last me a full 3 months. I can't abide this mucky dam. Can you, sir? It's sloppy stuff, and goes so bad in holes. Give me the good solid stones as used to be. I does a good business round the square when the snow's on the ground. I general does each house at so much a week whilst it snows. Hardwicks gave me a shilling. I does only my side, and that next Oxford Street. I don't go to the others unless somebody comes and orders me, for fair play is fair play, and they belongs to the other sweepers. I does my part and they does theirs. It's seldom as I has a shop to sweep out, and I don't do nothink with shutters. I'm getting too old now for to be called in to carry boxes up gentlemen's houses, but when I was young I found plenty to do that way. There's a man at the corner of Chandos Street, and he does the most of that kind of work. End of section 88.